Danny took the passkey from his pocket and slid it into the lock. Lulu. The White Rabbit had been on its way to a croquet party, to the Red Queen's croquet party, storks for mallets, hedgehogs for balls. He touched the key, let his fingers wander over it. His head felt dry and sick. He turned the key and the tumblers thumped back smoothly. Off with his head! Off with his head! Off with his head! This game isn't croquet, though the mallets are too short. This game is whack, boom, straight through the wicket. Off with his head! Danny pushed the door open. It swung smoothly without a creak. He was standing just outside a large combination bed sitting room. And although the snow had not reached up this far, the highest drifts were still a foot below the second-floor windows. The room was dark because Daddy had closed all the shutters on the western exposure 2 weeks ago. He stood in the doorway, fumbled to his right, and found the switch plate. 2 bulbs in an overhead cut-glass fixture came on. Danny stepped further in and looked around. The rug was deep and soft, a quiet rose color, soothing. A double bed with a white coverlet. A writing desk. Pray tell me, why is a raven like a writing desk? By the large shuttered window. During the season, the constant writer, having a wonderful time, wish you were fear, would have a pretty view of the mountains to describe to the folks back home. He stepped further in. Nothing here, nothing at all. Only an empty room, cold because Daddy was heating the east wing today. A bureau. A closet, its door open to reveal a clutch of hotel hangers, the kind you can't steal. A Gideon Bible on an end table. To his left was the bathroom door, a full-length mirror on it reflecting his own white-faced image. That door was ajar, and he watched his double nod slowly. Yes, that's where it was, whatever it was. In there. In the bathroom. His double walked forward as if to escape the glass. It put its hand out, pressed it against his own. Then it fell away at an angle as the bathroom door swung open. He looked in. A long room, old-fashioned like a Pullman car. Tiny white hexagonal tiles on the floor. At the far end, a toilet with the lid up. At the right, a wash basin and another mirror above it, the kind that hides a medicine cabinet. To the left, a huge white tub on claw feet, the shower curtain pulled closed. Danny stepped into the bathroom and walked toward the tub dreamily, as if propelled from outside himself, as if this whole thing were one of the dreams Tony had brought him, that he would perhaps see something nice when he pulled the shower curtain back, something Daddy had forgotten or Mommy had lost, something that would make them both happy. So he pulled the shower curtain back. The woman in the tub had been dead for a long time. She was bloated and purple, her gas-filled belly rising out of the cold, ice-rimmed water like some fleshy island. Her eyes were fixed on Danny's, glassy and huge, like marbles. She was grinning, her purple lips pulled back in a grimace. Her breasts lolled, her pubic hair floated. Her hands were frozen on the knurled porcelain sides of the tub like crab claws. Danny shrieked, but the sound never escaped his lips. Turning inward and inward, it fell down in his darkness like a stone in a well. He took a single blundering step backward, hearing his heels clack on the white hexagonal tiles, and at the same moment his urine broke, spilling effortlessly out of him. The woman was sitting up. Still grinning, her huge marble eyes fixed on him, she was sitting up. Her dead palms made squittering noises on the porcelain. Her breasts swayed like ancient cracked punching bags. There was the minute sound of breaking ice shards. She was not breathing. She was a corpse, and dead long years. Danny turned and ran, bolting through the bathroom door, his eyes starting from their sockets, his hair on end like the hair of a hedgehog about to be turned into a sacrificial croquet or roque ball, his mouth open and soundless. He ran full tilt into the outside door of 217, which was now closed. He began hammering on it, far beyond realizing that it was unlocked, and he had only to turn the knob to let himself out. His mouth pealed forth deafening screams that were beyond human auditory range. He could only hammer on the door and hear the dead woman coming for him, bloated belly, dry hair, outstretched hands. Something that had lain slain in that tub for perhaps years, embalmed there in magic. The door would not open, would not. And then the voice of Dick Halloran came to him, so sudden and unexpected, so calm, that his locked vocal cords opened, and he began to cry weakly, not with fear, but with blessed relief. "I don't think they can hurt you. They're like pictures in a book. Close your eyes, and they'll be gone." His eyelids snapped down. His hands curled into balls. His shoulders hunched with the effort of his concentration. "Nothing there, nothing there, not there at all. Nothing there, there is nothing." Time passed, and he was just beginning to relax, just beginning to realize that the door must be unlocked and he could go, when the year's damp, bloated, fish-smelling hands closed softly around his throat, and he was turned implacably around to stare into that dead and purple face. Part 4. Snowbound. 26. Dreamland. Knitting made her sleepy. Today even Bartók would have made her sleepy, and it wasn't Bartók on the little phonograph, it was Bach. Her hands grew slower and slower, and at the time her son was making the acquaintance of room 217's long-term resident. Wendy was asleep with her knitting on her lap. The yarn and needles rose in a slow time of her breathing. Her sleep was deep, and she did not dream. Jack Torrance had fallen asleep too, but his sleep was light and uneasy, populated by dreams that seemed too vivid to be mere dreams. They were certainly more vivid than any dreams he had ever had before. His eyes had begun to get heavy as he leafed through packets of milk bills, 100 to a packet, seemingly tens of thousands altogether. Yet he gave each one a cursory glance, afraid that by not being thorough he might miss exactly the piece of Overlookiana he needed to make the mystic connection that he was sure must be here somewhere. He felt like a man with a power cord in one hand, groping around a dark and unfamiliar room for a socket. If he could find it, he would be rewarded with a view of wonders. He had come to grips with Al Shockley's phone call and his request. His strange experience in the playground had helped him to do that. That had been too damned close to some kind of breakdown, and he was convinced that it was his mind in revolt against Al's high goddamn-handed request, that he chuck his book project. It had maybe been a signal that his own sense of self-respect could only be pushed so far before disintegrating entirely. He would write the book. If it meant the end of his association with Al Shockley, that would have to be. He would write the hotel's biography, write it straight from the shoulder, and the introduction would be his hallucination that the topiary animals had moved. The title would be uninspired but workable. Strange Resort, the story of the Overlook Hotel. Straight from the shoulder, yes. But it would not be written vindictively in any effort to get back at Al or Stuart Ullman or George Hatfield or his father, miserable, bullying drunk that he had been, or anyone else for that matter. He would write it because the Overlook had enchanted him. Could any other explanation be so simple or so true? He would write it for the reason he felt that all great literature, fiction and non-fiction, was written. Truth comes out. In the end, it always comes out. He would write it because he felt he had to. 500 gallons whole milk, 100 gallons skim milk, paid, billed to account. 300 pints orange juice, paid. He slipped down further in his chair, still holding a clutch of the receipts, but his eyes no longer looking at what was printed there. They had come unfocused. His lids were slow and heavy. His mind had slipped from the Overlook to his father, who had been a male nurse at the Berlin Community Hospital. Big man. A fat man who had towered to 6 feet 2 inches. He had been taller than Jack even when Jack got his full growth of 6 feet even. Not that the old man had still been around then. "Round of the litter," he would say, and then cuff Jack lovingly and laugh. There had been 2 other brothers, both taller than their father, and Becky, who at 5'10" had only been 2 inches shorter than Jack, and taller than he for most of their childhood. His relationship with his father had been like the unfurling of some flower of beautiful potential, which, when wholly opened, turned out to be blighted inside. Until he had been 7, he had loved the tall, big-bellied man uncritically and strongly in spite of the spankings, the black and blues, the occasional black eye. He could remember velvet summer nights, the house quiet, oldest brother Brett out with his girl, middle brother Mike studying something, Becky and their mother in the living room watching something on the balky old TV. And he would sit in the hall dressed in a pajama singlet and nothing else, ostensibly playing with his trucks, actually waiting for the moment when the silence would be broken by the door swinging open with a large bang, the bellow of his father's welcome when he saw Jackie was waiting, his own happy squeal in answer, as this big man came down the hall, his pink scalp glowing beneath his crew cut, in the glow of the hall light. In that light he always looked like some soft and flapping oversized ghost in his hospital whites, the shirt always untucked and sometimes bloody, the pants cuffs drooping down over the black shoes. His father would sweep him into his arms, and Jackie would be propelled deliriously upward, so fast it seemed he could feel air pressure settling against his skull like a cap made out of lead. Up and up, both of them crying, "Elevator! Elevator!" And there had been nights when his father in his drunkenness had not stopped the upward lift of his slab-muscled arms soon enough, and Jackie had gone right over his father's flat-topped head like a human projectile, to crash-land on the hall floor behind his dad. But on other nights his father would only sweep him into a giggling ecstasy, through the zone of air where beer hung around his father's face like a mist of raindrops, to be twisted and turned and shaken like a laughing rag, and finally to be set down on his feet, hiccuping with reaction. The receipts slipped from his relaxing hand and seesawed down through the air to land lazily on the floor. His eyelids, which had settled shut with his father's image tattooed on their backs like stereopticon images, opened a little bit and then slipped back down again. He twitched a little. Consciousness, like the receipts, like autumn aspen leaves, seesawed lazily downward. That had been the first phase of his relationship with his father, and as it was drawing to its end, he had become aware that Becky and his brothers, all of them older, hated the father, and that their mother, a nondescript woman who rarely spoke above a mutter, only suffered him because her Catholic upbringing said that she must. In those days it had not seemed strange to Jack that the father won all his arguments with his children by use of his fists, and it had not seemed strange that his own love should go hand in hand with his fear of the elevator game which might end in a splintering crash on any given night, fear that his father's bearish good humor on his day off might suddenly change to boorish bellowing and the smack of his good right hand. And sometimes he remembered he had even been afraid that his father's shadow might fall over him while he was at play. It was near the end of this phase that he began to notice that Brett never brought his dates home, or Mike and Becky their chums. Love began to curdle at 9, when his father put his mother into the hospital with his cane. He had begun to carry the cane a year earlier, when a car accident had left him lame. After that he was never without it, long and black and thick and gold-headed. Now, dozing, Jack's body twitched in a remembered cringe at the sound it made in the air, a murderous swish, and its heavy crack against the wall, or against flesh. He had beaten their mother for no good reason at all, suddenly and without warning. They had been at the supper table. The cane had been standing by his chair. It was a Sunday night, the end of a 3-day weekend for Daddy, a weekend which he had boozed away in his usual inimitable style. Roast chicken, peas, mashed potatoes. Daddy at the head of the table, his plate heaped high, snoozing or nearly snoozing, his mother passing plates. And suddenly Daddy had been wide awake, his eyes set deeply into their fat eye sockets, glittering with a kind of stupid, evil petulance. They flickered from one member of the family to the next, and the vein in the center of his forehead was standing out prominently, always a bad sign. One of his large freckled hands had dropped to the gold knob of his cane, caressing it. He said something about coffee. To this day Jack was sure it had been coffee that his father said. Mama had opened her mouth to answer. And then the cane was whickering through the air, smashing against her face. Blood spurted from her nose. Becky screamed. Mama's spectacles dropped into her gravy. The cane had been drawn back, had come down again, this time on top of her head, splitting the scalp. Mama had dropped to the floor. He had been out of his chair and around to where she lay dazed on the carpet, brandishing the cane, moving with a fat man's grotesque speed and agility, little eyes flashing, jowls quivering as he spoke to her, just as he had always spoken to his children during such outbursts. Now, by Christ. I guess you'll take your medicine now. Goddamn puppy, whelp. Come on and take your medicine. The cane had gone up and down on her 7 more times before Brett and Mike got hold of him, dragged him away, wrestled the cane out of his hand. Jack, little Jackie now, he was little Jackie now, dozing and mumbling on a cobwebby camp chair, while the furnace roared into hollow life behind him, knew exactly how many blows it had been, because each soft whump against his mother's body had been engraved on his memory like the irrational swipe of a chisel on stone. 7 whumps, no more, no less. He and Becky crying, unbelieving, looking at their mother's spectacles lying in her mashed potatoes, one cracked lens smeared with gravy. Brett shouting at Daddy from the back hall, telling him he'd kill him if he moved. And Daddy saying over and over, "Damn little puppy, damn little whelp. Give me my cane, you damn little pup. Give it to me." Brett brandishing it hysterically, saying, "Yes, yes, I'll give it to you. Just you move a little bit and I'll give you all you want and 2 extra. I'll give you plenty." Mama getting slowly to her feet, dazed, her face already puffed and swelling like an old tire with too much air in it, bleeding in 4 or 5 different places. And she had said a terrible thing, perhaps the only thing Mama had ever said, which Jackie could recall word for word. "Who's got the newspaper? Your daddy wants the funnies. Is it raining yet?" And then she sank to her knees again, her hair hanging in her puffed and bleeding face. Mike calling the doctor, babbling into the phone. Could he come right away? It was their mother. No, he couldn't say what the trouble was, not over the phone. Not over a party line, he couldn't. Just come. The doctor came and took Mama away to the hospital where Daddy had worked all of his adult life. Daddy sobered up some, or perhaps only with the stupid cunning of any hard-pressed animal. Told the doctor she had fallen downstairs. There was blood on the tablecloth because he had tried to wipe her dear face with it. Had her glasses flown all the way through the living room and into the dining room to land in her mashed potatoes and gravy? The doctor asked with a kind of horrid, grinning sarcasm. "Is that what happened, Mark? I have heard of folks who can get a radio station on their gold fillings, and I have seen a man get shot between the eyes and live to tell about it. But that is a new one on me." Daddy had merely shook his head and said he didn't know. They must have fallen off her face when he brought her through into the dining room. The 4 children had been stunned to silence by the calm stupendousness of the lie. 4 days later, Brett quit his job in the mill and joined the army. Jack had always felt it was not just the sudden and irrational beating his father had administered at the dinner table, but the fact that, in the hospital, their mother had corroborated their father's story while holding the hand of the parish priest. Revolted, Brett had left them to whatever might come. He had been killed in Dongho Province in 1965, the year when Jack Torrance, undergraduate, had joined the active college agitation to end the war. He had waved his brother's bloody shirt at rallies that were increasingly well attended, but it was not Brett's face that hung before his eyes when he spoke. It was his mother's, dazed, uncomprehending face. His mother saying, "Who's got the newspaper?" Mike escaped 3 years later when Jack was 12. He went to UNH on a hefty merit scholarship. A year after that, their father died of a sudden massive stroke which occurred while he was prepping a patient for surgery. He had collapsed in his flapping and untucked hospital whites, dead possibly even before he hit the industrial black and red hospital tiles. And 3 days later, the man who had dominated Jackie's life, the irrational white ghost god, was underground. The stone read, "Mark Anthony Torrance, loving father." To that Jack would have added one line. He knew how to play elevator. There had been a great lot of insurance money. There are people who collect insurance as compulsively as others collect coins and stamps, and Mark Torrance had been that type. The insurance money came in at the same time the monthly policy payments and liquor bills stopped. For 5 years they had been rich, nearly rich. In his shallow, uneasy sleep, his face rose before him as if in a glass. His face, but not his face. The wide eyes and innocent bowed mouth of a boy sitting in the hall with his trucks, waiting for his daddy, waiting for the white ghost god, waiting for the elevator to rise up with dizzying, exhilarating speed through the salt and sawdust mist of exhaled taverns, waiting perhaps for it to go crashing down, spilling old clock springs out of his ears, while his daddy roared with laughter and it transformed into Danny's face, so much like his own had been. His eyes had been light blue, while Danny's were cloudy gray, but the lips still made a bow, and the complexion was fair. Danny in his study, wearing training pants, all his papers soggy, and a fine misty smell of beer rising. A dreadful batter all in ferment, rising on the wings of yeast, the breath of taverns, snap of bone. his own voice mewling drunkenly. "Danny, you okay, Doc? Oh, God, your poor sweet arm." And that face transformed into Mama's dazed face, rising up from below the table, punched and bleeding, and Mama was saying, "From your father. I repeat, an enormously important announcement from your father. Please stay tuned or tune immediately to the Happy Jack frequency. Repeat, tune immediately to the Happy Hour frequency. I repeat." A slow dissolve. Disembodied voices echoing up to him as if along an endless cloudy hallway. "Things keep getting in the way, dear Tommy. Madoc, are you here? I've been sleepwalking again, my dear. It's the inhuman monsters that I fear. Excuse me, Mr. Ullman, but isn't this the office with its file cabinets, Ullman's big desk, a blank reservations book for next year already in place? Never misses a trick, that Ullman. All the keys hanging neatly on their hooks. Except for one. Which one? Which key? Passkey. Passkey. Who's got the passkey? If we went upstairs, perhaps we'd see. And the big two-way radio on its shelf. He snapped it on. CB transmissions coming in short, crackly bursts. He switched the band and dialed across bursts of music. News. A preacher haranguing a softly moaning congregation. A weather report. And another voice which he dialed back to. It was his father's voice. "Kill him. You have to kill him, Jackie, and her too. Because a real artist must suffer. Because each man kills the thing he loves. Because they'll always be conspiring against you, trying to hold you back and drag you down. Right this minute that boy of yours is in where he shouldn't be. Trespassing. That's what he's doing. He's a goddamn little pup. Cane him for it, Jackie. Cane him within an inch of his life. Have a drink, Jackie, my boy, and we'll play the elevator game. Then I'll go with you while you give him his medicine. I know you can do it. Of course you can. You must kill him. You have to kill him, Jackie, and her too, because a real artist must suffer, because each man—" His father's voice going up higher and higher, becoming something maddening, not human at all, something squealing and petulant and maddening. The voice of the ghost god, the pig god, coming dead at him out of the radio, and— "No!" he screamed back. "You're dead. You're in your grave. You're not in me at all." Because he had cut all the father out of him, and it was not right that he should come back, creeping through this hotel 2,000 miles from the New England town, where his father had lived and died. He raised the radio up and brought it down, and it smashed on the floor, spilling old clock springs and tubes like the result of some crazy elevator game gone awry, making his father's voice gone, leaving only his voice, Jack's voice, Jackie's voice, chanting in the cold reality of the office. "Dead! You're dead! You're dead!" And the startled sound of Wendy's feet hitting the floor over his head, and Wendy's startled, frightened voice. "Jack? Jack!" He stood blinking down at the shattered radio. Now there was only the snowmobile in the equipment shed to link them to the outside world. He put his hands over his eyes and clutched at his temples. He was getting a headache. 27. Catatonic. Wendy ran down the hall in her stocking feet and ran down the main stairs to the lobby 2 at a time. She didn't look up at the carpeted flight that led to the second floor, but if she had, she would have seen Danny standing at the top of them, still and silent, his unfocused eyes directed out into indifferent space, his thumb in his mouth, the collar and shoulders of his shirt damp. There were puffy bruises on his neck and just below his chin. Jack's cries had ceased, but that did nothing to ease her fear. Ripped out of her sleep by his voice, raised in that old hectoring pitch she remembered so well, she still felt that she was dreaming. But another part knew she was awake, and that terrified her more. She half expected to burst into the office and find him standing over Danny's sprawled-out body, drunk and confused. She pushed through the door, and Jack was standing there, rubbing at his temples with his fingers. His face was ghost-white. The two-way CB radio lay at his feet in a sprinkling of broken glass. "Wendy?" he asked uncertainly. "Wendy?" The bewilderment seemed to grow, and for a moment she saw his true face, the one he ordinarily kept so well hidden, and it was a face of desperate unhappiness, the face of an animal caught in a snare beyond its ability to decipher and render harmless. Then the muscles began to work, began to writhe under the skin. The mouth began to tremble infirmly. The Adam's apple began to rise and fall. Her own bewilderment and surprise were overlaid by shock. He was going to cry. She had seen him cry before, but never since he stopped drinking, and never in those days unless he was very drunk and pathetically remorseful. He was a tight man, drum-tight, and his loss of control frightened her all over again. He came toward her, the tears brimming over his lower lids now, his head shaking involuntarily as if in a fruitless effort to ward off this emotional storm. And his chest drew in a convulsive gasp that was expelled in a huge racking sob. His feet, clad in hush-puppy, stumbled over the wreck of the radio, and he almost fell into her arms, making her stagger back with his weight. His breath blew into her face, and there was no smell of liquor on it. Of course not. There was no liquor up here. "What's wrong?" She held him as best she could. "Jack, what is it?" But he could do nothing at first but sob, clinging to her, almost crushing the wind from her, his head turning on her shoulder in that helpless, shaking, warding-off gesture. His sobs were heavy and fierce. He was shuddering all over, his muscles jerking beneath his plaid shirt and jeans. "Jack? What? Tell me what's wrong." At last the sobs began to change themselves into words, most of them incoherent at first, but coming clearer as his tears began to spend themselves. "Dream. I guess it was a dream, but it was so real. It was my mother saying that Daddy was going to be on the radio, and he was telling me to, I don't know, he was yelling at me. And so I broke the radio, to shut him up. He's dead. I don't even want to dream about him. He's dead. My God, Wendy, my God. I never had a nightmare like that. I never want to have another one. Christ, it was awful." "You just fell asleep in the office?" "No, not here. Downstairs." He was straightening a little now, his weight coming off her, and the steady back-and-forth motion of his head first slowed and then stopped. "I was looking through those old papers. Sitting on a chair I set up down there. Milk receipts, dull stuff. And I guess I just drowsed off. That's when I started to dream. I must have sleepwalked up here." He essayed a shaky little laugh against her neck. "Another first." "Where is Danny, Jack?" "I don't know. Isn't he with you?" "He wasn't downstairs with you?" He looked over his shoulder, and his face tightened at what he saw on her face. "Never going to let me forget that, are you, Wendy? Jack, when I'm on my deathbed you'll lean over and say, 'It serves you right. Remember the time you broke Danny's arm?'" "Jack!" "Jack what?" he asked hotly, and jumped to his feet. "Are you denying that's what you're thinking? That I heard him? That I heard him once before and I could hurt him again?" "I want to know where he is, that's all." "Go ahead, yell your fucking head off. That'll make everything okay, won't it?" She turned and walked out the door. He watched her go, frozen for a moment, a blotter covered with fragments of broken glass in one hand. Then he dropped it into the wastebasket, went after her, and caught her by the lobby desk. He put his hands on her shoulders and turned her around. Her face was carefully set. "Wendy, I'm sorry. It was the dream. I'm upset. Forgive?" "Of course," she said, her face not changing expression. Her wooden shoulders slipped out of his hands. She walked to the middle of the lobby and called, "Hey, Doc, where are you?" Silence came back. She walked toward the double lobby doors, opened one of them, and stepped out onto the path Jack had shoveled. It was more like a trench. The packed and drifted snow through which the path was cut came to her shoulders. She called him again, her breath coming out in a white plume. When she came back in, she had begun to look scared. Controlling his irritation with her, he said reasonably, "Are you sure he's not sleeping in his room?" "I told you he was playing somewhere when I was knitting. I could hear him downstairs." "Did you fall asleep?" "What's that got to do with it?" "Yes." "Danny?" "Did you look in his room when you came downstairs just now?" She stopped. He nodded. "I didn't really think so." He started up the stairs without waiting for her. She followed him half-running, but he was taking the risers two at a time. She almost crashed into his back when he came to a dead stop on the first-floor landing. He was rooted there, looking up, his eyes wide. "What?" she began, and followed his gaze. Danny still stood there, his eyes blank, sucking his thumb. The marks on his throat were cruelly visible in the light of the hall's electric flambeaus. "Danny!" she shrieked. It broke Jack's paralysis, and they rushed up the stairs together to where he stood. Wendy fell on her knees beside him and swept the boy into her arms. Danny came pliantly enough, but he did not hug her back. It was like hugging a padded stick, and the sweet taste of horror flooded her mouth. He only sucked his thumb and stared with indifferent blankness out into the stairwell beyond both of them. "Danny, what happened?" Jack asked. He put out his hand to touch the puffy side of Danny's neck. "Who did this to you?" "Don't you touch him!" Wendy hissed. She clutched Danny in her arms, lifted him, and had retreated halfway down the stairs before Jack could do more than stand up, confused. "What? Wendy, what the hell are you Don't you touch him! I'll kill you if you lay your hands on him again! Wendy, you bastard!" She turned and ran down the rest of the stairs to the first floor. Danny's head jounced mildly up and down as she ran. His thumb was lodged securely in his mouth. His eyes were soaped windows. She turned right at the foot of the stairs, and Jack heard her feet retreat to the end of it. Their bedroom door slammed. The bolt was run home. The lock turned. Brief silence. Then the soft, muttered sounds of comforting. He stood for an unknown length of time, literally paralyzed by all that had happened in such a short space of time. His dream was still with him, painting everything a slightly unreal shade. It was as if he had taken a very mild mescaline hit. Had he maybe hurt Danny as Wendy thought? Tried to strangle his son at his dead father's request? No, he would never hurt Danny. He fell down the stairs, Doctor. He would never hurt Danny now. How could I know the bug bomb was defective? Never in his life had he been willfully vicious when he was sober, except when you almost killed George Hatfield. "No!" he cried into the darkness. He brought both fists crashing down on his legs again and again and again. Wendy sat in the overstuffed chair by the window with Danny on her lap, holding him, crooning the old meaningless words, the ones you never remember afterward, no matter how a thing turns out. He had folded onto her lap with neither protest nor gladness, like a paper cutout of himself, and his eyes didn't even shift toward the door when Jack cried out, "No!" somewhere in the hallway. The confusion had receded a little bit in her mind, but she now discovered something even worse behind it. Panic. Jack had done this. She had no doubt of it. His denials meant nothing to her. She thought it was perfectly possible that Jack had tried to throttle Danny in his sleep, just as he had smashed the CB radio in his sleep. He was having a breakdown of some kind. But what was she going to do about it? She couldn't stay locked in here forever. They would have to eat. There was really only one question, and it was asked in a mental voice of utter coldness and pragmatism, the voice of her maternity, a cold and passionless voice once it was directed away from the closed circle of mother and child, and out toward Jack. It was a voice that spoke of self-preservation only after son preservation, and its question was, exactly how dangerous is he? He had denied doing it. He had been horrified at the bruises, at Danny's soft and implacable disconnection. If he had done it, a separate section of himself had been responsible. The fact that he had done it when he was asleep was, in a terrible, twisted way, encouraging. Wasn't it possible that he could be trusted to get them out of here, to get them down and away? And after that... But she could see no further than she and Danny arriving safe at Dr. Edmonds's office in Sidewinder. She had no particular need to see further. The present crisis was more than enough to keep her occupied. She crooned to Danny, rocking him on her breasts. Her fingers, on his shoulder, had noticed that his T-shirt was damp, but they had not bothered reporting the information to her brain in more than a cursory way. If it had been reported, she might have remembered that Jack's hands, as he had hugged her in the office and sobbed against her neck, had been dry. It might have given her pause. But her mind was still on other things. The decision had to be made, to approach Jack or not. Actually, it was not much of a decision. There was nothing she could do alone, not even carry Danny down to the office and call for help on the CB radio. He had suffered a great shock. He ought to be taken out quickly before any permanent damage could be done. She refused to let herself believe that permanent damage might already have been done. and still she agonized over it, looking for another alternative. She did not want to put Danny back within Jack's reach. She was aware now that she had made one bad decision when she had gone against her feelings, and Danny's, and allowed the snow to close them in, for Jack's sake. Another bad decision when she had shelved the idea of divorce. Now she was nearly paralyzed by the idea that she might be making another mistake, one she would regret every minute of every day of the rest of her life. There was not a gun in the place. There were knives hanging from the magnetized runners in the kitchen, but Jack was between her and them. In her striving to make the right decision, to find the alternative, the bitter irony of her thoughts did not occur. An hour ago she had been asleep, firmly convinced that things were all right and soon would be even better. Now she was considering the possibility of using a butcher knife on her husband if he tried to interfere with her and her son. At last she stood up with Danny in her arms, her legs trembling. There was no other way. She would have to assume that Jack awake was Jack sane, and that he would help her get Danny down to Sidewinder and Dr. Edmonds. And if Jack tried to do anything but help, God help him. She went to the door and unlocked it. Shifting Danny up to her shoulder, she opened it and went out into the hall. "Jack?" she called nervously and got no answer. With growing trepidation, she walked down to the stairwell, but Jack was not there. And as she stood there on the landing, wondering what to do next, the singing came up from below, rich, angry, bitterly satiric. "Roll me over in the clover, roll me over, lay me down and do it again." She was frightened even more by the sound of him than she had been by his silence, but there was still no alternative. She started down the stairs. 28. It was her. Jack had stood on the stairs, listening to the crooning, comforting sounds coming muffled through the locked door, and slowly his confusion had given way to anger. Things had never really changed, not to Wendy. He could be off the juice for 20 years, and still when he came home at night and she embraced him at the door, he would see, sense, that little flare of her nostrils, as she tried to divine Scotch or gin fumes riding the outbound train of his exhalation. She was always going to assume the worst. If he and Danny got in a car accident with a drunken blind man who had had a stroke just before the collision, she would silently blame Danny's injuries on him and turn away. Her face as she had snatched Danny away. It rose up before him, and he suddenly wanted to wipe the anger that had been on it out with his fist. She had no goddamn right. Yes, maybe at first. He had been a lush, he had done terrible things. Breaking Danny's arm had been a terrible thing. But if a man reforms, doesn't he deserve to have his reformation credited sooner or later? And if he doesn't get it, doesn't he deserve the game to go with the name? If a father constantly accuses his virginal daughter of screwing every boy in junior high, must she not at last grow weary enough of it to earn her scoldings? And if a wife secretly, and not so secretly, continues to believe that her teetotaling husband is a drunk? He got up, walked slowly down to the first-floor landing, and stood there for a moment. He took his handkerchief from his back pocket, wiped his lips with it, and considered going down and pounding on the bedroom door, demanding to be let in so he could see his son. She had no right to be so goddamn high-handed. Well, sooner or later she'd have to come out, unless she planned a radical sort of diet for the two of them. A rather ugly grin touched his lips at the thought. Let her come to him. She would in time. He went downstairs to the ground floor, stood aimlessly by the lobby desk for a moment, then turned right. He went into the dining room and stood just inside the door. The empty tables, their white linen cloths, neatly cleaned and pressed beneath their clear plastic covers, glimmered up at him. All was deserted now, but dinner will be served at 8 p.m., unmasking and dancing at midnight. Jack walked among the tables, momentarily forgetting his wife and son upstairs, forgetting the dream, the smashed radio, the bruises. He trailed his fingers over the slick plastic dust covers, trying to imagine how it must have been on that hot August night in 1945. The war won, the future stretching ahead, so various and new, like a land of dreams. The bright and party-colored Japanese lanterns hung the whole length of the circular drive, the golden-yellow light spilling from these high windows that were now drifted over with snow. Men and women in costume, here a glittering princess, there a high-booted cavalier, flashing jewelry and flashing wit everywhere, dancing, liquor flowing freely, first wine and then cocktails and then perhaps Boilermakers, the level of conversation going up and up and up, until a jolly cry rang out from the bandmaster's podium, the cry of, "Unmask! Unmask!" And the Red Death held sway. He found himself standing on the other side of the dining room, just outside the stylized bat-wing doors of the Colorado Lounge, where, on that night in 1945, all the booze would have been free. "Belly up to the bar, partner. The drinks are on the house." He stepped through the bat wings and into the deep folded shadows of the bar. And a strange thing occurred. He had been in here before, once to check the inventory sheet Ullman had left, and he knew the place had been stripped clean. The shelves were totally bare, but now lit only murkily by the light which filtered through from the dining room, which was itself only dimly lit because of the snow blocking the windows. He thought he saw ranks and ranks of bottles twinkling mutedly behind the bar, and siphons, and even beer dripping from the spigots of all three highly polished taps. Yes, he could even smell beer, that damp and fermented and yeasty odor, no different from the smell that had hung finely misted around his father's face every night when he came home from work. Eyes widening, he fumbled for the wall switch, and the low, intimate bar lighting came on, circles of 20-watt bulbs implanted on the tops of the 3 wagon wheel chandeliers overhead. The shelves were all empty. They had not even as yet gathered a good coat of dust. The beer taps were dry, as were the chrome drains beneath them. To his left and right, the velvet-upholstered booths stood like men with high backs, each one designed to give a maximum of privacy to the couple inside. Straight ahead, across the red-carpeted floor, 40 bar stools stood around the horseshoe-shaped bar. Each stool was upholstered in leather and embossed with cattle brands: Circle H, Bar D Bar, that was fitting, Rocking W, Lazy B. He approached it, giving his head a little shake of bewilderment as he did so. It was like that day on the playground when... But there was no sense in thinking about that. Still, he could have sworn he had seen those bottles. Vaguely, it was true. The way you see the darkened shapes of furniture in a room where the curtains have been drawn. Mild glints on glass. The only thing that remained was that smell of beer, and Jack knew that was a smell that faded into the woodwork of every bar in the world after a certain period of time, not to be eradicated by any cleaner invented. Yet the smell here seemed sharp, almost fresh. He sat down on one of the stools and propped his elbows on the bar's leather-cushioned edge. At his left hand was a bowl for peanuts, now empty, of course. The first bar he'd been in for 19 months, and the damn thing was dry. Just his luck. All the same, a bitterly powerful wave of nostalgia swept over him, and the physical craving for a drink seemed to work itself up from his belly to his throat to his mouth and nose, shriveling and wrinkling the tissues as it went, making them cry out for something wet and long and cold. He glanced at the shelves again in wild, irrational hope, but the shelves were just as empty as before. He grinned in pain and frustration. His fists, clenching slowly, made minute scratchings on the bar's leather-padded edge. "Hi, Lloyd," he said. "A little slow tonight, isn't it?" Lloyd said it was. Lloyd asked him what it would be. "Now, I'm really glad you asked me that," Jack said. "Really glad. Because I happen to have 2 20s and 2 10s in my wallet, and I was afraid they'd be sitting right there until sometime next April. There isn't a 7-Eleven around here, would you believe it? And I thought they had 7-Elevens on the fucking moon." Lloyd sympathized. "So here's what," Jack said. "You set me up an even 20 martinis. An even 20. Just like that. Kazang. 1 for every month I've been on the wagon and 1 to grow on. You can do that, can't you? You aren't too busy?" Lloyd said he wasn't busy at all. "Good man. You line those Martians up right along the bar, and I'm going to take them down one by one. White man's burden, Lloyd, my man." Lloyd turned to do the job. Jack reached into his pocket for his money clip and came out with an Excedrin bottle instead. His money clip was on the bedroom bureau, and of course his skinny shank's wife had locked him out of the bedroom. "Nice going, Wendy, you bleeding bitch." "I seem to be momentarily light," Jack said. "How's my credit in this joint, anyhow?" Lloyd said. His credit was fine. "That's super. I like you, Lloyd. You were always the best of them. Best damned barkeep between Barrie and Portland, Maine. Portland, Oregon, for that matter." Lloyd thanked him for saying so. Jack thumped the cap from his Excedrin bottle, shook 2 tablets out, and flipped them into his mouth. The familiar acid-compelling taste flooded in. He had a sudden sensation that people were watching him curiously and with some contempt. The booths behind him were full. There were graying, distinguished men and beautiful young girls, all of them in costume, watching this sad exercise in the dramatic arts with cold amusement. Jack whirled on his stool. The booths were all empty, stretching away from the lounge door to the left and right, the line on his left cornering to flank the bar's horseshoe curve down the short length of the room. Padded leather seats and backs, gleaming dark formica tables, an ashtray on each one, a book of matches in each ashtray, the words Colorado Lounge stamped on each in gold leaf above the Batwing door logo. He turned back, swallowing the rest of the dissolving Excedrin with a grimace. "Lloyd, you're a wonder," he said. "Set up already. Your speed is only exceeded by the soulful beauty of your Neapolitan eyes. Salud." Jack contemplated the 20 imaginary drinks, the martini glasses blushing droplets of condensation, each with a swizzle poked through a plump green olive. He could almost smell gin on the air. "The wagon," he said. "Have you ever been acquainted with a gentleman who has hopped up on the wagon?" Lloyd allowed as how he had met such men from time to time. "Have you ever renewed acquaintances with such a man after he hopped back off?" Lloyd could not in all honesty recall. "You never did, then," Jack said. He curled his hand around the first drink, carried his fist to his mouth, which was open, and turned his fist up. He swallowed and then tossed the imaginary glass over his shoulder. The people were back again, fresh from their costume ball, studying him, laughing behind their hands. He could feel them. If the back bar had featured a mirror instead of those damned stupid empty shelves, he could have seen them. Let them stare. Fuck them. Let anybody stare who wanted to stare. "No, you never did," he told Lloyd. "Few men ever return from the fabled wagon, but those who do come with a fearful tale to tell. When you jump on, it seems like the brightest, cleanest wagon you ever saw, with 10-foot wheels to keep the bed of it high out of the gutter, where all the drunks are laying around with their brown bags, and their Thunderbird, and their granddad flashes Popskull bourbon. You're away from all the people who throw you nasty looks and tell you to clean up your act, or go put it on in another town. From the gutter, that's the finest-looking wagon you ever saw, Lloyd, my boy. All hung with bunting and a brass band in front and 3 majorettes to each side, twirling their batons and flashing their panties at you. Man, you got to get on that wagon and away from the juicers that are straining canned heat and smelling their own puke to get high again, and poking along the gutter for butts with half an inch left below the filter. He drained 2 more imaginary drinks and tossed the glasses back over his shoulder. He could almost hear them smashing on the floor. And goddamn if he wasn't starting to feel high. It was the Excedrin. "So you climb up," he told Lloyd. "And ain't you glad to be there? My God, yes, that's affirmative. That wagon is the biggest and best float in the whole parade, and everybody is lining the streets and clapping and cheering and waving, all for you. Except for the winos passed out in the gutter. Those guys used to be your friends, but that's all behind you now." He carried his empty fist to his mouth and sluiced down another. 4 down, 16 to go. Making excellent progress. He swayed a little on the stool. Let 'em stare if that was how they got off. Take a picture, folks, it'll last longer. Then you start to see things, Lloydie, my boy. Things you missed from the gutter. Like how the floor of the wagon is nothing but straight pine boards, so fresh they're still bleeding sap. And if you took your shoes off, you'd be sure to get a splinter. Like how the only furniture in the wagon is these long benches with high backs and no cushions to sit on. And in fact, they are nothing but pews with a songbook every 5 feet or so. Like how all the people sitting in the pews on the wagon are these flat-chested Albertos in long dresses with a little lace around the collar, and their hair pulled back into buns until it's so tight you can almost hear it screaming. And every face is flat and pale and shiny, and they're all singing, "Shall we gather at the river? The beautiful, the river." And up front there's this reeking bitch with blonde hair playing the organ, and telling him to sing louder, sing louder. And somebody slams a songbook into your hands and says, "Sing it out, brother. If you expect to stay on this wagon, you got to sing morning, noon, and night, especially at night." And that's when you realize what the wagon really is, Lloyd. It's a church with bars on the windows, a church for women and a prison for you. He stopped. Lloyd was gone. Worse still, he had never been there. The drinks had never been there. Only the people in the booths, the people from the costume party, and he could almost hear their muffled laughter as they held their hands to their mouths and pointed, their eyes sparkling with cruel pinpoints of light. He whirled around again. "Leave me alone." All the booths were empty. The sound of laughter had died like a stir of autumn leaves. Jack stared at the empty lounge for a tick of time, his eyes wide and dark. A pulse beat noticeably in the center of his forehead. In the very center of him, a cold certainty was forming, and the certainty was that he was losing his mind. He felt an urge to pick up the bar stool next to him, reverse it, and go through the place like an avenging whirlwind. Instead, he whirled back around to the bar and began to bellow, "Roll me over in the clover! Roll me over, lay me down, and do it again." Danny's face rose before him, not Danny's normal face, lively and alert, the eyes sparkling and open, but the catatonic zombie-like face of a stranger, the eyes dull and opaque, the mouth pursed babyishly around his thumb. What was he doing sitting here and talking to himself like a sulky teenager, when his son was upstairs someplace, acting like something that belonged in a padded room, acting the way Wally Hollis said Vic Stenger had been, before the men in the white coats had to come and take him away? "But I never put a hand on him. God damn it, I didn't." "Jack?" The voice was timid, hesitant. He was so startled he almost fell off the stool, whirling it around. Wendy was standing just inside the bat-wing doors. Danny cradled in her arms like some waxen horror show dummy. The three of them made a tableau that Jack felt very strongly. It was just before the curtain of Act Two in some old-time temperance play, one so poorly mounted that the prop man had forgotten to stock the shelves of the Den of Iniquity. "I never touched him," Jack said thickly. "I never have since the night I broke his arm. Not even to spank him." "Jack, that doesn't matter now. What matters is—" "This matters!" he shouted. He brought one fist crashing down on the bar, hard enough to make the empty peanut dishes jump. "It matters, goddammit, it matters!" "Jack, we have to get him off the mountain. He's—" Danny began to stir in her arms. The slack, empty expression on his face had begun to break up like a thick mat of ice over some buried surface. His lips twisted, as if at some weird taste. His eyes widened. His hands came up as if to cover them and then dropped back. Abruptly he stiffened in her arms. His back arched into a bow, making Wendy stagger, and he suddenly began to shriek, mad sounds that escaped his straining throat in bolt after crazy, echoing bolt. The sound seemed to fill the empty downstairs and come back at them like banshees. There might have been 100 Dannys, all screaming at once. "Jack!" she cried in terror. "Oh, God, Jack, what's wrong with him?" He came off the stool, numb from the waist down, more frightened than he had ever been in his life. What hole had his son poked through and into? What dark nest? And what had been in there to sting him? "Danny!" he roared. "Danny!" Danny saw him. He broke his mother's grip with a sudden, fierce strength that gave her no chance to hold him. She stumbled back against one of the booths and nearly fell into it. "Daddy!" he screamed, running to Jack, his eyes huge and affrighted. "Oh, Daddy, Daddy, it was her! Her! Oh, Daddy!" He slammed into Jack's arms like a blunt arrow, making Jack rock on his feet. Danny clutched at him furiously, at first seeming to pummel him like a fighter, then clutching his belt and sobbing against his shirt. Jack could feel his son's face, hot and working against his belly. "Daddy, it was her." Jack looked slowly up into Wendy's face. His eyes were like small silver coins. "Wendy?" Voice soft, nearly purring. Wendy, what did you do to him?" Wendy stared back at him in stunned disbelief, her face pallid. She shook her head. "Oh, Jack, you must know." Outside it had begun to snow again. 29. Kitchen Talk. Jack carried Danny into the kitchen. The boy was still sobbing wildly, refusing to look up from Jack's chest. In the kitchen he gave Danny back to Wendy, who still seemed stunned and disbelieving. "Jack, I don't know what he's talking about. Please, you must believe that." "I do believe it," he said, although he had to admit to himself that it gave him a certain amount of pleasure to see the shoe switch to the other foot with such dazzling, unexpected speed. But his anger at Wendy had been only a passing gut twitch. In his heart he knew Wendy would pour a can of gasoline over herself and strike a match before harming Danny. The large tea kettle was on the back burner, poking along on low heat. Jack dropped a tea bag into his own large ceramic cup and poured hot water halfway. "Got cooking sherry, don't you?" he asked Wendy. "What? Oh, sure. 2 or 3 bottles of it." "Which cupboard?" She pointed, and Jack took one of the bottles down. He poured a hefty dollop into the teacup, put the sherry back, and filled the last quarter of the cup with milk. Then he added 3 tablespoons of sugar and stirred. He brought it to Danny, whose sobs had tapered off to snifflings and hitchings. But he was trembling all over, and his eyes were wide and starey. "Want you to drink this stock," Jack said. "It's going to taste frigging awful, but it'll make you feel better. Can you drink it for your daddy?" Danny nodded that he could and took the cup. He drank a little, grimaced, and looked questioningly at Jack. Jack nodded, and Danny drank again. Wendy felt the familiar twist of jealousy somewhere in her middle, knowing the boy would not have drunk it for her. On the heels of that came an uncomfortable, even startling thought. Had she wanted to think Jack was to blame? Was she that jealous? It was the way her mother would have thought. That was the really horrible thing. She could remember a Sunday when her dad had taken her to the park and she had toppled from the second tier of the jungle gym, cutting both knees. When her father brought her home, her mother had shrieked at him, "What did you do? Why weren't you watching her? What kind of a father are you?" She hounded him to his grave. By the time he divorced her, it was too late. She had never even given Jack the benefit of the doubt, not the smallest. Wendy felt her face burn, yet knew with a kind of helpless finality that if the whole thing were to be played over again, she would do and think the same way. She carried part of her mother with her always, for good or bad. "Jack," she began, not sure if she meant to apologize or justify. Either she knew would be useless. "Not now," he said. It took Danny 15 minutes to drink half of the big cup's contents, and by that time he had calmed visibly. The shakes were almost gone. Jack put his hand solemnly on his son's shoulders. "Danny, do you think you can tell us exactly what happened to you? It's very important." Danny looked from Jack to Wendy, then back again. In the silent pause, their setting and situation made themselves known. The whoop of the wind outside, driving fresh snow down from the northwest. The creaking and groaning of the old hotel as it settled into another storm. The fact of their disconnect came to Wendy with unexpected force, as it sometimes did, like a blow under the heart. "I want to tell you everything," Danny said. "I wish I had before." He picked up the cup and held it, as if comforted by the warmth. "Why didn't you, son?" Jack brushed Danny's sweaty, tumbled hair back gently from his brow. "Because Uncle Al got you the job, and I couldn't figure out how it was good for you here and bad for you here at the same time. It was—" He looked at them for help. He did not have the necessary word. "A dilemma?" Wendy asked gently. "When neither choice seems any good?" "Yes, that." He nodded, relieved. Wendy said, "The day that you trimmed the hedges, Danny and I had a talk in the truck. The day the first real snow came. Remember?" Jack nodded. The day he had trimmed the hedges was very clear in his mind. Wendy sighed. "I guess we didn't talk enough, did we, Doc?" Danny, the picture of woe, shook his head. "Exactly what did you talk about?" Jack asked. "I'm not sure how much I like my wife and son. Discussing how much they love you?" Whatever it was, I don't understand it. I feel like I came into a movie just after the intermission."
"We were discussing you," Wendy said quietly. "And maybe we didn't say it all in words, but we both knew. Me because I'm your wife, and Danny because he just understands things."
Jack was silent.
"Danny said it just right. The place seemed good for you. You were away from all the pressures that made you so unhappy at Stovington. You were your own boss, working with your hands so you could save your brain, all of your brain, for your evening's writing. Then, I don't know just when, the place began to seem bad for you. Spending all that time down in the cellar, sifting through those old papers, all that old history, talking in your sleep."
"In my sleep?" Jack asked. His face wore a cautious, startled expression. "I talk in my sleep?"
"Most of it is slurry. Once I got up to use the bathroom and you were saying, 'To hell with it, bring in the slots at least, no one will know, no one will ever know.' Another time you woke me right up, practically yelling, 'Unmask, unmask, unmask.'"
"Jesus Christ," he said, and rubbed a hand over his face. He looked ill.
"All your old drinking habits, too. Chewing Excedrin, wiping your mouth all the time, cranky in the morning. And you haven't been able to finish the play yet, have you?"
"No, not yet, but it's only a matter of time. I've been thinking about something else. A new project."
"This hotel. The project Al Shockley called you about. The one he wanted you to drop."
"How do you know about that?" Jack barked. "Were you listening in? You—"
"No," she said. "I couldn't have listened in if I'd wanted to. And you'd know that if you were thinking straight. Danny and I were downstairs that night. The switchboard is shut down. Our phone upstairs was the only one in the hotel that was working, because it's patched directly into the outside line. You told me so yourself."
"Then how could you know what Al told me?"
"Danny told me. Danny knew. The same way he sometimes knows when things are misplaced, or when people are thinking about divorce."
"The doctor said—"
She shook her head impatiently. "The doctor was full of shit, and we both know it. We've known it all the time. Remember when Danny said he wanted to see the fire trucks? That was no hunch. He was just a baby. He knows things. And now I'm afraid—"
She looked at the bruises on Danny's neck. "Did you really know Uncle Al had called me Danny?" Danny nodded.
"He was really mad, Daddy, because you called Mr. Ullman and Mr. Ullman called him. Uncle Al didn't want you to write anything about the hotel."
"Jesus," Jack said again. "The bruises, Danny. Who tried to strangle you?" Danny's face went dark.
"Her," he said. "The woman in that room, in 217. The dead lady."
His lips began to tremble again, and he seized the teacup and drank. Jack and Wendy exchanged a scared look over his bowed head. "Do you know anything about this?" he asked her. She shook her head.
"Not about this, no."
"Danny?" He raised the boy's frightened face. "Try, son. We're right here."
"I knew it was bad here," Danny said in a low voice, "ever since we were in Boulder. Because Tony gave me dreams about it."
"What dreams?"
"I can't remember everything. He showed me the Overlook at night with a skull and crossbones on the front. And there was pounding. Something, I don't remember what, chasing after me. A monster. Tony showed me about red rum."
"What's that, Doc?" Wendy asked. He shook his head.
"I don't know."
"Rum like yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum?" Jack asked.
Danny shook his head again. "I don't know. Then we got here and Mr. Halloran talked to me in his car. Because he has the shine, too."
"Shine?"
It's—"
Danny made a sweeping, all-encompassing gesture with his hands.
"It's being able to understand things, to know things. Sometimes you see things. Like me knowing Uncle Al called, and Mr. Halloran knowing you call me Doc. Mr. Halloran, he was peeling potatoes in the army when he knew his brother got killed in a train crash. And when he called home, it was true."
"Holy God," Jack whispered. "You're not making this up, are you, Dan?" Danny shook his head violently.
"No, I swear to God."
Then, with a touch of pride, he added,
"Mr. Halloran said I had the best shine of anyone he ever met. We could talk back and forth to each other without hardly opening our mouths."
His parents looked at each other again, frankly stunned.
"Mr. Halloran got me alone because he was worried," Danny went on. "He said this was a bad place for people who shine. He said he'd seen things. I saw something, too, right after I talked to him, when Mr. Ullman was taking us around."
"What was it?" Jack asked.
"In the presidential suite, on the wall by the door going into the bedroom, a whole lot of blood and some other stuff. Gushy stuff. I think that the gushy stuff must have been brains."
"Oh, my God," Jack said. Wendy was now very pale, her lips nearly gray. "This place," Jack said. "Some pretty bad types owned it a while back. Organization people from Las Vegas."
"Crooks?"
Danny asked. "Yeah, crooks." He looked at Wendy. "In 1966, a big-time hood named Vito Gianelli got killed up there, along with his 2 bodyguards. There was a picture in the newspaper. Danny just described the picture."
"Mr. Halloran said he saw some other stuff," Danny told them. "Once about the playground, and once it was something bad in that room, 217. A maid saw it and lost her job because she talked about it. So Mr. Halloran went up and he saw it too. But he didn't talk about it because he didn't want to lose his job. Except he told me never to go in there, but I did, because I believed him when he said the things you saw here couldn't hurt you."
This last was nearly whispered in a low, husky voice, and Danny touched the puffed circle of bruises on his neck. "What about the playground?" Jack asked in a strange, casual voice.
"I don't know. The playground," he said, "and the hedge animals."
Jack jumped a little, and Wendy looked at him curiously.
"Have you seen anything down there, Jack?"
"No," he said. "Nothing." Danny was looking at him. "Nothing," he said again, more calmly. And that was true. He had been the victim of an hallucination, and that was all.
"Danny, we have to hear about the woman,"
Wendy said gently. So Danny told them, but his words came in cyclic bursts, sometimes almost verging on incomprehensible garble in his hurry to spit it out and be free of it. He pushed tighter and tighter against his mother's breasts as he talked.
"I went in," he said. "I stole the passkey and went in. It was like I couldn't help myself. I had to know. And the lady, was in the tub. She was dead, all swelled up. She was didn't have no clothes on."
He looked miserably at his mother.
"And she started to get up, and she wanted me. I know she did, because I could feel it. She wasn't even thinking, not the way you and Daddy think. It was black. It was hurt, think, like the wasps that night in my room, only wanting to hurt, like the wasps."
He swallowed, and there was silence for a moment, all quiet, while the image of the wasp sank into them.
"So I ran," Danny said. "I ran, but the door was closed. I left it open, but it was closed. I didn't think about just opening it again and running out. I was scared, so I leaned against the door and closed my eyes and thought of how Mr. Halloran said the things here were just like pictures in a book, and if I kept saying to myself, 'You're not there, go away, you're not there,' she would go away, but it didn't work."
His voice began to rise hysterically.
"She grabbed me, turned me around. I could see her eyes, how her eyes were, and she started to choke me. I could smell her. I could smell how dead she was." "Stop now, shh," Wendy said, alarmed. "Stop, Danny. It's all right.
She was getting ready to go into her croon again, the Wendy Torrance all-purpose croon, patent pending. "Let him finish," Jack said curtly.
"There isn't any more," Danny said. "I passed out, either because she was choking me or just because I was scared. When I came to, I was dreaming you and Mommy were fighting over me, and you wanted to do the bad thing again, Daddy. Then I knew it wasn't a dream at all, and I was awake, and I wet my pants. I wet my pants like a baby."
His head fell back against Wendy's sweater, and he began to cry with horrible weakness, his hands lying limp and spent in his lap. Jack got up. "Take care of him."
What are you going to do?
Her face was full of dread. I'm going up to that room. What did you think I was going to do? Have coffee?
No! Don't, Jack. Please don't!
Wendy, if there's someone else in the hotel, we have to know.
Don't you dare leave us alone!
She shrieked at him. Spittle flew from her lips with the force of her cry. Jack said, Wendy, that's a remarkable imitation of your mom. She burst into tears, then, unable to cover her face because Danny was on her lap. I'm sorry, Jack said, but I have to, you know. I'm the goddamn caretaker. It's what I'm paid for. She only cried harder, and he left her that way, going out of the kitchen, rubbing his mouth with his handkerchief as the door swung shut behind him.
Don't worry, Mommy,
Danny said.
He'll be all right. He doesn't shine. Nothing here can hurt him.
Through her tears, she said,
No, I don't believe that.
30. 217 Revisited. He took the elevator up, and it was strange, because none of them had used the elevator since they moved in. He threw the brass handle over, and it wheezed vibratoriously up the shaft, the brass grate rattling madly. Wendy had a true claustrophobe's horror of the elevator, he knew. She envisioned the three of them trapped in it between floors, while the winter storms raged outside. She could see them growing thinner and weaker, starving to death, or perhaps dining on each other the way those rugby players had. He remembered a bumper sticker he had seen in Boulder. Rugby players eat their own dead. He could think of others. You are what you eat. Or menu items. Welcome to the Overlook dining room, pride of the Rockies. Eat in splendor at the roof of the world. Human haunch broiled over matches, la spécialité de la maison. The contemptuous smile flicked over his features again. As the number 2 rose on the shaft wall, he threw the brass handle back to the home position, and the elevator car creaked to a stop. He took his Excedrin from his pocket, shook 3 of them into his hand, and opened the elevator door. Nothing in the Overlook frightened him. He felt that he and it were simpatico. He walked up the hall, flipping his Excedrin into his mouth and chewing them one by one. He rounded the corner into the short corridor off the main hall. The door to room 217 was ajar, and the pass key hung from the lock on its white paddle. He frowned, feeling a wave of irritation and even real anger. Whatever had come of it, the boy had been trespassing. He had been told, and told bluntly, that certain areas of the hotel were off-limits. The equipment shed, the basement, and all of the guest rooms. He would talk to Danny about that just as soon as the boy was over his fright. He would talk to him reasonably but sternly. There were plenty of fathers who would have done more than just talk. They would have administered a good shaking, and perhaps that was what Danny needed. If the boy had gotten a scare, wasn't that at least his just deserts? He walked down to the door, removed the pass key, dropped it into his pocket, and stepped inside. The overhead light was on. He glanced at the bed, saw it was not rumpled, and then walked directly across to the bathroom door. A curious certainty had grown in him. Although Watson had mentioned no names or room numbers, Jack felt sure that this was the room the lawyer's wife and her stud had shared, that this was the bathroom where she had been found dead, full of barbiturates and Colorado Lounge booze. He pushed the mirror-back bathroom door open and stepped through. The light in here was off. He turned it on and observed the long Pullman car room, furnished in the distinctive early 1900s remodeled in the 20s style, that seemed common to all Overlook bathrooms. Except for the ones on the 3rd floor. Those were properly Byzantine, as befitted the royalty, politicians, movie stars, and capos, who had stayed there over the years. The shower curtain of pallid pastel pink was drawn protectively around the long claw-footed tub. Nevertheless, they did move. And for the first time he felt his new sense of sureness, almost cockiness, that had come over him when Danny ran to him shouting, "It was her! It was her!" deserting him. A chilled finger pressed gently against the base of his spine, cooling him off 10 degrees. It was joined by others, and they suddenly rippled all the way up his back to his medulla oblongata, playing his spine like a jungle instrument. His anger at Danny evaporated, and as he stepped forward and pushed the shower curtain back, his mouth was dry, and he felt only sympathy for his son and terror for himself. The tub was dry and empty. Relief and irritation vented in a sudden "pah" sound that escaped his compressed lips like a very small explosive. The tub had been scrubbed clean at the end of the season. Except for the rust stain under the twin faucets, it sparkled. There was a faint but definable smell of cleanser, the kind that can irritate your nose with the smell of its own righteousness for weeks, even months after it has been used. He bent down and ran his fingertips along the bottom of the tub, dry as a bone. Not even a hint of moisture. The boy had been either hallucinating or outright lying. He felt angry again. That was when the bath mat on the floor caught his attention. He frowned down at it. What was a bath mat doing in here? It should be down in the linen cupboard at the end of the wing with the rest of the sheets and towels and pillow slips. All the linen was supposed to be there. Not even the beds were really made up in these guest rooms. The mattresses had been zipped into clear plastic and then covered with bedspreads. He supposed Danny might have gone down and gotten it. The pass key would open the linen cupboard. But why? He brushed the tips of his fingers back and forth across it. The bath mat was bone dry. He went back to the bathroom door and stood in it. Everything was all right. The boy had been dreaming. There was not a thing out of place. It was a little puzzling about the bath mat, granted, but the logical explanation was that some chambermaid hurrying like mad on the last day of the season had just forgotten to pick it up. Other than that, everything was... His nostrils flared a little. Disinfectant, that self-righteous smell, cleaner than thou, and... Soap? Surely not. But once the smell had been identified, it was too clear to dismiss. Soap. And not one of those postcard-sized bars of ivory they provide you with in hotels and motels, either. This scent was light and perfumed, a lady's soap. It had a pink sort of smell. Camay or Lowila, the brand that Wendy had always used in Stovington. It's nothing. It's your imagination. Yes, like the hedges. Nevertheless, they did move. They did not move. He crossed jerkily to the door, which gave on the hall, feeling the irregular thump of a headache beginning at his temples. Too much had happened today, too much by far. He wouldn't spank the boy or shake him, just talk to him. But by God, he wasn't going to add room 217 to his problems. Not on the basis of a dry bath mat and a faint smell of Lowila soap. There was a sudden rattling metallic sound behind him. It came just as his hand closed around the doorknob, and an observer might have thought the brushed steel of the knob carried an electric charge. He jerked convulsively, eyes widening, other facial features drawing in, grimacing. Then he had control of himself, a little anyway, and he let go of the doorknob and turned carefully around. His joints creaked. He began to walk back to the bathroom door, step by leaden step. The shower curtain, which he had pushed back to look into the tub, was now drawn. The metallic rattle, which had sounded to him like a stir of bones in a crypt, had been the curtain rings on the overhead bar. Jack stared at the curtain. His face felt as if it had been heavily waxed, all dead skin on the outside, live hot rivulets of fear on the inside. The way he had felt on the playground. There was something behind the pink plastic shower curtain. There was something in the tub. He could see it, ill-defined and obscure through the plastic, a nearly amorphous shape. It could have been anything. A trick of the light, the shadow of the shower attachment. A woman long dead and reclining in her bath, a bar of Lowila in one stiffening hand as she waited patiently for whatever lover might come. Jack told himself to step forward boldly and rake the shower curtain back, to expose whatever might be there. Instead, he turned with jerky marionette strides, his heart whamming frightfully in his chest, and went back into the bed sitting room. The door to the hall was shut. He stared at it for a long, immobile second. He could taste his terror now. It was in the back of his throat like a taste of gone-over cherries. He walked to the door with that same jerky stride and forced his fingers to curl around the knob. It won't open. But it did. He turned off the light with a fumbling gesture, stepped out into the hall, and pulled the door shut without looking back. From inside, he seemed to hear an odd, wet thumping sound, far off, dim, as if something had just scrambled belatedly out of the tub, as if to greet a caller, as if it had realized the caller was leaving before the social amenities had been completed. and so it was now rushing to the door, all purple and grinning, to invite the caller back inside, perhaps forever. Footsteps approaching the door, or only the heartbeat in his ears. He fumbled at the passkey. It seemed sludgy, unwilling to turn in the lock. He attacked the passkey. The tumbler suddenly fell, and he stepped back against the corridor's far wall, a little groan of relief escaping him. He closed his eyes, and all the old phrases began to parade through his mind. It seemed there must be hundreds of them. Cracking up, not playing with a full deck, lost your marbles, guy just went Looney Tunes. He went up and over the high side, went bananas, lost his football, crackers, nuts, half a sea bag. All meaning the same thing, losing your mind. No, he whimpered, hardly aware that he had been reduced to this, whimpering with his eyes shut like a child. Oh, no, God, please, God, no! But below the tumble of his chaotic thoughts, below the trip-hammer beat of his heart, he could hear the soft and futile sound of the doorknob being turned to and fro, as something locked in tried helplessly to get out, something that wanted to meet him, something that would like to be introduced to his family, as the storm shrieked around them and white daylight became black night. If he opened his eyes and saw that doorknob moving, he would go mad. So he kept them shut, and after an unknowable time there was stillness. Jack forced himself to open his eyes, half convinced that when he did she would be standing before him. But the hall was empty. He felt watched just the same. He looked at the peephole in the center of the door and wondered what would happen if he approached it, stared into it. What would he be eyeball to eyeball with? His feet were moving. Feet don't fail me now, before he realized it. He turned them away from the door and walked down to the main hall, his feet whispering on the blue-black jungle carpet. He stopped halfway to the stairs and looked at the fire extinguisher. He thought that the folds of canvas were arranged in a slightly different manner, and he was quite sure that the brass nozzle had been pointing toward the elevator when he came up the hall. Now it was pointing the other way. "I didn't see that at all," Jack Torrance said quite clearly. His face was white and haggard, and his mouth kept trying to grin. But he didn't take the elevator back down. It was too much like an open mouth. Too much by half. He took the stairs. 31. The verdict. He stepped into the kitchen and looked at them, bouncing the passkey a few inches up off his left hand, making the chain on the white metal tongue jingle, then catching it again. Danny was pallid and worn out. Wendy had been crying, he saw. Her eyes were red and darkly circled. He felt a sudden burst of gladness at this. He wasn't suffering alone, that was sure. They looked at him without speaking. "Nothing there," he said, astounded by the heartiness of his voice. "Not a thing." He bounced the passkey up and down, smiling reassuringly at them, watching the relief spread over their faces, and thought he had never in his life wanted a drink so badly as he did right now. 32. The bedroom. Late that afternoon, Jack got a cot from the first-floor storage room and put it in the corner of their bedroom. Wendy had expected that the boy would be half the night getting to sleep, but Danny was nodding before the Waltons was half over. And 15 minutes after they had tucked him in, he was far down in sleep, moveless, one hand tucked under his cheek. Wendy sat watching him, holding her place in a fat paperback copy of Cashel-Mara with one finger. Jack sat at his desk, looking at his play. "Oh, shit," Jack said. Wendy looked up from her contemplation of Danny. "What?" "Nothing." He looked down at the play with smoldering ill-temper. How could he have thought it was good? It was puerile. It had been done 1,000 times. Worse, he had no idea how to finish it. Once it had seemed simple enough. Danker, in a fit of rage, seizes the poker from beside the fireplace and beats saintly Gary to death. Then, standing spread-legged over the body, the bloody poker in one hand, he screams at the audience, "It's here somewhere, and I will find it!" Then, as the lights dim and the curtain is slowly drawn, the audience sees Gary's body face down on the forestage, as Danker strides to the upstage bookcase, and feverishly begins pulling books from the shelves, looking at them, throwing them aside. He had thought it was something old enough to be new, a play whose novelty alone might be enough to see it through a successful Broadway run, a tragedy in 5 acts. But in addition to his sudden diversion of interest to the Overlook's history, something else had happened. He had developed opposing feelings about his characters. This was something quite new. Ordinarily, he liked all of his characters, the good and the bad. He was glad he did. It allowed him to try to see all of their sides and understand their motivations more clearly. His favorite story, sold to a small southern Maine magazine called Contraband for copies, had been a piece called The Monkey Is Here, Paul DeLong. It had been about a child molester about to commit suicide in his furnished room. The child molester's name had been Paul DeLong, Monkey to his friends. Jack had liked Monkey very much. He sympathized with Monkey's bizarre needs, knowing that Monkey was not the only one to blame for the 3 rape murders in his past. There had been bad parents, the father a beater as his own father had been, the mother a limp and silent dish-rag as his mother had been, a homosexual experience in grammar school, public humiliation, worse experiences in high school and college. He had been arrested and sent to an institution after exposing himself to a pair of little girls getting off a school bus. Worst of all, he had been dismissed from the institution, let back out onto the streets, because the man in charge had decided he was all right. This man's name had been Grimmer. Grimmer had known that Monkey DeLong was exhibiting deviant symptoms, but he had written the good, hopeful report and had let him go anyway. Jack liked and sympathized with Grimmer, too. Grimmer had to run an understaffed and underfunded institution and try to keep the whole thing together with spit, baling wire, and nickel-and-dime appropriations from a state legislature who had to go back and face the voters. Grimmer knew that Monkey could interact with other people, that he did not soil his pants or try to stab his fellow inmates with the scissors. He did not think he was Napoleon. The staff psychiatrist in charge of Monkey's case thought there was a better-than-even chance that Monkey could make it on the street, and they both knew that the longer a man is in an institution, the more he comes to need that closed environment, like a junkie with his smack. And meanwhile, people were knocking down the doors. Paranoids, schizoids, cycloids, semi-catatonics, men who claimed to have gone to heaven in flying saucers, women who had burned their children's sex organs off with Bic lighters, alcoholics, pyromaniacs, kleptomaniacs, manic depressives, suicidals. Tough old world, baby. If you're not bolted together tightly, you're going to shake, rattle, and roll before you turn 30. Jack could sympathize with Grimmer's problem. He could sympathize with the parents of the murder victims, with the murdered children themselves, of course, and with Monkey DeLong. Let the reader lay blame. In those days, he hadn't wanted to judge. The cloak of the moralist sat badly on his shoulders. He had started the little school in the same optimistic vein. But lately he had begun to choose up sides, and worse still, he had come to loathe his hero, Gary Benson. Originally conceived as a bright boy more cursed with money than blessed with it. A boy who wanted more than anything to compile a good record so he could go to a good university, because he had earned admission and not because his father had pulled strings. He had become to Jack a kind of simpering goody two-shoes, a postulant before the altar of knowledge rather than a sincere acolyte, an outward paragon of Boy Scout virtues, inwardly cynical, filled not with real brilliance, as he had first been conceived, but only with sly animal cunning. All through the play he unfailingly addressed Denker as Sir, just as Jack had taught his own son to address those older and those in authority as Sir. He thought that Danny used the word quite sincerely, and Gary Benson, as originally conceived, had too. But as he had begun Act 5, it had come more and more strongly to him that Gary was using the word satirically, outwardly straight-faced, while the Gary Benson inside was mugging and leering at Denker. Denker, who had never had any of the things Gary had. Denker, who had had to work all his life just to become head of a single little school. Who was now faced with ruin over this handsome, innocent-seeming rich boy who had cheated on his final composition, and had then cunningly covered his tracks. Jack had seen Denker the teacher as not much different from the strutting South American Little Caesars in their banana kingdoms, standing dissidents up against the wall of the handiest squash or handball court, a super-zealot in a comparatively small puddle, a man whose every whim becomes a crusade. In the beginning, he had wanted to use his play as a microcosm to say something about the abuse of power. Now he tended more and more to see Denker as a Mr. Chips figure, and the tragedy was not the intellectual racking of Gary Benson, but rather the destruction of a kindly old teacher and headmaster, unable to see through the cynical wiles of this monster masquerading as a boy. He hadn't been able to finish the play. Now he sat looking down at it, scowling, wondering if there was any way he could salvage the situation. He didn't really think there was. He had begun with one play, and it had somehow turned into another, presto changeo. Well, what the hell? Either way, it had been done before. Either way, it was a load of shit. And why was he driving himself crazy about it tonight anyway? After the day just gone by, it was no wonder he couldn't think straight.
Get him down.
He looked up, trying to blink the cobwebs away. Huh?
I said, how are we going to get him down? We've got to get him out of here, Jack.
For a moment his wits were so scattered that he wasn't even sure what she was talking about. Then he realized and uttered a short, barking laugh. You say that as if it were so easy.
I didn't mean...
No problem, Wendy. I'll just change clothes in that telephone booth down in the lobby and fly him to Denver on my back. Superman Jack Torrance, they called me in my salad days. Her face registered slow hurt.
I understand the problem, Jack. The radio is broken. The snow. But you have to understand Danny's problem. My God, don't you? He was nearly catatonic, Jack. What if he hadn't come out of that?
But he did, Jack said, a trifle shortly. He had been frightened at Danny's blank-eyed, slack-faced state, too. Of course he had. At first. But the more he thought about it, the more he wondered if it hadn't been a piece of play-acting put on to escape his punishment. He had, after all, been trespassing.
All the same,
she said. She came to him and sat on the end of the bed by his desk. Her face was both surprised and worried.
Jack, the bruise is on his neck. Something got at him, and I want him away from it.
Don't shout, he said. My head aches, Wendy. I'm as worried about this as you are, so please don't shout.
All right, she said, lowering her voice. I won't shout. But I don't understand you, Jack. Someone is in here with us, and not a very nice someone either. We have to get down to Sidewinder, not just Danny, but all of us, quickly. And you're sitting there reading your play.
We have to get down. We have to get down. You keep saying that. You must think I really am Superman.
I think you're my husband, she said softly, and looked down at her hands.
His temper flared. He slammed the play script down, knocking the edges of the pile out of True again and crumpling the sheets on the bottom. It's time you got some of the home truths into you, Wendy. You don't seem to have internalized them, as the sociologists say. They're knocking around up in your head like a bunch of loose cue balls. You need to shoot them into the pockets. You need to understand that we are snowed in. Danny had suddenly become active in his bed. Still sleeping, he had begun to twist and turn, the way he always did when we fought, Wendy thought dismally. And we're doing it again.
Don't wake him up, Jack, please.
He glanced over at Danny, and some of the flush went out of his cheeks. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I sounded mad, Wendy. It's not really for you. But I broke the radio. If it's anybody's fault, it's mine. That was our big link to the outside. Ollie Ollie in for free. Please come get us, Mr. Ranger. We can't stay out this late.
Don't,
she said, and put a hand on his shoulder. He leaned his head against it. She brushed his hair with her other hand.
I guess you've got a right after what I accused you of. Sometimes I am like my mother. I can be a bitch. But you have to understand that some things are hard to get over. You have to understand that.
Do you mean his arm? His lips had thinned.
Yes,
Wendy said, and then she rushed on.
But it's not just you. I worry when he goes out to play. I worry about him wanting a two-wheeler next year, even one with training wheels. I worry about his teeth and his eyesight and about this thing, what he calls his shine. I worry. Because he's little and he seems very fragile, and because something in this hotel seems to want him. And it will go through us to get him if it has to. That's why we must get him out, Jack. I know that. I feel that. We must get him out.
Her hand had tightened painfully on his shoulder in her agitation, but he didn't move away. One hand found the firm weight of her left breast, and he began to stroke it through her shirt. "Wendy," he said, and stopped. She waited for him to rearrange whatever he had to say. His strong hand on her breast felt good, soothing. I could maybe snowshoe him down. He could walk part of the way himself, but I would mostly have to carry him. It would mean camping out 1, 2, maybe 3 nights. That would mean building a travois to carry supplies and bedrolls on. We have the AM/FM radio, so we could pick a day when the weather forecast called for a 3-day spell of good weather. But if the forecast was wrong, he finished, his voice soft and measured, I think we might die. Her face had paled. It looked shiny, almost ghostly. He continued to stroke her breast, rubbing the ball of his thumb gently over the nipple. She made a soft sound. From his words or in reaction to his gentle pressure on her breast, he couldn't tell. He raised his hand slightly and undid the top button of her shirt. Wendy shifted her legs slightly. All at once her jeans seemed too tight, slightly irritating in a pleasant sort of way. It would mean leaving you alone because you can't snowshoe worth beans. It would be maybe 3 days of not knowing. Would you want that? His hand dropped to the second button, slipped it, and the beginning of her cleavage was exposed. "No," she said, in a voice that was slightly thick. She glanced over at Danny. He had stopped twisting and turning. His thumb had crept back into his mouth. So that was all right. But Jack was leaving something out of the picture. It was too bleak. There was something else. What? "If we stay put," Jack said, unbuttoning the third and fourth buttons with that same deliberate slowness. "A ranger from the park or a game warden is going to poke in here just to find out how we're doing. At that point, we simply tell him we want down. He'll see to it." He slipped her naked breasts into the wide V of the open shirt, bent and molded his lips around the stem of a nipple. It was hard and erect. He slipped his tongue slowly back and forth across it in a way he knew she liked. Wendy moaned a little and arched her back. "Something I've forgotten?" "Honey?" she asked. On their own, her hand sought the back of his head, so that when he answered, his voice was muffled against her flesh. "How would the ranger take us out?" He raised his head slightly to answer, and then settled his mouth against the other nipple. "If the helicopter was spoken for, I guess it would have to be by snowmobile." "But we have one of those. Ullman said so." His mouth froze against her breast for a moment, and then he sat up. Her own face was slightly flushed, her eyes overbright. Jack's, on the other hand, was calm, as if he had been reading a rather dull book instead of engaging in foreplay with his wife. "If there's a snowmobile, there's no problem," she said excitedly. "We can all 3 go down together." "Wendy, I've never driven a snowmobile in my life." "It can't be that hard to learn. Back in Vermont, you see 10-year-olds driving them in the fields. Although what their parents can be thinking of, I don't know. And you had a motorcycle when we met." He had a Honda 350cc. He had traded it in on a Saab shortly after he and Wendy took up residence together. "I suppose I could," he said slowly. "But I wonder how well it's been maintained. Ullman and Watson, they run this place from May to October. They have summertime mines. I know it won't have gas in it. There may not be plugs or a battery either. I don't want you to get your hopes up over your head, Wendy." She was totally excited now, leaning over him, her breasts tumbling out of her shirt. He had a sudden impulse to seize one and twist it until she shrieked. Maybe that would teach her to shut up. "The gas is no problem," she said. "The VW and the hotel truck are both full. There's gas for the emergency generator downstairs, too. And there must be a gas can out in that shed, so you could carry extra." "Yes," he said, "there is. Actually, there were 3 of them, 2 5-gallons and a 2-gallon. "I'll bet the spark plugs and the battery are out there, too. Nobody would store their snowmobile in one place and the plugs and battery someplace else, would they?" "Doesn't seem likely, does it?" He got up and walked over to where Danny lay sleeping. A spill of hair had fallen across his forehead, and Jack brushed it away gently. Danny didn't stir. "And if you can get it running, you'll take us out?" she asked from behind him. "On the first day the radio says good weather?" For a moment he didn't answer. He stood looking down at his son, and his mixed feelings dissolved in a wave of love. He was the way she had said, vulnerable, fragile. The marks on his neck were very prominent. "Yes," he said. "I'll get it running, and we'll get out as quick as we can."
"Thank God."
He turned around. She had taken off her shirt and lay on the bed, her belly flat, her breasts aimed perkily at the ceiling. She was playing with them lazily, flicking at the nipples.
"Hurry up, gentlemen,"
she said softly.
"Time."
After, with no light burning in the room but the night light that Danny had brought with him from his room, she lay in the crook of his arm, feeling deliciously at peace. She found it hard to believe they could be sharing the Overlook with a murderous stowaway.
"Jack?"
"Hmm?"
"What got at him?"
He didn't answer her directly. "He does have something. Some talent the rest of us are missing. The most of us, beg pardon. And maybe the Overlook has something, too."
"Ghosts?"
"I don't know. Not in the Algernon Blackwood sense, that's for sure. More like the residues of the feelings of the people who have stayed here. Good things and bad things. In that sense, I suppose that every big hotel has got its ghosts, especially the old ones."
"But a dead woman in the tub. Jack, he's not losing his mind, is he?"
He gave her a brief squeeze. "We know he goes into, well, trances, for want of a better word, from time to time. We know that when he's in them, he sometimes sees things he doesn't understand. If precognitive trances are possible, they're probably functions of the subconscious mind. Freud said that the subconscious never speaks to us in literal language, only in symbols. If you dream about being in a bakery where no one speaks English, you may be worried about your ability to support your family. Or maybe just that no one understands you. I've read that the falling dream is a standard outlet for feelings of insecurity. Games, little games. Conscious on one side of the net, subconscious on the other, serving some cockamamie image back and forth. Same with mental illness, with hunches, all of that. Why should precognition be any different? Maybe Danny really did see blood all over the walls of the presidential suite. To a kid his age, the image of blood and the concept of death are nearly interchangeable. To kids, the image is always more accessible than the concept, anyway. William Carlos Williams knew that. He was a pediatrician. When we grow up, concepts gradually get easier, and we leave the images to the poets. And I'm just rambling on.
"I like to hear you ramble."
She said it, folks. She said it. You all heard it.
"The marks on his neck, Jack. Those are real."
"Yes." There was nothing else for a long time. She had begun to think he must have gone to sleep, and she was slipping into a drowse herself when he said, "I can think of 2 explanations for those, and neither of them involves a fourth party in the hotel."
"What?"
She came up on one elbow. "Stigmata, maybe," he said.
"Stigmata? Isn't that when people bleed on Good Friday or something?"
"Yes. Sometimes people who believe deeply in Christ's divinity exhibit bleeding marks on their hands and feet during the Holy Week. It was more common in the Middle Ages than now. In those days, such people were considered blessed by God. I don't think the Catholic Church proclaimed any of it as out-and-out miracles, which was pretty smart of them. Stigmata isn't much different from some of the things the yogis can do. It's better understood now, that's all. The people who understand the interaction between the mind and the body, study it, I mean, no one understands it, believe we have a lot more control over our involuntary functions than they used to think. You can slow your heartbeat if you think about it enough. Speed up your own metabolism, make yourself sweat more, or make yourself bleed."
"You think Danny thought those bruises onto his neck? Jack, I just can't believe that."
"I can believe it's possible, although it seems unlikely to me, too. What's more likely is that he did it to himself."
"To himself?"
"He's gone into these trances and hurt himself in the past. Do you remember the time at the supper table? About 2 years ago, I think. We were super pissed at each other. Nobody talking very much. Then all at once his eyes rolled up in his head and he went face first into his dinner, then onto the floor. Remember?"
"Yes," she said. "I sure do. I thought he was having a convulsion."
"Another time we were in the park," he said. "Just Danny and I. Saturday afternoon. He was sitting on a swing, coasting back and forth. He collapsed onto the ground. It was like he'd been shot. I ran over and picked him up, and all of a sudden he just came around. He sort of blinked at me and said, "I hurt my tummy. Tell Mommy to close the bedroom windows if it rains." And that night it rained like hell. Yes, and he's always coming in with cuts and scraped elbows. His shins look like a battlefield in distress. And when you ask him how he got this one or that one, he just says, "Oh, I was playing," and that's the end of it.
Jack, all kids get bumped and bruised up. With little boys, it's almost constant from the time they learn to walk until they're 12 or 13.
"And I'm sure Danny gets his share," Jack responded. "He's an active kid. But I remember that day in the park and that night at the supper table. And I wonder if some of our kids' bumps and bruises come from just keeling over. That Dr. Edmund said Danny did it right in his office, for Christ's sake."
"All right. But those bruises were fingers. I'd swear to it. He didn't get them falling down."
"He goes into a trance," Jack said. "Maybe he sees something that happened in that room, an argument, maybe a suicide, violent emotions. It isn't like watching a movie. He's in a highly suggestible state. He's right in the damn thing. His subconscious is maybe visualizing whatever happened in a symbolic way. As a dead woman who's alive again, zombie, undead, ghoul, you pick your term."
"You're giving me goosebumps,"
she said thickly. "I'm giving myself a few. I'm no psychiatrist, but it seems to fit so well. The walking dead woman as a symbol for dead emotions, dead lives, that just won't give up and go away. But because she's a subconscious figure, she's also him. In the trance state, the conscious Danny is submerged. The subconscious figure is pulling the strings. So Danny put his hands around his own neck and—"
"Stop," she said. "I get the picture. I think that's more frightening than having a stranger creeping around the halls, Jack. You can move away from a stranger. You can't move away from yourself. You're talking about schizophrenia."
"Of a very limited type," he said, but a trifle uneasily. "And of a very special nature. Because he does seem able to read thoughts. And he really does seem to have precognitive flashes from time to time. I can't think of that as mental illness, no matter how hard I try. We all have schizo deposits in us anyway. I think as Danny gets older, he'll get this under control."
"If you're right, then it's imperative that we get him out. Whatever he has, this hotel is making it worse."
"I wouldn't say that," he objected. "If he'd done as he was told, he never would have gone up to that room in the first place. It never would have happened."
"My God, Jack, are you implying that being half-strangled was a fitting punishment for being off-limits?"
No, of course not, but—"
"No buts,"
she said, shaking her head violently.
"The truth is we're guessing. We don't have any idea when he might turn a corner and run into one of those air pockets, one-reel horror movies, whatever they are. We have to get him away."
She laughed a little in the darkness.
"Next thing, we'll be seeing things."
"Don't talk nonsense," he said. And in the darkness of the room he saw the hedge lions bunching around the path, no longer flanking it but guarding it, hungry November lions. Cold sweat sprang out on his brow.
"You didn't really see anything, did you?"
she was asking.
"I mean, when you went up to that room? You didn't see anything?"
The lions were gone. Now he saw a pink pastel shower curtain with a dark shape lounging behind it, the closed door, that muffled, hurried thump, and sounds after it that might have been running footsteps, the horrible lurching beat of his own heart as he struggled with the pass-key. Nothing, he said, and that was true. He had been strung up, not sure of what was happening. He hadn't had a chance to sift through his thoughts for a reasonable explanation concerning the bruises on his son's neck. He had been pretty damn suggestible himself. Hallucinations could sometimes be catching.
"And you haven't changed your mind? About the snowmobile, I mean?"
His hands clamped into sudden tight fists. "Stop nagging me," by his sides. "I said I would, didn't I? I will. Now go to sleep. It's been a long, hard day."
"And how?"
she said. There was a rustle of bedclothes as she turned toward him and kissed his shoulder.
"I love you, Jack."
"I love you too," he said. But he was only mouthing the words. His hands were still clenched into fists. They felt like rocks on the ends of his arms. The pulse beat prominently in his forehead. She hadn't said a word about what was going to happen to them after they got down, when the party was over. Not one word. It had been Danny this and Danny that, and Jack, I'm so scared. Oh, yes, she was scared of a lot of closet boogeymen and jumping shadows, plenty scared. But there was no lack of real ones either. When they got down to Sidewinder, they would arrive with $60 and the clothes they stood up in. Not even a car. Even if Sidewinder had a pawn shop, which it didn't, they had nothing to hawk but Wendy's $90 diamond engagement ring and the Sony AM/FM radio. A pawnbroker might give them $20. A kind pawnbroker. There would be no job, not even part-time or seasonal, except maybe shoveling out driveways for $3 a shot. The picture of John Torrance, 30 years old, who had once published in Esquire, and who had harbored dreams, not at all unreasonable dreams, he felt, of becoming a major American writer during the next decade, with the shovel from the Sidewinder Western Auto on his shoulder, ringing doorbells. That picture suddenly came to him much more clearly than the hedge lions, and he clenched his fists tighter still, feeling the fingernails sink into his palms and draw blood in mystic quarter-moon shapes. John Torrance, standing in line to change his $60 into food stamps, standing in line again at the Sidewinder Methodist Church to get donated commodities and dirty looks from the locals. John Torrance explaining to Al that they'd just had to leave, had to shut down the boiler, had to leave the Overlook and all it contained, open to vandals or thieves on snow machines. Because you see, Al, attendez-vous, Al, there are ghosts up there, and they have it in for my boy. Goodbye, Al. Thoughts of Chapter 4. Spring comes for John Torrance. What then? Whatever then? They might be able to get to the West Coast in a VW, he supposed. A new fuel pump would do it. 50 miles west of here, and it was all downhill. You could damn near put the bug in neutral and coast to Utah. On to sunny California, land of oranges and opportunity. A man with his sterling record of alcoholism, student beating, and ghost chasing would undoubtedly be able to write his own ticket. Anything you like. Custodial engineer, swamping out Greyhound buses. The automotive business. Washing cars in a rubber suit. The culinary arts, perhaps. Washing dishes in a diner. Or possibly a more responsible position such as pumping gas. A job like that even held the intellectual stimulation of making change and writing out credit slips. I can give you 25 hours a week at the minimum wage. That was heavy tunes in a year when Wonder Bread went for 60 cents a loaf. Blood had begun to trickle down from his palms. Like stigmata, oh yes. He squeezed tighter, savaging himself with pain. His wife was asleep beside him. Why not? There were no problems. He had agreed to take her and Danny away from the big bad boogeyman, and there were no problems. So you see, Al, I thought the best thing to do would be to kill her. The thought rose up from nowhere, naked and unadorned. The urge to tumble her out of bed, naked, bewildered, just beginning to wake up. To pounce on her, seize her neck like the green limb of a young aspen and to throttle her, thumbs on windpipe, fingers pressing against the top of her spine, jerking her head up and ramming it back down against the floorboards, again and again, whamming, whacking, smashing, crashing. Jitter and jive, baby. Shake, rattle, and roll. He would make her take her medicine, every drop, every last bitter drop. He was dimly aware of a muffled noise somewhere, just outside his hot and racing inner world. He looked across the room, and Danny was thrashing again, twisting in his bed and rumpling the blankets. The boy was moaning deep in his throat, a small caged sound. What nightmare? A purple woman, long dead, shambling after him down twisting hotel corridors? Somehow he didn't think so. Something else chased Danny in his dreams. Something worse. The bitter lock of his emotions was broken. He got out of bed and went across to the boy, feeling sick and ashamed of himself. It was Danny he had to think of, not Wendy, not himself. Only Danny. And no matter what shape he wrestled the facts into, he knew in his heart that Danny must be taken out. He straightened the boy's blankets and added the quilt from the foot of the bed. Danny had quieted again now. Jack touched the sleeping forehead. What monsters capering just behind that ridge of bone, and found it warm, but not overly so. And he was sleeping peacefully again.
queer.
He got back into bed and tried to sleep. It eluded him. It was so unfair that things should turn out this way. Bad luck seemed to stalk them. They hadn't been able to shake it by coming up here after all. By the time they arrived in Sidewinder tomorrow afternoon, the golden opportunity would have evaporated, gone the way of the blue suede shoe, as an old roommate of his had been wont to say. Consider the difference if they didn't go down, if they could somehow stick it out. The play would get finished. One way or the other, he would tack an ending onto it. His own uncertainty about his characters might add an appealing touch of ambiguity to his original ending. Perhaps it would even make him some money. It wasn't impossible. Even lacking that, Al might well convince the Stovington board to rehire him. He would be on pro, of course, maybe for as long as 3 years. But if he could stay sober and keep writing, he might not have to stay at Stovington for 3 years. Of course, he hadn't cared much for Stovington before. He had felt stifled, buried alive. But that had been an immature reaction. Furthermore, how much could a man enjoy teaching when he went through his first 3 classes with a skull-busting hangover every second or third day? It wouldn't be that way again. He would be able to handle his responsibilities much better. He was sure of it. Somewhere in the midst of that thought, things began to break up, and he drifted down into sleep. His last thought followed him down like a sounding bell. It seemed that he might be able to find peace here, at last, if they would only let him. When he woke up, he was standing in the bathroom of 217. Been walking in my sleep again. Why? No radios to break up here. The bathroom light was on, the room behind him in darkness. The shower curtain was drawn around the long claw-footed tub. The bath mat beside it was wrinkled and wet. He began to feel afraid, but the very dreamlike quality of his fear told him this was not real. Yet that could not contain the fear. So many things at the Overlook seemed like dreams. He moved across the floor to the tub, not wanting to, but helpless to turn his feet back. He flung the curtain open. Lying in the tub, naked, lolling almost weightless in the water, was George Hatfield, a knife stuck in his chest. The water around him was stained a bright pink. George's eyes were closed. His penis floated limply like kelp. "George," he heard himself say. At the word, George's eyes snapped open. They were silver, not human eyes at all. George's hands, fish-white, found the sides of the tub, and he pulled himself up to a sitting position. The knife stuck straight out from his chest, equidistantly placed between nipples. The wound was lipless. "You set the timer ahead," silver-eyed George told him. "No, George, I didn't. I don't stutter." George was standing now, still fixing him with that inhuman silver glare, but his mouth had drawn back in a dead and grimacing smile. He threw one leg over the porcelained side of the tub. One white and wrinkled foot placed itself on the bath mat. "First you tried to run me over on my bike, and then you set the timer ahead, and then you tried to stab me to death, but I still don't stutter." George was coming for him, his hands out, the fingers slightly curled. He smelled moldy and wet, like leaves that had been rained on. "It was for your own good," Jack said, backing up. "I set it ahead for your own good. Furthermore, I happen to know you cheated on your final composition. I don't cheat, and I don't stutter." George's hands touched his neck. Jack turned and ran with the floating, weightless slowness that is so common to dreams. You did cheat!" he screamed in fear and anger as he crossed the darkened bed sitting room. "I'll prove it." George's hands were on his neck again. Jack's heart swelled with fear until he was sure it would burst. And then at last his hand curled around the doorknob, and it turned under his hand, and he yanked the door open. He plunged out, not into the second-floor hallway, but into the basement room beyond the arch. The cobwebby light was on. His camp chair, stark and geometrical, stood beneath it. And all around it was a miniature mountain range of boxes and crates and banded bundles of records and invoices and God knew what. Relief surged through him. "I'll find it!" he heard himself screaming. He seized a damp and moldering cardboard box. It split apart in his hands, spilling out a waterfall of yellow flimsies. "It's here somewhere. I will find it." He plunged his hands deep into the pile of papers and came up with a dry, papery wasp's nest in one hand and a timer in the other. The timer was ticking. Attached to its back was a length of electrical cord, and attached to the other end of the cord was a bundle of dynamite. "Here!" he screamed. "Here, take it!" His relief became absolute triumph. He had done more than escape George. He had conquered. With these talismanic objects in his hands, George would never touch him again. George would flee in terror. He began to turn so he could confront George, and that was when George's hands settled around his neck, squeezing, stopping his breath, damming up his respiration entirely after one final dragging gasp. "I don't stutter," whispered George from behind him. He dropped the wasp's nest, and wasps boiled out of it in a furious brown and yellow wave. His lungs were on fire. His wavering sight fell on the timer, and the sense of triumph returned, along with a cresting wave of righteous wrath. Instead of connecting the timer to dynamite, the cord ran to the gold knob of a stout black cane, like the one his father had carried after the accident with the milk truck. He grasped it, and the cord parted. The cane felt heavy and right in his hands. He swung it back over his shoulder. On the way up, it glanced against the wire from which the light bulb depended, and the light began to swing back and forth, making the room's hooded shadows rock monstrously against the floor and walls. On the way down, the cane struck something much harder. George screamed. The grip on Jack's throat loosened. He tore free of George's grip and whirled. George was on his knees, his head drooping, his hands laced together on top of it. Blood welled through his fingers. "Please," George whispered humbly. "Give me a break, Mr. Torrance." "Now you'll take your medicine," Jack grunted. "Now, by God, won't you? Young pup. Young worthless cur. Now, by God, right now. Every drop. Every single damn drop." As the light swayed above him and the shadows danced and flapped, he began to swing the cane, bringing it down again and again, his arm rising and falling like a machine. George's bloody protecting fingers fell away from his head, and Jack brought the cane down again and again, and on his neck and shoulders and back and arms. Except that the cane was no longer precisely a cane. It seemed to be a mallet with some kind of brightly striped handle. A mallet with a hard side and soft side. The business end was clotted with blood and hair, and the flat whacking sound of the mallet against flesh had been replaced with a hollow booming sound, echoing and reverberating. His own voice had taken on this same quality, bellowing, disembodied. And yet, paradoxically, it sounded weaker, slurred, petulant, as if he were drunk. The figure on its knees slowly raised its head, as if in supplication. There was not a face precisely, but only a mask of blood through which eyes peered. He brought the mallet back for a final whistling downstroke, and it was fully launched before he saw that the supplicating face below him was not George's, but Danny's. It was the face of his son. "Daddy!" And then the mallet crashed home, striking Danny right between the eyes, closing them forever. And something somewhere seemed to be laughing. "No!" He came out of it standing naked over Danny's bed, his hands empty, his body sheened with sweat. His final scream had only been in his mind. He voiced it again, this time in a whisper. "No, no, Danny. Never." He went back to bed on legs that had turned to rubber. Wendy was sleeping deeply. The clock on the nightstand said it was 5:15. He lay sleepless until 7, when Danny began to stir awake. Then he put his legs over the edge of the bed and began to dress. It was time to go downstairs and check the boiler. 33. The Snowmobile. Sometime after midnight, while they all slept uneasily, the snow had stopped after dumping a fresh 8 inches on the old crust. The clouds had broken. A fresh wind had swept them away, and now Jack stood in a dusty ingot of sunlight, which slanted through the dirty window set into the eastern side of the equipment shed. The place was about as long as a freight car, and about as high. It smelled of grease and oil and gasoline and faint, nostalgic smell, sweet grass. 4 power lawnmowers were ranked like soldiers on review against the south wall, 2 of them the riding type that looked like small tractors. To their left were post-hole diggers, round-bladed shovels made for doing surgery on the putting green, a chainsaw, the electric hedge clippers, and a long, thin steel pole with a red flag at the top. "Caddy, fetch my ball in under 10 seconds and there's a quarter in it for you." "Yes, sir." Against the eastern wall, where the morning sun slanted in most strongly, 3 ping-pong tables leaned one against the other, like a drunken house of cards. Their nets had been removed and flopped down from the shelf above. In the corner was a stack of shuffleboard weights and a roque set. The wickets banded together with twists of wire, the brightly painted balls in an egg carton sort of thing. "Strange hens you have up here, Watson." "Yes, and you should see the animals down on the front lawn, ha-ha." And the mallets, 2 sets of them, standing in their racks. He walked over to them, stepping over an old 8-cell battery, which had once sat beneath the hood of the hotel truck, no doubt, and a battery charger and a pair of J.C. Penney jumper cables coiled between them. He slipped one of the short-handled mallets out of the front rack and held it up in front of his face, like a knight bound for battle saluting his king. Fragments of his dream, it was all jumbled now, fading, Rick heard. Something about George Hatfield and his father's cane, just enough to make him uneasy, and, absurdly enough, a trifle guilty about holding a plain old garden-variety roque mallet. Not that roque was such a common garden-variety game anymore. Its more modern cousin, croquet, was much more popular now. And a child's version of the game at that. Roque, however, that must have been quite a game. Jack had found a mildewed rule book down in the basement, from one of the years in the early 20s when a North American roque tournament had been held at the Overlook. Quite a game. Schizo. He frowned a little, then smiled. Yes, it was a schizo sort of game at that. The mallet expressed that perfectly. A soft end and a hard end. A game of finesse and aim, and a game of raw, bludgeoning power. He swung the mallet through the air. Whoop! He smiled a little at the powerful whistling sound it made. Then he replaced it in the rack and turned to his left. What he saw there made him frown again. The snowmobile sat almost in the middle of the equipment shed, a fairly new one, and Jack didn't care for its looks at all. Bombardier Skidoo was written on the side of the engine cowling facing him in black letters, which had been raked backward, presumably to connote speed. The protruding skis were also black. There was black piping to the right and left of the cowling, what they would call racing stripes on a sports car. But the actual paint job was a bright, sneering yellow, and that was what he didn't like about it. Sitting there in its shaft of morning sun, yellow body and black piping, black skis and black upholstered open cockpit, it looked like a monstrous mechanized wasp. When it was running, it would sound like that, too, whining and buzzing and ready to sting. But then what else should it look like? It wasn't flying under false colors, at least. Because after it had done its job, they were going to be hurting plenty. All of them. By spring, the Torrance family would be hurting so badly that what those wasps had done to Danny's hand would look like a mother's kisses. He pulled his handkerchief from his back pocket, wiped his mouth with it, and walked over to the skidoo. He stood looking down at it, the frown very deep now, and stuffed his handkerchief back into his pocket. Outside, a sudden gust of wind slammed against the equipment shed, making it rock and creak. He looked out the window and saw the gust carrying a sheet of sparkling snow crystals toward the drifted-in rear of the hotel, whirling them high into the hard blue sky. The wind dropped, and he went back to looking at the machine. It was a disgusting thing, really. You almost expected to see a long, limber stinger protruding from the rear of it. He had always disliked the goddamn snowmobiles. They shivered the cathedral silence of winter into a million rattling fragments. They startled the wildlife. They sent out huge and pollutive clouds of blue and billowing oil smoke behind them. Cough, cough, gag, gag, let me breathe. They were perhaps the final grotesque toy of the unwinding fossil fuel age, given to 10-year-olds for Christmas. He remembered a newspaper article he had read in Stovington, a story datelined someplace in Maine. A kid on a snowmobile barrel-assing up a road he'd never traveled before at better than 30 miles an hour. Night. His headlight off. There had been a heavy chain strung between 2 posts with a no trespassing sign hung from the middle. They said that in all probability the kid never saw it. The moon might have gone behind a cloud. The chain had decapitated him. Reading the story, Jack had been almost glad, and now, looking down at this machine, the feeling recurred. If it wasn't for Danny, I would take great pleasure in grabbing one of those mallets, opening the cowling, and just pounding until— He let his pent-up breath escape him in a long, slow sigh. Wendy was right. Come hell, high water, or the welfare line, Wendy was right. Pounding this machine to death would be the height of folly, no matter how pleasant an aspect that folly made. It would almost be tantamount to pounding his own son to death. "Fucking Luddite," he said aloud. He went to the back of the machine and unscrewed the gas cap. He found a dipstick on one of the shelves that ran at chest height around the walls and slipped it in. The last eighth of an inch came out wet. Not very much, but enough to see if the damn thing would run. Later he could siphon more from the Volks and the hotel truck. He screwed the cap back on and opened the cowling. No spark plugs, no battery. He went to the shelf again and began to poke along it, pushing aside screwdrivers and adjustable wrenches, a one-lung carburetor that had been taken out of an old lawnmower, plastic boxes of screws and nails and bolts of varying sizes. The shelf was thick and dark with old grease, and the year's accumulation of dust had stuck to it like fur. He didn't like touching it. He found a small oil-stained box with the abbreviation SKID, laconically marked on it in pencil. He shook it, and something rattled inside. Plugs. He held one of them up to the light, trying to estimate the gap without hunting around for the gapping tool. Fuck it, he thought resentfully, and dropped the plug back into the box. If the gap's wrong, that's just too damn bad. Tough fucking titty. There was a stool behind the door. He dragged it over, sat down, and installed the 4 spark plugs, then fitted the small rubber caps over each. That done, he let his fingers play briefly over the magneto. They laughed when I sat down at the piano. Back to the shelves. This time he couldn't find what he wanted, a small battery, a 3 or 4 cell. There were socket wrenches, a case filled with drills and drill bits, bags of lawn fertilizer and Vigoro for the flower beds, but no snowmobile battery. It didn't bother him in the slightest. In fact, it made him feel glad. He was relieved. "I did my best, Captain, but I could not get through. That's fine, son. I'm going to put you in for the Silver Star and the Purple Snowmobile. You're a credit to your regiment. Thank you, sir. I did try." He began to whistle Red River Valley up-tempo as he poked along the last 2 or 3 feet of shelf. The notes came out in little puffs of white smoke. He had made a complete circuit of the shed, and the thing wasn't there. Maybe somebody had lifted it. Maybe Watson had. He laughed aloud. The old office bootleg trick. A few paper clips, a couple of reams of paper. Nobody will miss this tablecloth or this golden regal place setting. And what about this fine snowmobile battery? Yes, that might come in handy. Toss it in the sack. White-collar crime, baby. Everybody has sticky fingers. Under the jacket discount, we used to call it when we were kids. He walked back to the snowmobile and gave the side of it a good healthy kick as he went by. Well, that was the end of it. He would just have to tell Wendy, "Sorry, baby, but—" There was a box sitting in the corner by the door. The stool had been right over it. Written on the top, in pencil, was the abbreviation SKID. He looked at it, the smile drying up on his lips. "Look, sir, it's the cavalry. Looks like your smoke signals must have worked after all." It wasn't fair. God damn it, it just wasn't fair. Something, luck, fate, providence, had been trying to save him. Some other luck, white luck. And at the last moment, bad old Jack Torrance luck had stepped back in. The lousy run of cards wasn't over yet. Resentment, a gray, sullen wave of it, pushed up his throat. His hands had clenched into fists again. Not fair, goddammit, not fair! Why couldn't he have looked someplace else? Any place? Why hadn't he had a crick in his neck, or an itch in his nose, or the need to blink? Just one of those little things. He never would have seen it. Well, he hadn't. That was all. It was an hallucination, no different from what had happened yesterday outside that room on the 2nd floor, or the goddamn hedge menagerie. A momentary strain, that was all. Fancy, I thought I saw a snowmobile battery in that corner. Nothing there now. Combat fatigue, I guess, sir. Sorry. Keep your pecker up, son. It happens to all of us sooner or later. He yanked the door open almost hard enough to snap the hinges, and pulled his snowshoes inside. They were clotted with snow, and he slapped them down hard enough on the floor to raise a cloud of it. He put his left foot on the left shoe, and paused. Danny was out there by the milk platform, trying to make a snowman by the looks. Not much luck. The snow was too cold to stick together. Still, he was giving it the old college try, out there in the flashing morning, a speck of a bundled-up boy above the brilliant snow and below the brilliant sky, wearing his hat turned around backward like Carlton Fisk. What in the name of God were you thinking of? The answer came back with no pause. Me. I was thinking of me. He suddenly remembered lying in bed the night before, lying there, and suddenly he had been contemplating the murder of his wife. In that instant, kneeling there, everything came clear to him. It was not just Danny the Overlook was working on. It was working on him, too. It wasn't Danny who was the weak link, it was him. He was the vulnerable one, the one who could be bent and twisted until something snapped. Until I let go and sleep. And when I do that, if I do that... He looked up at the banks of windows, and the sun threw back an almost blinding glare from their many paned surfaces, but he looked anyway. For the first time he noticed how much they seemed like eyes. They reflected away the sun and held their own darkness within. It was not Danny they were looking at. It was him. In those few seconds he understood everything. There was a certain black and white picture he remembered seeing as a child in catechism class. The nun had presented it to them on an easel and called it a miracle of God. The class had looked at it blankly, seeing nothing but a jumble of whites and blacks, senseless and patternless. Then one of the children in the third row had gasped, "It's Jesus!" And that child had gone home with a brand-new Testament and also a calendar because he had been first. The others stared even harder, Jackie Torrance among them. One by one, the other kids had given a similar gasp, one little girl transported in near ecstasy, crying out shrilly, "I see him! I see him!" She had also been rewarded with a Testament. At last everyone had seen the face of Jesus in the jumble of blacks and whites except Jackie. He strained harder and harder, scared now, part of him cynically thinking that everyone else was simply putting on to please Sister Beatrice, part of him secretly convinced that he wasn't seeing it because God had decided he was the worst sinner in the class. "Don't you see it, Jackie?" Sister Beatrice had asked him in her sad, sweet manner. "I see your tits," he had thought in vicious desperation. He began to shake his head, then faked excitement and said, "Yes, I do! Wow! It is Jesus!" And everyone in class had laughed and applauded him, making him feel triumphant, ashamed, and scared. Later, when everyone else had tumbled their way up from the church basement and out onto the street, he had lingered behind, looking at the meaningless black and white jumble that Sister Beatrice had left on the easel. He hated it. They had all made it up the way he had, even Sister herself. It was a big fake. "Shitfire, hellfire, shitfire," he had whispered under his breath. And as he turned to go, he had seen the face of Jesus from the corner of his eye, sad and wise. He turned back, his heart in his throat. Everything had suddenly clicked into place, and he had stared at the picture with fearful wonder, unable to believe he had missed it. The eyes, the zigzag of shadow across the careworn brow, the fine nose, the compassionate lips, looking at Jackie Torrance. What had only been a meaningless sprawl had suddenly been transformed into a stark black and white etching of the face of Christ our Lord. Fearful wonder became terror. He had cussed in front of a picture of Jesus. He would be damned. He would be in hell with the sinners. The face of Christ had been in the picture all along. All along. Now kneeling in the sun and watching his son playing in the shadow of the hotel, he knew that it was all true. The hotel wanted Danny. Maybe all of them, but Danny for sure. The Hedges had really walked. There was a dead woman in 217. A woman that was perhaps only a spirit and harmless under most circumstances, but a woman who was now in active danger. Like some malevolent clockwork toy, she had been wound up and set in motion by Danny's own odd mind. And his own. Had it been Watson who had told him a man had dropped dead of a stroke one day on the Roque Court? Or had it been Ullman? It didn't matter. There had been an assassination on the 3rd floor. How many old quarrels, suicides, strokes? How many murders? Was Grady lurking somewhere in the West Wing with his axe, just waiting for Danny to start him up so he could come back out of the woodwork? The puffed circle of bruises around Danny's neck. The twinkling half-seen bottles in the deserted lounge. The radio. The dreams. The scrapbook he had found in the cellar. "Medoc, are you here? I've been sleepwalking again, my dear." He got up suddenly, thrusting the snowshoes back out the door. He was shaking all over. He slammed the door and picked up the box with the battery in it. It slipped through his shaking fingers. "Oh, Christ, what if I cracked it?" and thumped over on its side. He pulled the flaps of the carton open and yanked the battery out, heedless of the acid that might be leaking through the battery's casing if it had cracked. But it hadn't. It was whole. A little sigh escaped his lips. Cradling it, he took it over to the skidoo and put it on its platform near the front of the engine. He found a small adjustable wrench on one of the shelves and attached the battery cables quickly and with no trouble. The battery was live. No need to use the charger on it. There had been a crackle of electricity and a small odor of ozone when he slipped the positive cable onto its terminal. The job done, he stood away, wiping his hands nervously on his faded denim jacket. There. It should work. No reason why not. No reason at all. Except that it was part of the Overlook. And the Overlook really didn't want them out of here. Not at all. The Overlook was having one hell of a good time. There was a little boy to terrorize, a man and his woman to set one against the other. And if it played its cards right, they could end up flitting through the Overlook's halls like insubstantial shades in a Shirley Jackson novel. Whatever walked in Hill House walked alone. But you wouldn't be alone in the Overlook. Oh, no. There would be plenty of company here. But there was really no reason why the snowmobile shouldn't start. Except, of course, he still didn't really want to go. Yes, except for that. He stood looking at the skidoo, his breath puffing out in frozen little plumes. He wanted it to be the way it had been. When he had come in here, he'd had no doubts. Going down would be the wrong decision. He had known that then. Wendy was only scared of the boogeyman summoned up by a single hysterical little boy. Now suddenly he could see her side. It was like his play, his damnable play. He no longer knew which side he was on, or how things should come out. Once you saw the face of a god in those jumbled blacks and whites, it was everybody out of the pool. You could never unsee it. Others might laugh and say it's nothing, just a lot of splotches with no meaning. Give me a good old craftmaster paint by the numbers any day. But you would always see the face of Christ our Lord looking out at you. You had seen it in one gestalt leap, the conscious and unconscious melding in that one shocking moment of understanding. You would always see it. You were damned to always see it. I've been sleepwalking again, my dear. It had been all right until he had seen Danny playing in the snow. It was Danny's fault. Everything had been Danny's fault. He was the one with the shining or whatever it was. It wasn't a shining, it was a curse. If he and Wendy had been here alone, they could have passed the winter quite nicely. No pain, no strain on the brain. Don't want to leave? Can't? The Overlook didn't want them to go, and he didn't want them to go either. Not even Danny. Maybe he was a part of it now. Perhaps the Overlook, large and rambling Samuel Johnson that it was, had picked him to be its Boswell. You say the new caretaker writes. Very good, sign him on. Time we told our side. Let's get rid of the woman and his snot-nosed kid first, however. We don't want him to be distracted. We don't— He was standing by the snowmobile's cockpit, his head starting to ache again. What did it come down to? Go or stay? Very simple. Keep it simple. Shall we go or shall we stay? If we go, how long will it be before you find the local hole in Sidewinder? A voice inside him asked. The dark place with the lousy color TV that unshaven and unemployed men spend the day watching game shows on. Where the piss in the men's room smells 2,000 years old, and there's always a sodden camel butt unraveling in the toilet bowl. Where the beer is 30 cents a glass, and you cut it with salt, and the jukebox is loaded with 70 country oldies.
How long? Oh, Christ, he was so afraid it wouldn't be long at all. I can't win, he said very softly. That was it. It was like trying to play solitaire with one of the aces missing from the deck. Abruptly, he leaned over the Skidoo's motor compartment and yanked off the magneto. It came off with sickening ease. He looked at it for a moment, then went to the equipment shed's back door and opened it. From here, the view of the mountains was unobstructed, picture postcard beautiful in the twinkling brightness of morning. An unbroken field of snow rose to the first pines about a mile distant. He flung the magneto as far out into the snow as he could. It went much farther than it should have. There was a light puff of snow when it fell. The light breeze carried the snow granules away to fresh resting places. Disperse there, I say. There's nothing to see. It's all over. Disperse. He felt at peace. He stood in the doorway for a long time, breathing the good mountain air, and then he closed it firmly and went back out the other door to tell Wendy they would be staying. On the way, he stopped and had a snowball fight with Danny. 34. The Hedges. It was November 29th, 3 days after Thanksgiving. The last week had been a good one, the Thanksgiving dinner the best they'd ever had as a family. Wendy had cooked Dick Halloran's turkey to a turn, and they had all eaten to bursting without even coming close to demolishing the jolly bird. Jack had groaned that they would be eating turkey for the rest of the winter. Creamed turkey, turkey sandwiches, turkey and noodles, turkey surprise. No, Wendy told him with a little smile. Only until Christmas. Then we have the capon. Jack and Danny groaned together. The bruises on Danny's neck had faded, and their fears seemed to have faded with them. On Thanksgiving afternoon, Wendy had been pulling Danny around on his sled while Jack worked on the play, which was now almost done. "Are you still afraid, Doc?" she had asked, not knowing how to put the question less baldly. "Yes," he answered simply. "But now I stay in the safe places. Your daddy says that sooner or later the forest rangers will wonder why we're not checking in on the CB radio. They'll come to see if anything is wrong. We might go down then, you and I, and let your daddy finish the winter. He has good reasons for wanting to. In a way, Doc, I know this is hard for you to understand. Our backs are against the wall." "Yes," he had answered noncommittally. On this sparkling afternoon, the two of them were upstairs, and Danny knew that they had been making love. They were dozing now. They were happy, he knew. His mother was still a little bit afraid, but his father's attitude was strange. It was a feeling that he had done something that was very hard and had done it right. But Danny could not seem to see exactly what the something was. His father was guarding that carefully, even in his own mind. Was it possible, Danny wondered, to be glad you had done something and still be so ashamed of that something that you tried not to think of it? The question was a disturbing one. He didn't think such a thing was possible, in a normal mind. His hardest probings at his father had only brought him a dim picture of something like an octopus, whirling up into the hard blue sky. And on both occasions that he had concentrated hard enough to get this, Daddy had suddenly been staring at him in a sharp and frightening way, as if he knew what Danny was doing. Now he was in the lobby getting ready to go out. He went out a lot, taking his sled or wearing his snowshoes. He liked to get out of the hotel. When he was out in the sunshine, it seemed like a weight had slipped from his shoulders. He pulled a chair over, stood on it, and got his parka and snow pants out of the ballroom closet, and then sat down on the chair to put them on. His boots were in the boot box, and he pulled them on, his tongue creeping out into the corner of his mouth in concentration, as he laced them and tied the rawhide into careful granny knots. He pulled on his mittens and his ski mask and was ready. He tramped out through the kitchen to the back door, then paused. He was tired of playing out back, and at this time of day the hotel's shadow would be cast over his play area. He didn't even like being in the Overlook's shadow. He decided he would put on his snowshoes and go down to the playground instead. Dick Halloran had told him to stay away from the topiary, but the thought of the hedge animals did not bother him much. They were buried under snowdrifts now, nothing showing but a vague hump that was the rabbit's head and the lion's tails. Sticking out of the snow the way they were, the tails looked more absurd than frightening.
Danny opened the back door and got his snowshoes from the milk platform. 5 minutes later, he was strapping them to his feet on the front porch. His daddy had told him that he, Danny, had the hang of using the snowshoes. The lazy, shuffling stride, the twist of ankle that shook the powdery snow from the lacings just before the boot came back down. And all that remained was for him to build up the necessary muscles in his thighs and calves and ankles. Danny found that his ankles got tired the fastest. Snowshoeing was almost as hard on your ankles as skating, because you had to keep clearing the lacings. Every 5 minutes or so, he had to stop with his legs spread and the snowshoes flat on the snow to rest them. But he didn't have to rest on his way down to the playground because it was all downhill. Less than 10 minutes after he struggled up and over the monstrous snow dune that had drifted in on the Overlook's front porch, he was standing with his mittened hand on the playground slide. He wasn't even breathing hard. The playground seemed much nicer in the deep snow than it ever had during the autumn. It looked like a fairyland sculpture. The swing chains had been frozen in strange positions, the seats of the big kids' swings resting flush against the snow. The jungle gym was an ice cave guarded by dripping icicle teeth. Only the chimneys of the play Overlook stuck up over the snow. Wish the other one was buried that way, only not with us in it. And the tops of the cement rings protruded in two places like Eskimo igloos. Danny tramped over there, squatted and began to dig. Before long he had uncovered the dark mouth of one of them, and he slipped into the cold tunnel. In his mind he was Patrick McGowan, the secret agent man. They had shown the reruns of that program twice on the Burlington TV channel, and his daddy never missed them. He would skip a party to stay home and watch Secret Agent or The Avengers, and Danny had always watched with him, on the run from KGB agents in the mountains of Switzerland. There had been avalanches in the area, and the notorious KGB agent Slabo had killed his girlfriend with a poison dart. But somewhere near was the Russian anti-gravity machine, perhaps at the end of this very tunnel. He drew his automatic and went along the concrete tunnel, his eyes wide and alert, his breath pluming out. The far end of the concrete ring was solidly blocked with snow. He tried digging through it and was amazed and a little uneasy to see how solid it was, almost like ice from the cold and the constant weight of more snow on top of it. His make-believe game collapsed around him, and he was suddenly aware that he felt closed in and extremely nervous in this tight ring of cement. He could hear his breathing. It sounded dank and quick and hollow. He was under the snow, and hardly any light filtered down the hole he had dug to get in here. Suddenly he wanted to be out in the sunlight more than anything. Suddenly he remembered his daddy and mommy were sleeping and didn't know where he was, that if the hole he dug caved in, he would be trapped, and the Overlook didn't like him. Danny got turned around with some difficulty and crawled back along the length of the concrete ring, his snowshoes clacking woodenly together behind him, his palms crackling in last fall's dead aspen leaves beneath him. He had just reached the end, and the cold spill of light coming down from above, when the snow did give in, a minor fall, but enough to powder his face, and clog the opening he had wriggled down through, and leave him in darkness. For a moment his brain froze in utter panic, and he could not think. Then, as if from far off, he heard his daddy telling him that he must never play at the Stovington dump, because sometimes stupid people hauled old refrigerators off to the dump without removing the doors, and if you got in one and the door happened to shut on you, there was no way to get out. You would die in the darkness. You wouldn't want a thing like that to happen to you, would you, Doc? No, Daddy. But it had happened, his frenzied mind told him. It had happened. He was in the dark. He was closed in, and it was as cold as a refrigerator. And something is in here with me. His breath stopped in a gasp. An almost drowsy terror stole through his veins. Yes. Yes. There was something in here with him. Some awful thing the Overlook had saved for just such a chance as this. Maybe a huge spider that had burrowed down under the dead leaves, or a rat. Or maybe the corpse of some little kid that had died here on the playground. Had that ever happened? Yes, he thought maybe it had. He thought of the woman in the tub, the blood and brains on the wall of the presidential suite, of some little kid, its head split open from a fall from the monkey bars or a swing, crawling after him in the dark, grinning. looking for one final playmate in its endless playground. Forever. In a moment he would hear it coming. At the far end of the concrete ring, Danny heard the stealthy crackle of dead leaves as something came for him on its hands and knees. At any moment he would feel its cold hand close over his ankle. That thought broke his paralysis. He was digging at the loose fall of snow that choked the end of the concrete ring, throwing it back between his legs in powdery bursts like a dog digging for a bone. Blue light filtered down from above, and Danny thrust himself up at it like a diver coming out of deep water. He scraped his back on the lip of the concrete ring. One of his snowshoes twisted behind the other. Snow spilled down inside his ski mask and into the collar of his parka. He dug at the snow, clawed at it. It seemed to be trying to hold him, to suck him back down, back into the concrete ring, where that unseen, leaf-crackling thing was, and keep him there, forever. Then he was out. His face was turned up to the sun, and he was crawling through the snow, crawling away from the half-buried cement ring, gasping harshly, his face almost comically white with powdered snow, a living fright mask. He hobbled over to the jungle gym and sat down to readjust his snowshoes and get his breath. As he set them to rights and tightened the straps again, he never took his eyes from the hole at the end of the concrete ring. He waited to see if something would come out. Nothing did, and after 3 or 4 minutes Danny's breathing began to slow down. Whatever it was, it couldn't stand the sunlight. It was cooped up down there, maybe only able to come out when it was dark, or when both ends of its circular prison were plugged with snow. But I'm safe now, I'm safe. I'll just go back because now I'm... Something thumped softly behind him. He turned around toward the hotel and looked. But even before he looked, can you see the Indians in this picture? He knew what he would see, because he knew what that soft thumping sound had been. It was the sound of a large clump of snow falling, the way it sounded when it slid off the roof of the hotel and fell to the ground. Can you see? Yes, he could. The snow had fallen off the hedge dog. When he came down, it had only been a harmless lump of snow outside the playground. Now it stood revealed, an incongruous splash of green in all the eye-watering whiteness. It was sitting up as if to beg a sweet or a scrap. But this time he wouldn't go crazy. He wouldn't blow his cool. Because at least he wasn't trapped in some dark old hole. He was in the sunlight. And it was just a dog. It's pretty warm out today, he thought hopefully. Maybe the sun just melted enough snow off that old dog so the rest fell off in a bunch. Maybe that's all it is. Don't go near that place. Steer right clear. His snowshoe bindings were as tight as they were ever going to be. He stood up and stared back at the concrete ring almost completely submerged in the snow, and what he saw at the end he had exited from froze his heart. There was a circular patch of darkness at the end of it, a fold of shadow that marked the hole he'd dug to get down inside. Now, in spite of the snow dazzle, he thought he could see something there, something moving. A hand. The waving hand of some desperately unhappy child. Waving hand, pleading hand, drowning hand. Save me, oh, please save me. If you can't save me, at least come play with me. Forever, and forever, and forever. No, Danny whispered huskily. The word fell dry and bare from his mouth, which was stripped of moisture. He could feel his mind wavering now, trying to go away the way it had when the woman in the room had... No, better not think of that. He grasped at the strings of reality and held them tightly. He had to get out of here. Concentrate on that. Be cool. Be like the secret agent man. Would Patrick McGowan be crying and peeing in his pants like a little baby? Would his daddy? That calmed him somewhat. From behind him that soft flump sound of falling snow came again. He turned around, and the head of one of the hedge lions was sticking out of the snow now, snarling at him. It was closer than it should have been, almost up to the gate of the playground. Terror tried to rise up, and he quelled it. He was the secret agent man, and he would escape. He began to walk out of the playground, taking the same roundabout course his father had taken on the day that the snow flew. He concentrated on operating the snowshoes. Slow, flat strides. Don't lift your foot too high, or you'll lose your balance. Twist your ankle and spill the snow off the crisscrossed lacings.
It seemed so slow. He reached the corner of the playground. The snow was drifted high here, and he was able to step over the fence. He got halfway over and then almost fell flat when the snowshoe on his behind foot caught on one of the fence posts. He leaned on the outside edge of gravity, pinwheeling his arms, remembering how hard it was to get up once you fell down. From his right, that soft sound again, falling clumps of snow. He looked over and saw the other two lions clear of snow now down to their forepaws, side by side, about 60 paces away. The green indentations that were their eyes were fixed on him. The dog had turned its head. It only happens when you're not looking. Oh, hey! His snowshoes had crossed, and he plunged forward into the snow, arms waving uselessly. More snow got inside his hood and down his neck and into the tops of his boots. He struggled out of the snow and tried to get the snowshoes under him, heart hammering crazily now. Secret agent, man, remember, you're the secret agent. And overbalanced backward. For a moment he lay there looking at the sky, thinking it would be simpler to just give up. Then he thought of the thing in the concrete tunnel and knew he could not. He gained his feet and stared over at the topiary. All three lions were bunched together now, not 40 feet away. The dog had ranged off to their left, as if to block Danny's retreat. They were bare of snow except for powdery ruffs around their necks and muzzles. They were all staring at him. His breath was racing now, and the panic was like a rat behind his forehead, twisting and gnawing. He fought the panic, and he fought the snowshoes. Daddy's voice. No, don't fight them, Doc. Walk on them like they were your own feet. Walk with them. Yes, Daddy. He began to walk again, trying to regain the easy rhythm he had practiced with his daddy. Little by little it began to come, but with the rhythm came an awareness of just how tired he was, how much his fear had exhausted him. The tendons of his thighs and calves and ankles were hot and trembly. Ahead he could see the Overlook mockingly distant, seeming to stare at him with its many windows, as if this were some sort of contest in which it was mildly interested. Danny looked back over his shoulder, and his hurried breathing caught for a moment, and then hurried on even faster. The nearest lion was now only 20 feet behind, breasting through the snow like a dog paddling in a pond. The two others were to its right and left, pacing it. They were like an army platoon on patrol, the dog still off to their left, the scout. The closest lion had its head down, the shoulders bunched powerfully above its neck. The tail was up, as if in the instant before he had turned to look it had been swishing back and forth, back and forth. He thought it looked like a great big house cat that was having a good time playing with a mouse before killing it. Falling. No, if he fell, he was dead. They would never let him get up. They would pounce. He pinwheeled his arms madly and lunged ahead, his center of gravity dancing just beyond his nose. He caught it and hurried on, snapping glances back over his shoulder. The air whistled in and out of his dry throat like hot glass. The world closed down to the dazzling snow, the green hedges, and the whispery sound of his snowshoes. And something else. A soft, muffled padding sound. He tried to hurry faster and couldn't. He was walking over the buried driveway now, a small boy with his face almost buried in the shadow of his parka hood. The afternoon was still and bright. When he looked back again, the point lion was only 5 feet behind. It was grinning. Its mouth was open, its haunches tensed down like a clock spring. Behind it and the others he could see the rabbit, its head now sticking out of the snow, bright green, as if it had turned its horrid blank face to watch the end of the stalk. Now, on the Overlook's front lawn, between the circular drive and the porch, he let the panic loose and began to run clumsily in the snowshoes, not daring to look back now, tilting further and further forward, his arms out ahead of him like a blind man feeling for obstacles. His hood fell back, revealing his complexion, paste white giving way to hectic red blotches on his cheeks, his eyes bulging with terror. The porch was very close now. Behind him he heard the sudden hard crunch of snow as something leaped. He fell on the porch steps, screaming without sound, and scrambled up them on his hands and knees, snowshoes clattering and askew behind him. There was a slashing sound in the air and sudden pain in his leg, the ripping sound of cloth. Something else that must have, been in his mind. Bellowing, angry roar, smell of blood and evergreen. He fell full length on the porch, sobbing hoarsely, the rich, metallic taste of copper in his mouth. His heart was thundering in his chest.
There was a small trickle of blood coming from his nose. He had no idea how long he lay there before the lobby doors flew open and Jack ran out, wearing just his jeans and a pair of slippers. Wendy was behind him.
"Danny!"
she screamed. "Doc! Danny, for Christ's sake! What's wrong? What happened?" Daddy was helping him up. Below the knee, his snow pants were ripped open. Inside, his woolen ski sock had been ripped open and his calf had been shallowly scratched, as if he had tried to push his way through a closely grown evergreen hedge and the branches had clawed him. He looked over his shoulder. Far down the lawn, past the putting green, were a number of vague snow-cowled humps, the hedge animals. Between them and the playground, between them and the road. His legs gave way. Jack caught him. He began to cry. 35. The lobby. He had told them everything except what had happened to him when the snow had blocked the end of the concrete ring. He couldn't bring himself to repeat that, and he didn't know the right words to express the creeping lassitudinous sense of terror he had felt when he heard the dead aspen leaves begin to crackle furtively down there in the cold darkness. But he told them about the soft sound of snow falling in clumps, about the lion with its head and its bunched shoulders working its way up and out of the snow to chase him. He even told them about how the rabbit had turned its head to watch near the end. The three of them were in the lobby. Jack had built a roaring blaze in the fireplace. Danny was bundled up in a blanket on the small sofa where once, 1,000,000 years ago, 3 nuns had sat laughing like girls while they waited for the line at the desk to thin out. He was sipping hot noodle soup from a mug. Wendy sat beside him, stroking his hair. Jack had sat on the floor, his face seeming to grow more and more still, more and more set, as Danny told his story. Twice he pulled his handkerchief out of his back pocket and rubbed his sore-looking lips with it.
"Then they chased me,"
he finished. Jack got up and went over to the window, his back to them. He looked at his mommy.
"They chased me all the way up to the porch."
He was struggling to keep his voice calm, because if he stayed calm, maybe they would believe him. Mr. Stanger hadn't stayed calm. He had started to cry, and hadn't been able to stop, so the men in the white coats had come to take him away. Because if you couldn't stop crying, it meant you had lost your marbles. And when would you be back? No one knows. His parka and snow pants and the clotted snowshoes lay on the rug just inside the big double doors.
"I won't cry. I won't let myself cry."
And he thought he could do that, but he couldn't stop shaking. He looked into the fire and waited for Daddy to say something. High yellow flames danced on the dark stone hearth. A pine knot exploded with a bang, and sparks rushed up the flue. "Danny, come over here." Jack turned around. His face still had that pinched, deathly look. Danny didn't like to look at it.
"Jack,
I just want the boy over here for a minute." Danny slipped off the sofa and came over beside his daddy. "Good boy. Now what do you see?" Danny had known what he would see even before he got to the window. Below the clutter of boot tracks, sled tracks, and snowshoe tracks that marked their usual exercise area, the snowfield that covered the Overlook's lawn sloped down to the topiary and the playground beyond. It was marred by 2 sets of tracks, one of them in a straight line from the porch to the playground, the other a long looping line coming back up.
"Only my tracks, Daddy, but—"
"What about the hedges, Danny?" Danny's lips began to tremble. He was going to cry. What if he couldn't stop?
"I won't cry. I won't cry. Won't. All covered with snow," he whispered. "But, Daddy—"
"What? I couldn't hear you."
"Jack, you're cross-examining him. Can't you see he's upset? He's—"
"Shut up!" "Well, Danny?"
"They scratched me, Daddy. My leg—"
"You must have cut your leg on the crust of the snow." Then Wendy was between them, her face pale and angry.
"What are you trying to make him do?" she asked him. "Confess to murder? What's wrong with you?"
The strangeness in his eyes seemed to break then. "I'm trying to help him find the difference between something real and something that was only an hallucination, that's all." He squatted by Danny so they were on an eye-to-eye level, and then hugged him tight. "Danny, it didn't really happen, okay? It was like one of those trances you have sometimes, that's all."
"Daddy?"
"What, Dan?"
I didn't cut my leg on the crust. There isn't any crust. It's all powdery snow. It won't even stick together to make snowballs. Remember we tried to have a snowball fight and couldn't?"
He felt his father stiffen against him. The porch step, then. Danny pulled away. Suddenly he had it. It had flashed into his mind all at once, the way things sometimes did, the way it had about the woman wanting to be in that gray man's pants. He stared at his father with widening eyes.
"You know I'm telling the truth,"
he whispered, shocked. "Danny," Jack's face tightening.
"You know because you saw—"
The sound of Jack's open palm striking Danny's face was flat, not dramatic at all. The boy's head rocked back, the palm print reddening on his cheek like a brand. Wendy made a moaning noise. For a moment they were still, the three of them, and then Jack grabbed his son and said, "Danny, I'm sorry. You okay, Doc?"
"You hit him, you bastard!"
Wendy cried.
"You dirty bastard!"
She grabbed his other arm, and for a moment Danny was pulled between them.
"Oh, please stop pulling me!"
He screamed at them, and there was such agony in his voice that they both let go of him. And then the tears had to come, and he collapsed, weeping, between the sofa and the window, his parents staring at him helplessly, the way children might stare at a toy broken in a furious tussle over to whom it belonged. In the fireplace another pine knot exploded like a hand grenade, making them all jump. Wendy gave him baby aspirin, and Jack slipped him, unprotesting, between the sheets of his cot. He was asleep in no time with his thumb in his mouth.
"I don't like that," she said. "It's a regression."
Jack didn't reply. She looked at him softly, without anger, without a smile either.
"You want me to apologize for calling you a bastard? All right, I apologize. I'm sorry. You still shouldn't have hit him."
"I know," he muttered. "I know that. I don't know what the hell came over me."
"You promised you'd never hit him again."
He looked at her furiously, and then the fury collapsed. Suddenly, with pity and horror, she saw what Jack would look like as an old man. She had never seen him look that way before.
"What way?" "Defeated," she answered herself. "He looks beaten."
He said, "I always thought I could keep my promises." She went to him and put her hands on his arm.
"All right, it's over. And when the ranger comes to check us, we'll tell him we all want to go down. All right?"
"All right," Jack said. And at that moment at least he meant it, the same way he had always meant it on those mornings after, looking at his pale and haggard face in the bathroom mirror. "I'm going to stop, going to cut it off flat." But morning gave way to afternoon, and in the afternoons he felt a little better, and afternoon gave way to night. As some great 20th century thinker had said, night must fall. He found himself wishing that Wendy would ask him about the hedges, would ask him what Danny meant when he said, "You know because you saw." If she did, he would tell her everything. Everything. The hedges. The woman in the room. Even about the fire hose that seemed to have switched positions. But where did confession stop? Could he tell her he'd thrown the magneto away, that they could all be down in Sidewinder right now if he hadn't done that? What she said was,
"Do you want tea?"
"Yes, a cup of tea would be good." She went to the door and paused there, rubbing her forearms through her sweater.
"It's my fault as much as yours," she said. "What were we doing while he was going through that dream or whatever it was?"
"Wendy."
"We were sleeping," she said. "Sleeping like a couple of teenage kids with their itch nicely scratched."
"Stop it," he said. "It's over."
"No,"
Wendy answered, and gave him a strange, restless smile.
"It's not over."
She went out to make tea, leaving him to keep watch over their son. 36. The Elevator. Jack awoke from a thin and uneasy sleep where huge and ill-defined shapes chased him through endless snowfields, to what he first thought was another dream. Darkness, and in it a sudden mechanical jumble of noises, clicks and clangs, hummings, rattlings, snaps and whooshes. Then Wendy sat up beside him, and he knew it was no dream.
"What's that?"
Her hand, cold marble, gripped his wrist. He restrained an urge to shake it off. How in the hell was he supposed to know what it was? The illuminated clock on his nightstand said it was 5 minutes to 12. The humming sound again. loud and steady, varying the slightest bit, followed by a clank as the humming ceased, a rattling bang, a thump. Then the humming resumed. It was the elevator. Danny was sitting up. "Daddy? Daddy?" His voice was sleepy and scared. "Right here, Doc," Jack said. "Come on over and jump in. Your mom's awake, too." The bedclothes rustled as Danny got on the bed between them. "It's the elevator," he whispered. "That's right," Jack said. "Just the elevator." "What do you mean, just?" Wendy demanded. There was an ice skim of hysteria on her voice. "It's the middle of the night. Who's running it?" Hum, click, clank. Above them now. The rattle of the gate accordioning back, the bump of the doors opening and closing. Then the hum of the motor and the cables again. Danny began to whimper. Jack swung his feet out of bed and onto the floor. "It's probably a short. I'll check." "Don't you dare go out of this room." "Don't be stupid," he said, pulling on his robe. "It's my job." She was out of bed herself a moment later, pulling Danny with her. "We'll go too." "Wendy." "What's wrong?" Danny asked somberly. "What's wrong, Daddy?" Instead of answering, he turned away, his face angry and set. He belted his robe around him at the door, opened it, and stepped out into the dark hall. Wendy hesitated for a moment, and it was actually Danny who began to move first. She caught up quickly, and they went out together. Jack hadn't bothered with the lights. She fumbled for the switch that lit the four spaced overheads in the hallway that led to the main corridor. Up ahead, Jack was already turning the corner. This time Danny found the switch plate and flicked all three switches up. The hallway leading down to the stairs and the elevator shaft came alight. Jack was standing at the elevator station, which was flanked by benches and cigarette urns. He was standing motionless in front of the closed elevator door, in his faded tartan bathrobe and brown leather slippers with the run-down heels, his hair all in sleep corkscrews and alfalfa cowlicks. He looked to her like an absurd 20th-century Hamlet, an indecisive figure so mesmerized by onrushing tragedy that he was helpless to divert its course or alter it in any way. Jesus, stop thinking so crazy. Danny's hand had tightened painfully on her own. He was looking up at her intently, his face strained and anxious. He had been catching the drift of her thoughts, she realized. Just how much or how little of them he was getting was impossible to say, but she flushed, feeling much the same as if he had caught her in a masturbatory act. "Come on," she said, and they went down the hall to Jack. The hummings and clankings and thumpings were louder here, terrifying in a disconnected, benumbed way. Jack was staring at the closed door with feverish intensity. Through the diamond-shaped window in the center of the elevator door, she thought she could make out the cables, thrumming slightly. The elevator clanked to a stop below them, at lobby level. They heard the doors thump open, and party. Why had she thought party? The word had simply jumped into her head, for no reason at all. The silence in the Overlook was complete and intense, except for the weird noises coming up the elevator shaft. Must have been quite a party. What party? For just a moment her mind had filled with an image so real that it seemed to be a memory. Not just any memory, but one of those you treasure, one of those you keep for very special occasions and rarely mention aloud. Lights. Hundreds, maybe thousands of them. Lights and colors. The pop of champagne corks. A 40-piece orchestra playing Glenn Miller's In the Mood. But Glenn Miller had gone down in his bomber before she was born. How could she have a memory of Glenn Miller? She looked down at Danny and saw his head had cocked to one side, as if he was hearing something she couldn't hear. His face was very pale. Thump. The door had slid shut down there. A humming whine as the elevator began to rise. She saw the engine housing on top of the car first through the diamond-shaped window, then the interior of the car, seen through the further diamond shapes made by the brass gate. Warm yellow light from the car's overhead. It was empty. The car was empty. It was empty, but on the night of the party they must have crowded in by the dozens, crowded the car way beyond its safety limit. But of course it had been new then, and all of them wearing masks. What masks? The car stopped above them, on the third floor. She looked at Danny. His face was all eyes. His mouth was pressed into a frightened, bloodless slit. Above them, the brass gate rattled back. The elevator door thumped open. It thumped open because it was time. The time had come. It was time to say, "Good night, good night. Yes, it was lovely. No, I really can't stay for the unmasking. Early to bed, early to rise." Oh, was that Sheila? The monk? Isn't that witty, Sheila coming as a monk? Yes, good night. Good... Thump. Gears clashed. The motor engaged. The car began to wind back down.
"Jack,"
she whispered.
"What is it? What's wrong with it?"
"A short circuit," he said. His face was like wood. "I told you it was a short circuit."
"I keep hearing voices in my head," she cried. "What is it? What's wrong? I feel like I'm going crazy."
"What voices?" He looked at her with deadly blandness. She turned to Danny.
"Did you—"
Danny nodded slowly.
"Yes, and music, like from a long time ago, in my head."
The elevator car stopped again. The hotel was silent, creaking, deserted. Outside, the wind whined around the eaves in the darkness. "Maybe you are both crazy," Jack said conversationally. "I don't hear a goddamn thing except that elevator having a case of the electrical hiccups. If you two want to have duet hysterics, fine, but count me out." The elevator was coming down again. Jack stepped to the right where a glass-fronted box was mounted on the wall at chest height. He smashed his bare fist against it. Glass tinkled inward. Blood dripped from two of his knuckles. He reached in and took out a key with a long, smooth barrel.
"Jack, no. Don't."
"I am going to do my job. Now leave me alone, Wendy." She tried to grab his arm. He pushed her backward. Her feet tangled in the hem of her robe, and she fell to the carpet with an ungainly thump. Danny cried out shrilly and fell on his knees beside her. Jack turned back to the elevator and thrust the key into the socket. The elevator cables disappeared, and the bottom of the car came into view in the small window. A second later, Jack turned the key hard. There was a grating, screeching sound as the elevator car came to an instant standstill. For a moment, the declutched motor in the basement whined even louder, and then its circuit breaker cut in and the Overlook went unearthly still. The night wind outside seemed very loud by comparison. Jack looked stupidly at the gray metal elevator door. There was 3 splotches of blood below the keyhole from his lacerated knuckles. He turned back to Wendy and Danny for a moment. She was sitting up, and Danny had his arm around her. They were both staring at him carefully, as if he was a stranger they had never seen before, possibly a dangerous one. He opened his mouth, not sure what was going to come out. "Wendy, it's my job," she said clearly.
"Fuck your job."
He turned back to the elevator, worked his fingers into the crack that ran down the right side of the door, and got it to open a little way. Then he was able to get his whole weight on it and threw the door open. The car had stopped halfway, its floor at Jack's chest level. Warm light still spilled out on it, contrasting with the oily darkness of the shaft below. He looked in for what seemed a long time. "It's empty," he said then. "A short circuit, like I said." He hooked his fingers into the slot behind the door and began to pull it closed. Then her hand was on his shoulder, surprisingly strong, yanking him away. "Wendy!" he shouted. But she had already caught the car's bottom edge and pulled herself up enough so she could look in. Then, with a convulsive heave of her shoulder and belly muscles, she tried to boost herself all the way up. For a moment the issue was in doubt. Her feet tottered over the blackness of the shaft, and one pink slipper fell from her foot and slipped out of sight. "Mommy!" Danny screamed. Then she was up, her cheeks flushed, her forehead as pale and shining as a spirit lamp.
"What about this, Jack? Is this a short circuit?"
She threw something, and suddenly the hall was full of drifting confetti, red and white and blue and yellow.
"Is this—"
A green party streamer faded to a pale pastel color with age.
"And this—"
She tossed it out, and it came to rest on the blue-black jungle carpet. A black silk cat's-eye mask, dusted with sequins at the temples.
"Does that look like a short circuit to you, Jack?"
She screamed at him. Jack stepped slowly away from it, shaking his head mechanically back and forth. The cat's eye mask stared up blankly at the ceiling from the confetti-strewn hallway carpet. 37. The Ballroom. It was the 1st of December. Danny was in the East Wing ballroom, standing on an overstuffed, high-backed wing chair, looking at the clock under glass. It stood in the center of the ballroom's high ornamental mantelpiece, flanked by 2 large ivory elephants. He almost expected the elephants would begin to move and try to gore him with their tusks as he stood there, but they were moveless. They were safe. Since the night of the elevator, he had come to divide all things at the Overlook into 2 categories: the elevator, the basement, the playground, room 217, and the presidential suite. It was S-U-I-T-E, not S-W-E-E-T. He had seen the correct spelling in an account book Daddy had been reading at supper last night, and had memorized it carefully. Those places were unsafe. Their quarters, the lobby, and the porch were safe. Apparently the ballroom was too. The elephants are, anyway. He was not sure about other places, and so avoided them on general principle. He looked at the clock inside the glass dome. It was under glass because all its wheels and cogs and springs were showing. A chrome or steel track ran around the outside of these works, and directly below the clock face there was a small axis bar with a pair of meshing cogs at either end. The hands of the clock stood at 1/4 XI, and although he didn't know Roman numerals, he could guess by the configuration of the hands at what time the clock had stopped. The clock stood on a velvet base. In front of it, slightly distorted by the curve of the dome, was a carefully carved silver key. He supposed that the clock was one of the things he wasn't supposed to touch, like the decorative fire tools in their brass-bound cabinet by the lobby fireplace, or the tall china highboy at the back of the dining room. A sense of injustice and a feeling of angry rebellion suddenly rose in him, and, "Never mind what I'm not supposed to touch, just never mind. Touched me, hasn't it? Played with me, hasn't it?" It had, and it hadn't been particularly careful not to break him, either. Danny put his hands out, grasped the glass dome, and lifted it aside. He let one finger play over the works for a moment, the pad of his index finger denting against the cogs, running smoothly over the wheels. He picked up the silver key. For an adult it would have been uncomfortably small, but it fitted his own fingers perfectly. He placed it in the keyhole at the center of the clock face. It went firmly home with a tiny click, more felt than heard. It wound to the right, of course, clockwise. Danny turned the key until it would turn no more, and then removed it. The clock began to tick. Cogs turned. A large balance wheel rocked back and forth in semicircles. The hands were moving. If you kept your head perfectly motionless and your eyes wide open, you could see the minute hand inching along toward its meeting some 45 minutes from now with the hour hand at XII, and the Red Death held sway over all. He frowned and then shook the thought away. It was a thought with no meaning or reference for him. He reached his index finger out again and pushed the minute hand up to the hour, curious about what might happen. It obviously wasn't a cuckoo clock, but that steel rail had to have some purpose. There was a small ratcheting series of clicks, and then the clock began to tinkle Strauss's Blue Danube Waltz. A punched roll of cloth no more than 2 inches in width began to unwind. A small series of brass strikers rose and fell. From behind the clock face, 2 figures glided into view along the steel track, ballet dancers. On the left, a girl in a fluffy skirt and white stockings. On the right, a boy in a black leotard and ballet slippers. Their hands were held in arches over their heads. They came together in the middle in front of VI. Danny espied tiny grooves in their sides, just below their armpits. The axis bar slipped into these grooves, and he heard another small click. The cogs at either end of the bar began to turn. The Blue Danube tinkled. The dancers' arms came down around each other. The boy flipped the girl up over his head, and then whirled over the bar. They were now lying prone, the boy's head buried beneath the girl's short ballet skirt, the girl's face pressed against the center of the boy's leotard. They writhed in a mechanical frenzy. Danny's nose wrinkled.
They were kissing peepees. That made him feel sick. A moment later, and things began to run backward. The boy whirled back over the access bar. He flipped the girl into an upright position. They seemed to nod knowingly at each other as their hands arched back over their heads. They retreated the way they had come, disappearing just as the blue Danube finished. The clock began to strike a count of silver chimes. Midnight, stroke of midnight. Hooray for masks! Danny whirled on the chair, almost falling down. The ballroom was empty. Beyond the double cathedral window, he could see fresh snow beginning to sift down. The huge ballroom rug, rolled up for dancing, of course, a rich tangle of red and gold embroidery, lay undisturbed on the floor. Spaced around it were small, intimate tables for two, the spidery chairs that went with each, upended, with legs pointing at the ceiling. The whole place was empty. But it wasn't really empty, because here in the Overlook things just went on and on. Here in the Overlook all times were one. There was an endless night in August of 1945, with laughter and drinks and a chosen shining few, going up and coming down in the elevator, drinking champagne and popping party favors in each other's faces. It was a not-yet-light morning in June some 20 years later, and the organization hitters endlessly pumped shotgun shells into the torn and bleeding bodies of three men, who went through their agony endlessly. In a room on the second floor, a woman lolled in her tub and waited for visitors. In the Overlook, all things had a sort of life. It was as if the whole place had been wound up with a silver key. The clock was running. The clock was running. He was that key, Danny thought sadly. Tony had warned him, and he had just let things go on. "I'm just 5," he cried to some half-felt presence in the room. "Doesn't it make any difference that I'm just 5? There was no answer. He turned reluctantly back to the clock. He had been putting it off, hoping that something would happen to help him avoid trying to call Tony again, that a ranger would come, or a helicopter, or the rescue team. They always came in time on his TV programs. The people were saved. On TV, the Rangers and the SWAT squad and the paramedics were a friendly white force counterbalancing the confused evil that he perceived in the world. When people got in trouble, they were helped out of it. They were fixed up. They did not have to help themselves out of trouble. Please? There was no answer. No answer. And if Tony came, would it be the same nightmare? The blooming, the hoarse and petulant voice, the blue-black rug like snakes, red rum. But what else? Please, oh please. No answer. With a trembling sigh, he looked at the clock face. Cogs turned and meshed with other cogs. The balance wheel rocked hypnotically back and forth. And if you held your head perfectly still, you could see the minute hand creeping inexorably down from XII to V. If you held your head perfectly still, you could see that. The clock face was gone. In its place was a round black hole. It led down into forever. It began to swell. The clock was gone. The room behind it. Danny tottered and then fell into the darkness that had been hiding behind the clock face all along. The small boy in the chair suddenly collapsed and lay in it at a crooked, unnatural angle, his head thrown back, his eyes staring sightlessly at the high ballroom ceiling. Down and down and down and down to the hallway. Crouched in the hallway. And he had made a wrong turn, trying to get back to the stairs. He had made a wrong turn. And now... He saw he was in the short dead-end corridor that led only to the presidential suite. And the booming sound was coming closer, the roque mallet whistling savagely through the air, the head of it embedding itself into the wall, cutting the silk paper, letting out small puffs of plaster dust. God damn it, come out here! Take your... But there was another figure in the hallway, slouched nonchalantly against the wall just behind him, like a ghost. No, not a ghost, but all dressed in white. Dressed in whites. I'll find you, you goddamn little whore-mastering runt! Danny cringed back from the sound. Coming up the main third-floor hall now. Soon the owner of that voice would round the corner. Come here! Come here, you little shit! The figure dressed in white straightened up a little, removed a cigarette from the corner of his mouth, and plucked a shred of tobacco from his full lower lip. It was Halloran, Danny saw. dressed in his cook's whites instead of the blue suit he had been wearing on closing day. "If there is trouble," Halloran said, "you give a call. A big loud holler like the one that knocked me back a few minutes ago. I might hear you even way down in Florida. And if I do, I'll come on the run. I'll come on the run. I'll come on the—" "Come now, then. Come now. Come now! Oh, Dick, I need you. We all need—" "Run. Sorry that I got to run. Sorry, Danny, old kid, old Doc, but I got to run. It's sure been fun, you son of a gun, but I got to hurry. I got to run. No!" But as he watched, Dick Halloran turned, put his cigarette back into the corner of his mouth, and stepped nonchalantly through the wall, leaving him alone. And that was when the shadow figure turned the corner, huge in the hallway's gloom, only the reflected red of its eyes clear. "There you are. Now I've got you, you fuck. Now I'll teach you." It lurched toward him in a horrible shambling run, the roque mallet swinging up and up and up. Danny scrambled backwards, screaming, and suddenly he was through the wall and falling, tumbling over and over down the hole, down the rabbit hole, and into a land full of sick wonders. Tony was far below him, also falling. "I can't come any more, Danny. He won't let me near you. None of them will let me near you. Get Dick. Get Dick." "Tony!" he screamed. But Tony was gone, and suddenly he was in a dark room. But not entirely dark. Muted light spilling from somewhere. It was Mommy and Daddy's bedroom. He could see Daddy's desk. But the room was a dreadful shambles. He had been in this room before. Mommy's record player overturned on the floor. Her records scattered on the rug. The mattress half off the bed. Pictures ripped from the walls. His cot lying on its side like a dead dog. The violent violet Volkswagen crushed to purple shards of plastic. The light was coming from the bathroom door, half open. Just beyond it a hand dangled limply, blood dripping from the tips of the fingers. And in the medicine cabinet mirror the word "Red Rum" flashing off and on. Suddenly a huge clock in a glass bowl materialized in front of it. There were no hands or numbers on the clock face, only a date written in red. December 2nd. And then, eyes widening in horror, he saw the word "Red Rum" reflecting dimly from the glass dome, now reflected twice. And he saw that it spelled murder. Danny Torrance screamed in wretched terror. The date was gone from the clock face. The clock face itself was gone, replaced by a circular black hole that swelled and swelled like a dilating iris. It blotted out everything, and he fell forward, beginning to fall, falling. He was falling off the chair. For a moment he lay on the ballroom floor, breathing hard. Red Rum, murder. Red Rum, murder. The Red Death held sway over all. Unmask! Unmask! And behind each glittering, lovely mask, the as yet unseen face of the shape that chased him down these dark hallways, its red eyes widening, blank and homicidal. Oh, he was afraid of what face might come to light when the time for unmasking came around at last. "Dick!" he screamed with all his might. His head seemed to shiver with the force of it. "Oh, Dick! Oh, please, 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 come!" Above him the clock he had wound with the silver key continued to mark off the seconds and minutes and hours. Part 5. Matters of Life and Death. 38. Florida. Mrs. Halloran's third son, Dick, dressed in his cook's whites, a Lucky Strike parked in the corner of his mouth, backed his reclaimed Cadillac limo out of its space behind the 1A wholesale vegetable mart, and drove slowly around the building. Masterton, part owner now, but still walking with the patented shuffle he had adopted back before World War II, was pushing a bin of lettuces into the high, dark building. Halloran pushed the button that lowered the passenger side window and hollered, "Those avocados is too damn high, you cheapskate." Masterton looked back over his shoulder, grinned widely enough to expose all 3 gold teeth, and yelled back, "And I know exactly where you can put 'em, my good buddy. Remarks like that I keep track of, bro." Masterton gave him the finger. Halloran returned the compliment. "Get your cukes, did you?" Masterton asked. "I did." "You come back early tomorrow. I'm going to give you some of the nicest new potatoes you ever seen. I send a boy," Halloran said. "You coming up tonight? You supplying the juice, bro? That's a big 10-4. I'll be there. You keep that thing off the top end going home, you hear me? Every cop between here and St. Pete knows your name." "You know all about it, huh?" Halloran asked, grinning. "I know more than you'll ever learn, my man. Listen to this sassy nigger. Would you listen? Go on, get out of here before I start throwing these lettuces. Go on and throw 'em. I'll take anything for free."
Masterton made as if to throw one. Halloran ducked, rolled up the window, and drove on. He was feeling fine. For the last half hour or so he had been smelling oranges. But he didn't find that queer. For the last half hour he had been in a fruit and vegetable market. It was 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the first day of December. Old Man Winter settling his frostbitten rump firmly onto most of the country. But down here the men wore open-throated short-sleeved shirts, and the women were in light summer dresses and shorts. On top of the First Bank of Florida building, a digital thermometer bordered with huge grapefruits was flashing 79 degrees over and over. Thank God for Florida, Halloran thought, mosquitoes and all. In the back of the limo were 24 avocados, a crate of cucumbers, ditto oranges, ditto grapefruit. 3 shopping sacks filled with Bermuda onions, the sweetest vegetable a loving God ever created. Some pretty good sweet peas, which would be served with the entree and come back uneaten 9 times out of 10. And a single blue Hubbard squash that was strictly for personal consumption. Halloran stopped in the turn lane at the Vermont Street light, and when the green arrow showed, he pulled out onto State Highway 219, pushing up to 40 and holding it there until the town began to trickle away into an ex-urban sprawl of gas stations, Burger Kings, and McDonald's. It was a small order today. He could have sent Baedeker after it. But Baedeker had been chafing for his chance to buy the meat, and besides, Halloran never missed a chance to bang it back and forth with Frank Masterton if he could help it. Masterton might show up tonight to watch some TV and drink Halloran's Bushmills, or he might not. Either way was all right. But seeing him mattered. Every time it mattered now because they weren't young anymore. In the last few days it seemed he was thinking of that very fact a great deal. Not so young anymore when you got up near 60 years old. Or, tell the truth and save a lie, past it. You had to start thinking about stepping out. You could go any time. And that had been on his mind this week, not in a heavy way, but as a fact. Dying was a part of living. You had to keep tuning into that if you expected to be a whole person. And if the fact of your own death was hard to understand, at least it wasn't impossible to accept. Why this should have been on his mind he could not have said. But his other reason for getting this small order himself was so he could step upstairs to the small office over Frank's Bar and Grill. There was a lawyer up there now. The dentist who had been there last year had apparently gone broke. A young black fellow named McIver. Halloran had stepped in and told this McIver that he wanted to make a will, and could McIver help him out? Well, McIver asked, "How soon do you want the document?" "Yesterday," said Halloran, and threw his head back and laughed. "Have you got anything complicated in mind?" was McIver's next question. Halloran did not. He had his Cadillac, his bank account, some $9,000, a piddling checking account, and a closet of clothes. He wanted it all to go to his sister. "And if your sister predeceases you?" McIver asked. "Never mind," Halloran said. "If that happens, I'll make a new will." The document had been completed and signed in less than 3 hours. Fast work for a shyster. And now resided in Halloran's breast pocket, folded into a stiff blue envelope with the word "Will" on the outside in Old English letters. He could not have said why he had chosen this warm sunny day when he felt so well, to do something he had been putting off for years. But the impulse had come on him and he hadn't said no. He was used to following his hunches. He was pretty well out of town now. He cranked the limo up to an illegal 60 and let it ride there in the left-hand lane, sucking up most of the Petersburg-bound traffic. He knew from experience that the limo would still ride as solid as iron at 90. And even at 120 it didn't seem to lighten up much. But his screaming days were long gone. The thought of putting the limo up to 120 on a straight stretch only scared him. He was getting old. Jesus, those oranges smell strong. Wonder if they'd gone over. Bugs splattered against the window. He dialed the radio to a Miami soul station and got the soft, wailing voice of Al Green. "What a beautiful time we had together. Now it's getting late, and we must leave each other." He unrolled the window, pitched his cigarette butt out, then rolled it further down to clear out the smell of the oranges. He tapped his fingers against the wheel and hummed along under his breath. Hooked over the rear-view mirror, his St. Christopher's medal swung gently back and forth. And suddenly the smell of oranges intensified, and he knew it was coming. Something was coming at him. He saw his own eyes in the rear view, widening, surprised. And then it came all at once. Came in a huge blast that drove out everything else. The music, the road ahead, his own absent awareness of himself as a unique human creature. It was as if someone had put a psychic gun to his head and shot him with a .45 caliber scream. "Oh, Dick! Oh, please, 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 come!" The limo had just drawn even with a Pinto station wagon, driven by a man in workman's clothes. The workman saw the limo drifting into his lane and laid on the horn. When the Cadillac continued to drift, he snapped a look at the driver and saw a big black man bolt upright behind the wheel, his eyes looking vaguely upward. Later the workman told his wife that he knew it was just one of those niggery hairdos they were all wearing these days. But at the time it had looked just as if every hair on that coon's head was standing on end. He thought the black man was having a heart attack. The workman braked hard, dropping back into a luckily empty space behind him. The rear end of the Cadillac pulled ahead of him, still cutting in, and the workman stared with bemused horror as the long rocket-shaped rear tail lights cut into his lane no more than a quarter of an inch in front of his bumper. The workman cut to the left, still laying on his horn, and roared around the drunkenly weaving limousine. He invited the driver of the limo to perform an illegal sex act on himself, to engage in oral congress with various rodents and birds. He articulated his own proposal that all persons of Negro blood return to their native continent. He expressed his sincere belief in the position the limo driver's soul would occupy in the afterlife. He finished by saying that he believed he had met the limo driver's mother in a New Orleans house of prostitution. Then he was ahead and out of danger and suddenly aware that he had wet his pants. In Halloran's mind, the thought kept repeating, "Come, Dick, please! Come, Dick, please!" But it began to fade off the way a radio station will as you approach the limits of its broadcasting area. He became fuzzily aware that his car was tooling along the soft shoulder at better than 50 miles an hour. He guided it back onto the road, feeling the rear end fishtail for a moment before regaining the composition surface. There was an A&W root beer stand just ahead. Halloran signaled and turned in, his heart thudding painfully in his chest, his face a sickly gray color. He pulled into a parking slot, took his handkerchief out of his pocket, and mopped his forehead with it. Lord God! "May I help you?" The voice startled him again, even though it wasn't the voice of God, but that of a cute little car hop, standing by his open window with an order pad. "Yeah, baby, a root beer float. 2 scoops of vanilla, okay?" "Yes, sir." She walked away, hips rolling nicely beneath her red nylon uniform. Halloran leaned back against the leather seat and closed his eyes. There was nothing left to pick up. The last of it had faded out between pulling in here and giving the waitress his order. All that was left was a sick, thudding headache, as if his brain had been twisted and wrung out and hung up to dry. Like the headache he'd gotten from letting that boy Danny shine at him up there at Ullman's Folly. But this had been much louder. Then the boy had only been playing a game with him. This had been pure panic, each word screamed aloud in his head. He looked down at his arms. Hot sunshine lay on them, but they had still goose-bumped. He had told the boy to call him if he needed help, he remembered that. And now the boy was calling. He suddenly wondered how he could have left that boy up there at all, shining the way he did. There was bound to be trouble, maybe bad trouble. He suddenly keyed the limo, put it in reverse, and pulled back onto the highway, peeling rubber. The waitress with the rolling hips stood in the A&W stand's archway, a tray with a root beer float on it in her hands. "What is it with you, a fire?" she shouted, but Halloran was gone. The manager was a man named Queams, and when Halloran came in, Queams was conversing with his bookie. He wanted the 4-horse at Rockaway. No parlay, no quinella, no exacta, no goddamn Futura. Just a little old $600 on the nose. And the Jets on Sunday. What did he mean the Jets were playing the Bills? Didn't he know who the Jets were playing? 500, 7-point spread. When Queens hung up, looking put out, Halloran understood how a man could make $50,000 a year running this little spa and still wear suits with shiny seats. He regarded Halloran with an eye that was still bloodshot from too many glances into last night's bourbon bottle. "Problems, Dick?"
"Yes, sir, Mr. Queens. I guess so. I need 3 days off."
There was a package of Kents in the breast pocket of Queens's sheer yellow shirt. He reached one out of the pocket without removing the pack, tweezing it out, and bit down morosely on the patented micronite filter. He lit it with his desktop cricket. "So do I," he said. "But what's on your mind?"
"I need 3 days," Halloran repeated. "It's my boy."
Queens's eyes dropped to Halloran's left hand, which was ringless.
"I've been divorced since 1964, Halloran said patiently.
"Dick, you know what the weekend situation is. We're full, to the gunnels, even the cheap seats. We're even filled up in the Florida room on Sunday night. So take my watch, my wallet, my pension fund. Hell, you can even take my wife if you can stand the sharp edges. But please don't ask me for time off. What is he, sick?"
"Yes, sir,"
Halloran said, still trying to visualize himself, twisting a cheap cloth hat and rolling his eyeballs.
"He's shot."
"Shot?" Queens said. He put his Kent down in an ashtray which bore the emblem of Ole Miss, of which he was a business admin graduate.
"Yes, sir,"
Halloran said somberly. "Hunting accident?"
"No, sir,"
Halloran said, and let his voice drop to a lower, huskier note.
"Jana, she's been living with this truck driver, a white man. He shot my boy. He's in a hospital in Denver, Colorado. Critical condition."
"How in hell did you find out? I thought you were buying vegetables."
"Yes, sir, I was."
He had stopped at the Western Union office just before coming here to reserve an Avis car at Stapleton Airport. Before leaving, he had swiped a Western Union flimsy. Now he took the folded and crumpled blank form from his pocket and flashed it before Queens's bloodshot eyes. He put it back in his pocket and, allowing his voice to drop another notch, said,
"Jana sent it. It was waiting in my letterbox when I got back just now."
Jesus Christ," Queens said. There was a peculiar tight expression of concern on his face, one Halloran was familiar with. It was as close to an expression of sympathy as a white man who thought of himself as good with the coloreds could get when the object was a black man or his mythical black son. "Yeah, okay, you get going," Queens said. "Baedeker can take over for 3 days, I guess. The potboy can help out." Halloran nodded, letting his face get longer still. But the thought of the potboy helping out Baedeker made him grin inside. Even on a good day, Halloran doubted if the potboy could hit the urinal on the first squirt.
"I want to rebate back this week's pay," Halloran said. "The whole thing. I know what a bind this putting you in, Mr. Queens, sir."
Queems's expression got tighter still. It looked as if he might have a fishbone caught in his throat. "We can talk about that later. You go on and pack. I'll talk to Baedeker. Want me to make you a plane reservation?"
"No, sir, I'll do it."
"All right." Queens stood up, leaned sincerely forward, and inhaled a raft of ascending smoke from his Kent. He coughed heartily, his thin, white face turning red. Halloran struggled hard to keep his somber expression. "I hope everything turns out, Dick. Call when you get word."
"I'll do that."
They shook hands over the desk. Halloran made himself get down to the ground floor and across to the hired help's compound before bursting into rich, head-shaking laughter. He was still grinning and mopping his streaming eyes with his handkerchief when the smell of oranges came, thick and gagging, and the bolt followed it, striking him in the head, sending him back against the pink stucco wall in a drunken stagger.
"Please come, Dick! Please come! Come quick!"
He recovered a little at a time and at last felt capable of climbing the outside stairs to his apartment. He kept the latchkey under the rush-plaited doormat, and when he reached down to get it, something fell out of his inner pocket and fell to the second-floor decking with a flat thump. His mind was still so much on the voice that had shivered through his head that for a moment he could only look at the blue envelope blankly, not knowing what it was. Then he turned it over, and the word "Will" stared up at him in the black spidery letters.
"Oh, my God, is it like that?" He didn't know, but it could be. All week long the thought of his own ending had been on his mind like a, go on, say it, like a premonition. Death? For a moment his whole life seemed to flash before him, not in a historical sense, no topography of the ups and downs that Mrs. Halloran's third son, Dick, had lived through, but his life as it was now. Martin Luther King had told them not long before the bullet took him down to his martyr's grave that he had been to the mountain. Dick could not claim that. No mountain, but he had reached a sunny plateau after years of struggle. He had good friends. He had all the references he would ever need to get a job anywhere. When he wanted fuck, why, he could find a friendly one with no questions asked and no big shitty struggle about what it all meant. He had come to terms with his blackness, happy terms. He was up past 60, and thank God he was cruising. Was he going to chance the end of that, the end of him, for 3 white people he didn't even know? But that was a lie, wasn't it? He knew the boy. They had shared each other the way good friends can't, even after 40 years of it. He knew the boy, and the boy knew him, because they each had a kind of searchlight in their heads, something they hadn't asked for, something that had just been given. No, you got a flashlight. He the one with the searchlight. And sometimes that light, that shine, seemed like a pretty nice thing. You could pick the horses, or like the boy had said, you could tell your daddy where his trunk was when it turned up missing. But that was only dressing, the sauce on the salad. And down below there was as much bitter vetch in that salad as there was cool cucumber. You could taste pain and death and tears. And now the boy was stuck in that place, and he would go, for the boy. Because, speaking to the boy, they had only been different colors when they used their mouths. So he would go. He would do what he could, because if he didn't, the boy was going to die right inside his head. But because he was human, he could not help a bitter wish that the cup had never been passed his way. She had started to get out and come after him. He had been dumping a change of clothes into an overnight bag when the thought came to him, freezing him with the power of the memory as it always did when he thought of it. He tried to think of it as seldom as possible. The maid, Dolores Vickery her name was, had been hysterical, had said some things to the other chambermaids, and worse still to some of the guests. When the word got back to Ullman, as the silly quiff should have known it would do, he had fired her out of hand. She had come to Halloran in tears, not about being fired, but about the things she had seen in that second-floor room. She had gone into 217 to change the towels, she said. And there had been that Mrs. Massey lying dead in the tub. That, of course, was impossible. Mrs. Massey had been discreetly taken away the day before and was even then winging her way back to New York, in the shipping hold instead of the first class she'd been accustomed to. Halloran hadn't liked Dolores much, but he had gone up to look that evening. The maid was an olive-complected girl of 23 who waited table near the end of the season when things slowed down. She had a small shining, Halloran judged, really not more than a twinkle. A mousy-looking man and his escort, wearing a faded cloth coat, would come in for dinner, and Dolores would trade one of her tables for theirs. The mousy little man would leave a picture of Alexander Hamilton under his plate. Bad enough for the girl who had made the trade, but worse, Dolores would crow over it. She was lazy, a goof-off in an operation run by a man who allowed no goof-offs. She would sit in a linen closet reading a confession magazine and smoking. But whenever Ullman went on one of his unscheduled prowls, and woe to the girl he caught resting her feet, he found her working industriously, her magazine hidden under the sheets on a high shelf, her ashtray tucked safely into her uniform pocket. Yeah, Halloran thought she'd been a goof-off and a sloven, and the other girls had resented her. But Dolores had had that little twinkle. It had always greased the skids for her. But what she had seen in 217 had scared her badly enough, so she was more than glad to pick up the walking papers Ullman had issued her and go. Why had she come to him? A shine knows a shine, Halloran thought, grinning at the pun. So he had gone up that night and had let himself into the room, which was to be reoccupied the next day. He had used the office pass-key to get in, and if Ullman had caught him with that key, he would have joined Dolores Vickery on the unemployment line.
The shower curtain around the tub had been drawn. He had pushed it back. But even before he did, he'd had a premonition of what he was going to see. Mrs. Massey, swollen and purple, lay soggily in the tub, which was half full of water. He had stood looking down at her, a pulse beating thickly in his throat. There had been other things at the Overlook. A bad dream that recurred at irregular intervals. Some sort of costume party, and he was catering it in the Overlook's ballroom. And at the shout to unmask, everybody exposed faces that were those of rotting insects. And there had been the hedge animals. Twice, maybe 3 times, he had, or thought he had, seen them move ever so slightly. That dog would seem to change from his sitting-up posture to a slightly crouched one. And the lions seemed to move forward, as if menacing the little tykes on the playground. Last year in May, Ullman had sent him up to the attic to look for the ornate set of fire tools that now stood beside the lobby fireplace. While he had been up there, the 3 light bulbs strung overhead had gone out, and he had lost his way back to the trapdoor. He had stumbled around for an unknown length of time, closer and closer to panic, barking his shins on boxes and bumping into things, with a stronger and stronger feeling that something was stalking him in the dark. Some great and frightening creature that had just oozed out of the woodwork when the lights went out. And when he had literally stumbled over the trapdoor's ring bolt, he had hurried down as fast as he could, leaving the trap open, sooty and disheveled, with a feeling of disaster barely averted. Later, Ullman had come down to the kitchen personally to inform him he had left the attic trapdoor open and the lights burning up there. Did Halloran think the guests wanted to go up there and play treasure hunt? Did he think electricity was free? And he suspected, no, was nearly positive, that several of the guests had seen or heard things too. In the 3 years he had been there, the presidential suite had been booked 19 times. 6 of the guests who had put up there had left the hotel early, some of them looking markedly ill. Other guests had left other rooms with the same abruptness. One night in August of 1974, near dusk, a man who had won the bronze and silver stars in Korea. That man now sat on the boards of 3 major corporations and was said to have personally pink-slipped a famous TV news anchorman. Unaccountably went into a fit of screaming hysterics on the putting green. And there had been dozens of children during Halloran's association with the Overlook who simply refused to go into the playground. One child had had a convulsion while playing in the concrete rings, but Halloran didn't know if that could be attributed to the Overlook's deadly siren song or not. Word had gone around among the help that the child, the only daughter of a handsome movie actor, was a medically controlled epileptic who had simply forgotten her medicine that day. And so, staring down at the corpse of Mrs. Massey, he had been frightened but not completely terrified. It was not completely unexpected. Terror came when she opened her eyes to disclose blank silver pupils and began to grin at him. Horror came when she had started to get out and come after him. He had fled, heart racing, and had not felt safe, even with the door shut and locked behind him. In fact, he admitted to himself now as he zipped the flight bag shut. He had never felt safe anywhere in the Overlook again. And now the boy, calling, screaming for help. He looked at his watch. It was 5:30 p.m. He went to the apartment store, remembered it would be heavy winter now in Colorado, especially up in the mountains, and went back to his closet. He pulled his long sheepskin-lined overcoat out of its polyurethane dry-cleaning bag and put it over his arm. It was the only winter garment he owned. He turned off all the lights and looked around. Had he forgotten anything? Yes. One thing. He took the will out of his breast pocket and slipped it into the margin of the dressing-table mirror. With luck, he would be back to get it. Sure, with luck. He left the apartment, locked the door behind him, put the key under the rush mat, and ran down the outside steps to his converted Cadillac. Halfway to Miami International, comfortably away from the switchboard where Queems or Queems's toadies were known to listen in, Halloran stopped at a shopping center laundromat and called United Airlines. Flights to Denver? There was one due out at 6:36 p.m. Could the gentleman make that? Halloran looked at his watch, which showed 6:02, and said he could. What about vacancies on the flight? Just let me check. A clunking sound in his ear, followed by Sacra and Mantovani, which was supposed to make being on hold more pleasant. It didn't. Halloran danced from one foot to the other, alternating glances between his watch and a young girl with a sleeping baby in a hammock on her back, unloading a coin-op Maytag. She was afraid she was going to get home later than she planned, and the roast would burn, and her husband, Matt, would be mad. A minute passed. 2. He had just about made up his mind to drive ahead and take his chances when the canned-sounding voice of the flight reservations clerk came back on. There was an empty seat, a cancellation. It was in first class. Did that make any difference? No, he wanted it. Would that be cash or credit card? Cash, baby, cash. I've got to fly. And the name was Halloran, 2 L's, 2 N's. Catch you later. He hung up and hurried toward the door. The girl's simple thought, worry for the roast, broadcast at him over and over, until he thought he would go mad. Sometimes it was like that. For no reason at all, you would catch a thought, completely isolated, completely pure and clear, and usually completely useless. He almost made it. He had the limo cranked up to 80, and the airport was actually in sight, when one of Florida's finest pulled him over. Halloran unrolled the electric window and opened his mouth at the cop, who was flipping up pages in his citation book. "I know," the cop said comfortingly. "It's a funeral in Cleveland, your father. It's a wedding in Seattle, your sister. A fire in San Jose that wiped out your Gramps candy store. Some really fine Cambodian red just waiting in a terminal locker in New York City. I love this piece of road just outside the airport. Even as a kid, story hour was my favorite part of school. Listen, officer, my son is the only part of the story I can never figure out until the end," the officer said, finding the right page in his citation book. "Is the driver's license number of the offending motorist storyteller and his registration information. So be a nice guy. Let me peek." Halloran looked into the cop's calm blue eyes, debated telling his "my son is in critical condition" story anyway, and decided that would make things worse. This Smokey was no Queens. He dug out his wallet. "Wonderful," the cop said. "Would you take them out for me, please? I just have to see how it's all going to come out in the end." Silently, Halloran took out his driver's license and his Florida registration and gave them to the traffic cop. "That's very good. That's so good you win a present." "What?" Halloran asked hopefully. "When I finish writing down these numbers, I'm going to let you blow up a little balloon for me." "Oh, Jesus!" Halloran moaned. "Officer, my flight—" "Shh," the traffic cop said. "Don't be naughty." Halloran closed his eyes. He got to the United desk at 6:49, hoping against hope that the flight had been delayed. He didn't even have to ask. The departure monitor over the incoming passenger's desk told the story. Flight 901 for Denver, due out at 6:36 Eastern Standard Time, had left at 6:40, 9 minutes before. "Oh, shit," Dick Halloran said. And suddenly the smell of oranges, heavy and cloying. He had just time to reach the men's room before it came, deafening, terrified. "Come, please! Come, Dick! Please, please come!" 39. On the stairs. One of the things they had sold to swell their liquid assets a little before moving from Vermont to Colorado was Jack's collection of 200 old rock and roll and R&B albums. They had gone at the yard sale for $1 apiece. One of these albums, Danny's personal favorite, had been an Eddie Cochran double record set with 4 pages of bound-in liner notes by Lenny Kaye. Wendy had often been struck by Danny's fascination for this one particular album, by a man-boy who had lived fast and died young. Had died, in fact, when she herself had only been 10 years old. Now, at 7:15 Mountain Time, as Dick Halloran was telling Queens about his ex-wife's white boyfriend, she came upon Danny sitting halfway up the stairs between the lobby and the first floor, tossing a red rubber ball from hand to hand, and singing one of the songs from that album. His voice was low and tuneless. "So I climb 1, 2, flight 3, flight 4, Danny sang. 5, flight 6, flight 7, flight more. When I get to the top, I'm too tired to rock." She came around him, sat down on one of the stair risers, and saw that his lower lip had swelled to twice its size, and that there was dried blood on his chin. Her heart took a frightened leap in her chest, but she managed to speak neutrally.
"What happened, Doc?"
she asked, although she was sure she knew. Jack had hit him. Well, of course. That came next, didn't it? The wheels of progress. Sooner or later, they took you back to where you started from.
"I called Tony," Danny said, "in the ballroom. I guess I fell off the chair. It doesn't hurt anymore, just feels like my lip's too big." "Is that what really happened?"
she asked, looking at him, troubled.
"Daddy didn't do it," he answered. "Not today."
She gazed at him, feeling eerie. The ball traveled from one hand to the other. He had read her mind. Her son had read her mind.
What did Tony tell you, Danny?" "It doesn't matter."
His face was calm, his voice chillingly indifferent.
"Danny!"
She gripped his shoulder, harder than she had intended. But he didn't wince, or even try to shake her off.
"Oh, we are wrecking this boy. It's not just Jack, it's me, too. And maybe it's not even just us. Jack's father, my mother, are they here, too? Sure, why not? The place is lousy with ghosts anyway. Why not a couple more? Oh, Lord in heaven, he's like one of those suitcases they show on TV, run over, dropped from planes, going through factory crushers, or a Timex watch, takes a licking and keeps on ticking. Oh, Danny, I'm so sorry." "It doesn't matter," he said again. The ball went from hand to hand. "Tony can't come anymore. They won't let him. He's licked." "Who won't?" "The people in the hotel," he said.
He looked at her then, and his eyes weren't indifferent at all. They were deep and scared.
"And the things in the hotel. There's all kinds of them. The hotel is stuffed with them. You can see. I don't want to see,"
he said low, and then looked back at the rubber ball, arcing from hand to hand.
"But I can hear them sometimes, late at night. They're like the wind, all sighing together, in the attic, the basement, the rooms, all over. I thought it was my fault because of the way I am. The key, the little silver key. Danny, don't upset yourself this way. But it's him, too," Danny said. "It's Daddy, and it's you. It wants all of us. It's tricking Daddy, it's fooling him, trying to make him think it wants him the most. It wants me the most, but it will take all of us. If only that snowmobile—" "They wouldn't let him," Danny said in that same low voice. "They made him throw part of it away into the snow, far away. I dreamed it. And he knows that woman really is in 217. He looked at her with his dark, frightened eyes. "It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not." She slipped an arm around him. "I believe you. Danny, tell me the truth. Is he going to try to hurt us?" "They'll try to make him," Danny said. "I've been calling for Mr. Halloran. He said if I ever needed him to just call. And I have been. But it's awful hard. It makes me tired. And the worst part is I don't know if he's hearing me or not. I don't think he can call back because it's too far for him. And I don't know if it's too far for me or not. Tomorrow. What about tomorrow?" He shook his head. "Nothing." "Where is he now?" she asked. "Your daddy?" "He's in the basement. I don't think he'll be up tonight." She stood up suddenly. "Wait right here for me. 5 minutes." The kitchen was cold and deserted under the overhead fluorescent bars. She went to the rack where the carving knives hung from their magnetized strips. She took the longest and sharpest, wrapped it in a dish towel, and left the kitchen, turning off the lights as she went. Danny sat on the stairs, his eyes following the course of his red rubber ball from hand to hand. He sang, "She lives on the 20th floor uptown. The elevator is broken down. So I walk 1, 2 flight, 3 flight, 4. Lou, Lou, skip to Maloo." His singing broke off. He listened. "Skip to Maloo, my darling." The voice was in his head, so much a part of him, so frighteningly close that it might have been a part of his own thoughts. It was soft and infinitely sly, mocking him, seeming to say, "Oh, yes, you'll like it here. Try it, you'll like it. Try it. You'll like it. Now his ears were open and he could hear them again. The gathering, ghosts or spirits, or maybe the hotel itself. A dreadful fun house, where all the sideshows ended in death. Where all the specially painted boogies were really alive. Where hedges walked. Where a small silver key could start the obscenity. Soft and sighing, rustling like the endless winter wind that played under the eaves at night. The deadly lulling wind the summer tourists never heard. It was like the somnolent hum of summer wasps in a ground nest. Sleepy, deadly, beginning to wake up. They were 10,000 feet high. Why is a raven like a writing desk? The higher, the fewer, of course. Have another cup of tea. It was a living sound, but not voices, not breath. A man of a philosophical bent might have called it the sound of souls. Dick Halloran's Nana, who had grown up on southern roads in the years before the turn of the century, would have called it Hants. A psychic investigator might have had a long name for it. Psychic echo, psychokinesis, a telesmic sport. But to Danny it was only the sound of the hotel, the old monster, creaking steadily and ever more closely around them. Halls that now stretched back through time as well as distance. Hungry shadows, unquiet guests who did not rest easy. In the darkened ballroom, the clock under glass struck 7:30 with a single musical note. A hoarse voice, made brutal with drink, shouted, "Unmask and let's fuck!" Wendy, halfway across the lobby, jerked to a standstill. She looked at Danny on the stairs, still tossing the ball from hand to hand. "Did you hear something?" Danny only looked at her and continued to toss the ball from hand to hand. There would be little sleep for them that night, although they slept together behind a locked door. And in the dark, his eyes open, Danny thought, "He wants to be one of them and live forever. That's what he wants." Wendy thought, "If I have to, I'll take him further up. If we're going to die, I'd rather do it in the mountains." She had left the butcher knife still wrapped in the towel under the bed. She kept her hand close to it. They dozed off and on. The hotel creaked around them. Outside, snow had begun to spit down from a sky like lead. 40. In the basement. The boiler, the goddamn boiler! The thought came into Jack Torrance's mind full-blown, edged in bright warning red. On its heels, the voice of Watson. "If you forget, it'll just creep, and like as not you and your family will end up on the fucking moon. She's rated for 250, but she'd blow long before that now. I'd be scared to come down and stand next to her at 180. He'd been down here all night, poring over the boxes of old records, possessed by a frantic feeling that time was getting short, and he would have to hurry. Still the vital clues, the connections that would make everything clear, eluded him. His fingers were yellow and grimy with crumbling old paper. And he'd become so absorbed he hadn't checked the boiler once. He'd dumped it the previous evening around 6 o'clock when he first came down. It was now... He looked at his watch and jumped up, kicking over a stack of old invoices. Christ, it was 4:45 in the morning. Behind him the furnace kicked on. The boiler was making a groaning, whistling sound. He ran to it. His face, which had become thinner in the last month or so, was now heavily shadowed with beard stubble, and he had a hollow concentration camp look. The boiler pressure gauge stood at 210 pounds per square inch. He fancied he could almost see the sides of the old patched and welded boiler heaving out with the lethal strain. "She creeps. I'd be scared to come down and stand next to her at 180. Suddenly a cold and tempting inner voice spoke to him. "Let it go. Go get Wendy and Danny and get the fuck out of here. Let it blow sky high." He could visualize the explosion. A double thunderclap that would first rip the heart from this place, then the soul. The boiler would go with an orange-violet flash that would rain hot and burning shrapnel all over the cellar. In his mind he could see the red-hot trinkets of metal careening from floor to walls to ceiling, like strange billiard balls, whistling jagged death through the air. Some of them surely would whiz right through that stone arch, light on the old papers on the other side, and they would burn merry hell. Destroy the secrets, burn the clues,
It's a mystery no living hand will ever solve. Then the gas explosion, a great rumbling crackle of flame, a giant pilot light that would turn the whole center of the hotel into a broiler. Stairs and hallways and ceilings and rooms aflame, like the castle in the last reel of a Frankenstein movie. The flames spreading into the wings, hurrying up the black and blue twined carpets like eager guests. The silk wallpaper charring and curling. There were no sprinklers, only those outmoded hoses, and no one to use them. And there wasn't a fire engine in the world that could get here before late March. Burn, baby, burn. In 12 hours there would be nothing left but the bare bones. The needle on the gauge had moved up to 212. The boiler was creaking and groaning like an old woman trying to get out of bed. Hissing jets of steam had begun to play around the edges of old patches. Beads of solder had begun to sizzle. He didn't see, he didn't hear. Frozen with his hand on the valve that would dump off the pressure and damp the fire, Jack's eyes glittered from their sockets like sapphires. It's my last chance. The only thing not cashed in now was the life insurance policy he had taken out jointly with Wendy in the summer between his first and second years at Stovington. $40,000 death benefit, double indemnity if he or she died in a train crash, a plane crash, or a fire. 7 come 11, die the secret death and win $100. A fire, $80,000. They would have time to get out. Even if they were sleeping, they would have time to get out. He believed that. And he didn't think the hedges or anything else would try to hold them back if the Overlook was going up in flames. Flames. The needle inside the greasy, almost opaque dial had danced up to 215 pounds per square inch. Another memory occurred to him, a childhood memory. There had been a wasp's nest in the lower branches of their apple tree behind the house. One of his older brothers, he couldn't remember which one now, had been stung while swinging in the old tire Daddy had hung from one of the tree's lower branches. It had been late summer, when wasps tend to be at their ugliest. Their father, just home from work, dressed in his whites, the smell of beer hanging around his face in a fine mist, had gathered all 3 boys, Brett, Mike, and little Jackie, and told them he was going to get rid of the wasps. "Now watch," he had said, smiling and staggering a little. He hadn't been using the cane then. The collision with the milk truck was years in the future. "Maybe you'll learn something. My father showed me this." He had raked a big pile of rain-dampened leaves under the branch where the wasp's nest rested, a deadlier fruit than the shrunken but tasty apples their tree usually produced in late September, which was then still half a month away. He lit the leaves. The day was clear and windless. The leaves smoldered but didn't really burn, and they made a smell, a fragrance, that had echoed back to him each fall when men in Saturday pants and light windbreakers raked leaves together and burned them. A sweet smell with a bitter undertone, rich and evocative. The smoldering leaves produced great rafts of smoke that drifted up to obscure the nest. Their father had let the leaves smolder all that afternoon, drinking beer on the porch and dropping the empty black label cans into his wife's plastic floor bucket, while his 2 older sons flanked him and little Jackie sat on the steps at his feet, playing with his bolo bouncer and singing monotonously over and over, "Your cheating heart will make you weep. Your cheating heart is going to tell on you." At 5:45, just before supper, Daddy had gone out to the apple tree with his sons grouped carefully behind him. In one hand he had a garden hoe. He knocked the leaves apart, leaving little clots spread around to smolder and die. Then he reached the hoe handle up, weaving and blinking, and after 2 or 3 tries he knocked the nest to the ground. The boys fled for the safety of the porch, but Daddy only stood over the nest, swaying and blinking down at it. Jackie crept back to see it. A few wasps were crawling sluggishly over the paper terrain of their property, but they were not trying to fly. From the inside of the nest, the black and alien place, came a never-to-be-forgotten sound. A low, somnolent buzz, like the sound of high-tension wires. "Why don't they try to sting you, Daddy?" he had asked. "The smoke makes them drunk, Jackie. Go get my gas can." He ran to fetch it. Daddy doused the nest with amber gasoline. "Now step away, Jackie, unless you want to lose your eyebrows." He had stepped away. From somewhere in the voluminous folds of his white overblouse, Daddy had produced a wooden kitchen match. He lit it with his thumbnail and flung it onto the nest. There had been a white-orange explosion, almost soundless in its ferocity. Daddy had stepped away, cackling wildly. The wasp's nest had gone up in no time. "Fire," Daddy had said, turning to Jackie with a smile. "Fire will kill anything." After supper, the boys had come out in the day's waning light to stand solemnly around the charred and blackened nest. From the hot interior had come the sound of wasp bodies popping like corn. The pressure gauge stood at 220. A low iron wailing sound was building up in the guts of the thing. Jets of steam stood out erect in 100 places like porcupine quills. Fire will kill anything. Jack suddenly started. He had been dozing off, and he had almost dozed himself right into Kingdom Come. What in God's name had he been thinking of? Protecting the hotel was his job. He was the caretaker. A sweat of terror sprang to his hands so quickly that at first he missed his grip on the large valve. Then he curled his fingers around its spokes. He whirled it 1 turn, 2, 3. There was a giant hiss of steam, dragon's breath. A warm tropical mist rose from beneath the boiler and veiled him. For a moment he could no longer see the dial, but thought he must have waited too long. The groaning, clanking sound inside the boiler increased, followed by a series of heavy rattling sounds and the wrenching screech of metal. When some of the steam blew away, he saw that the pressure gauge had dropped back to 200 and was still sinking. The jets of steam escaping around the soldered patches began to lose their force. The wrenching, grinding sounds began to diminish. 190, 180, 175. He was going downhill, going 90 miles an hour, when the whistle broke into a scream. But he didn't think it would blow now. The press was down to 160. They found him in the wreck with his hand on the throttle. He was scalded to death by the steam. He stepped away from the boiler, breathing hard, trembling. He looked at his hands and saw that blisters were already rising on his palms. Hell with the blisters, he thought, and laughed shakily. He had almost died with his hand on the throttle, like Casey the engineer in the wreck of the old 97. Worse still, he would have killed the Overlook. The final crashing failure. He had failed as a teacher, a writer, a husband, and a father. He had even failed as a drunk. But you couldn't do much better in the old failure category than to blow up the building you were supposed to be taking care of. And this was no ordinary building. By no means. Christ, but he needed a drink. The press had dropped down to 80 psi. Cautiously wincing a little at the pain in his hands, he closed the dump valve again. But from now on the boiler would have to be watched more closely than ever. It might have been seriously weakened. He wouldn't trust it at more than 100 psi for the rest of the winter. And if they were a little chilly, they would just have to grin and bear it. He had broken 2 of the blisters. His hands throbbed like rotten teeth. A drink. A drink would fix him up, and there wasn't a thing in the goddamn house besides cooking sherry. At this point, a drink would be medicinal. That was just it, by God, an anesthetic. He had done his duty, and now he could use a little anesthetic, something stronger than Excedrin. But there was nothing. He remembered bottles glittering in the shadows. He had saved the hotel. The hotel would want to reward him. He felt sure of it. He took his handkerchief out of his back pocket and went to the stairs. He rubbed at his mouth. Just a little drink, just one, to ease the pain. He had served the Overlook, and now the Overlook would serve him. He was sure of it. His feet on the stair risers were quick and eager, the hurrying steps of a man who has come home from a long and bitter war. It was 5:20 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. 41. Daylight. Danny awoke with a muffled gasp from a terrible dream. There had been an explosion, a fire. The Overlook was burning up. He and his mommy were watching it from the front lawn. Mommy had said, "Look, Danny, look at the hedges." He looked at them, and they were all dead. Their leaves had turned a suffocant brown. The tightly packed branches showed through like the skeletons of half-dismembered corpses. And then his daddy had burst out of the Overlook's big double doors, and he was burning like a torch. His clothes were in flames. His skin had acquired a dark and sinister tan that was growing darker by the moment. His hair was a burning bush.
That was when he woke up, his throat tight with fear, his hands clutching at the sheet and blankets. Had he screamed? He looked over at his mother. Wendy lay on her side, the blankets up to her chin, a sheaf of straw-colored hair lying against her cheek. She looked like a child herself. No, he hadn't screamed. Lying in bed, looking upward, the nightmare began to drain away. He had a curious feeling that some great tragedy, fire, explosion, had been averted by inches. He let his mind drift out, searching for his daddy, and found him standing somewhere below, in the lobby. Danny pushed a little harder, trying to get inside his father. It was not good, because Daddy was thinking about the bad thing. He was thinking how good just one or two would be. I don't care. Sun's over the yard arm somewhere in the world. Remember how we used to say that, Al? Gin and tonic, bourbon with just a dash of bitters, scotch and soda, rum and coke, tweedledum and tweedledee, a drink for me and a drink for thee. The Martians have landed somewhere in the world. Princeton or Houston or Stokely-on-Carmichael, some fucking place. After all, 'tis the season and none of us are— Get out of his mind, you little shit! He recoiled in terror from that mental voice, his eyes widening, his hands tightening into claws on the counterpane. It hadn't been the voice of his father, but a clever mimic, a voice he knew, hoarse, brutal, yet underpointed with a vacuous sort of humor. Was it so near, then? He threw the covers back and swung his feet out onto the floor. He kicked his slippers out from under the bed and put them on. He went to the door and pulled it open and hurried up to the main corridor, his slippered feet whispering on the nap of the carpet runner. He turned the corner. There was a man on all fours halfway down the corridor, between him and the stairs. Danny froze. The man looked up at him. His eyes were tiny and red. He was dressed in some sort of silvery, spangled costume. A dog costume, Danny realized. Protruding from the rump of this strange creation was a long and floppy tail with a puff on the end. A zipper ran up the back of the costume to the neck. To the left of him was a dog's or wolf's head, blank eye sockets above the muzzle, the mouth open in a meaningless snarl that showed the rug's black and blue pattern between fangs that appeared to be papier-mâché. The man's mouth and chin and cheeks were smeared with blood. He began to growl at Danny. He was grinning, but the growl was real. It was deep in his throat, a chilling, primitive sound. Then he began to bark. His teeth were also stained red. He began to crawl toward Danny, dragging his boneless tail behind him. The costume dog's head lay unheeded on the carpet, glaring vacantly over Danny's shoulder. "Let me by," Danny said. "I'm going to eat you, little boy," the dog-man answered, and suddenly a fusillade of barks came from his grinning mouth. They were human imitations, but the savagery in them was real. The man's hair was dark, greased with sweat from his confining costume. There was a mixture of scotch and champagne on his breath. Danny flinched back but didn't run. "Let me by." "Not by the hair of my chinny chin," the dog-man replied. His small red eyes were fixed attentively on Danny's face. He continued to grin. "I'm going to eat you up, little boy, and I think I'll start with your plump little cock." He began to prance skittishly forward, making little leaps and snarling. Danny's nerve broke. He fled back into the short hallway that led to their quarters, looking back over his shoulder. There was a series of mixed howls and barks and growls, broken by slurred mutterings and giggles. Danny stood in the hallway, trembling. "Get it up!" the drunken dog-man cried out from around the corner. His voice was both violent and despairing. "Get it up, Harry, you bitch bastard! I don't care how many casinos and airlines and movie companies you own. I know what you like in the privacy of your own home. Get it up! I'll huff, and I'll puff, until Harry Derwent's all blown down." He ended with a long, chilling howl that seemed to turn into a scream of rage and pain just before it dwindled off. Danny turned apprehensively to the closed bedroom door at the end of the hallway and walked quietly down to it. He opened it and poked his head through. His mommy was sleeping in exactly the same position. No one was hearing this but him. He closed the door softly and went back up to the intersection of their corridor and the main hall, hoping the dog-man would be gone, the way the blood on the walls of the presidential suite had been gone.
He peeked around the corner carefully. The man in the dog costume was still there. He had put his head back on and was now prancing on all fours by the stairwell, chasing his tail. He occasionally leaped off the rug and came down, making dog grunts in his throat. Woof, woof, bow, wow, wow, grr. These sounds came hollowly out of the mask's stylized, snarling mouth, and among them were sounds that might have been sobs or laughter. Danny went back to the bedroom and sat down on his cot, covering his eyes with his hands. The hotel was running things now. Maybe at first the things that had happened had only been accidents. Maybe at first the things he had seen really were like scary pictures that couldn't hurt him. But now the hotel was controlling those things, and they could hurt. The Overlook hadn't wanted him to go to his father. That might spoil all the fun. So it had put the dog man in his way, just as it had put the hedge animals between them and the road. But his daddy could come here, and sooner or later his daddy would. He began to cry, the tears rolling silently down his cheeks. It was too late. They were going to die, all three of them. And when the Overlook opened next late spring, they would be right here to greet the guests along with the rest of the spooks. The woman in the tub, the dog man, the horrible dark thing that had been in the cement tunnel. They would be— Stop! Stop that now! He knuckled the tears furiously from his eyes. He would try as hard as he could to keep that from happening. Not to himself, not to his daddy and mommy. He would try as hard as he could. He closed his eyes and sent his mind out in a high, hard crystal bolt. "Dick, please come quick. We're in bad trouble, Dick. We need—" And suddenly in the darkness behind his eyes, the thing that chased him down the Overlook's dark halls in his dreams was there, right there. A huge creature dressed in white, its prehistoric club raised over its head. "I'll make you stop it, you goddamn puppy. I'll make you stop it because I am your father." "No!" He jerked back to the reality of the bedroom, his eyes wide and staring, the screams tumbling helplessly from his mouth as his mother bolted awake, clutching the sheet to her breasts. "No, Daddy, no, no, no!" And they both heard the vicious descending swing of the invisible club, cutting the air somewhere very close, then fading away to silence, as he ran to his mother and hugged her, trembling like a rabbit in a snare. The Overlook was not going to let him call Dick. That might spoil the fun, too. They were alone. Outside, the snow came harder, curtaining them off from the world. 42. Mid-air. Dick Halloran's flight was called at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and the boarding clerk held him by gate 31, shifting his flight bag nervously from hand to hand, until the last call at 6:55. They were both looking for a man named Carlton Vecker, the only passenger on TWA's Flight 196 from Miami to Denver who hadn't checked in. "Okay," the clerk said, and issued Halloran a blue first-class boarding pass. "You lucked out. You can board, sir." Halloran hurried up the enclosed boarding ramp and let the mechanically grinning stewardess tear his pass off and give him the stub. "We're serving breakfast on the flight," the stew said. "If you'd like—" "Just coffee, babe," he said, and went down the aisle to a seat in the smoking section. He kept expecting the no-show Vecker to pop through the door like a jack-in-the-box at the last second. The woman in the seat by the window was reading You Can Be Your Own Best Friend, with a sour, unbelieving expression on her face. Halloran buckled his seatbelt and then wrapped his large black hands around the seat's armrests and promised the absent Carlton Vecker that it would take him and 5 strong TWA flight attendants to drag him out of his seat. He kept his eye on his watch. It dragged off the minutes to the 7 o'clock takeoff time with maddening slowness. At 7:05, the stewardess informed them that there would be a slight delay while the ground crew rechecked one of the latches on the cargo door. "Shit for brains," Dick Halloran muttered. The sharp-faced woman turned her sour, unbelieving expression on him and then went back to her book. He had spent the night at the airport, going from counter to counter. United, American, TWA, Continental, Braniff, haunting the ticket clerks. Sometime after midnight, drinking his 8th or 9th cup of coffee in the canteen, he had decided he was being an asshole to have taken this whole thing on his own shoulders. There were authorities. He had gone down to the nearest bank of telephones and, after talking to 3 different operators, He had gotten the emergency number of the Rocky Mountain National Park Authority. The man who answered the telephone sounded utterly worn out. Halloran had given a false name and said there was trouble at the Overlook Hotel, west of Sidewinder. Bad trouble. He was put on hold. The ranger, Halloran assumed he was a ranger, came back on in about 5 minutes. "They've got a CB," the ranger said. "Sure they've got a CB," Halloran said. "We haven't had a Mayday call from them." "Man, that don't matter. They—" "Exactly what kind of trouble are they in, Mr. Hall?" "Well, there's a family. The caretaker and his family. I think maybe he's gone a little nuts, you know. I think maybe he might hurt his wife and his little boy." "May I ask how you've come by this information, sir?" Halloran closed his eyes. "What's your name, fellow?" "Tom Staunton, sir." "Well, Tom, I know. Now I'll be just as straight with you as I can be. There's bad trouble up there. Maybe killing bad. Do you dig what I'm saying?" "Mr. Hall, I really have to know how you—" "Look," Halloran had said, "I'm telling you I know. A few years back there was a fellow up there named Grady. He killed his wife and his 2 daughters, and then pulled the string on himself. I'm telling you it's going to happen again if you guys don't haul your asses out there and stop it." "Mr. Hall, you're not calling from Colorado." "No, but what difference—" "If you're not in Colorado, you're not in CB range of the Overlook Hotel. If you're not in CB range, you can't possibly have been in contact with the, faint rattle of papers, the Torrance family. While I had you on hold, I tried to telephone. It's out, which is nothing unusual. There are still 25 miles of above-ground telephone lines between the hotel and the Sidewinder switching station. My conclusion is that you must be some sort of crank." "Oh, man, you stupid—" But his despair was too great to find a noun to go with the adjective. Suddenly, illumination. "Call them," he cried. "Sir?" "You got the CB, they got the CB. So call them. Call them and ask them what's up." There was a brief silence and the humming of long-distance wires. "You tried that too, didn't you?" Halloran asked. "That's why you had me on hold so long. You tried the phone and then you tried the CB, and you didn't get nothing. But you don't think nothing's wrong? What are you guys doing up there? Sitting on your asses and playing gin rummy?" "No, we are not," Staunton said angrily. Halloran was relieved at the sound of anger in the voice. For the first time he felt he was speaking to a man and not to a recording. "I'm the only man here, sir. Every other ranger in the park, plus game wardens, plus volunteers, are up in Hasty Notch, risking their lives because 3 stupid assholes with 6 months' experience decided to try the north face of King's Ram. They're stuck halfway up there, and maybe they'll get down and maybe they won't. There are 2 choppers up there, and the men who are flying them are risking their lives because it's night here and it's starting to snow. So if you're still having trouble putting it all together, I'll give you a hand with it. Number 1, I don't have anybody to send to the Overlook. Number 2, the Overlook isn't a priority here. What happens in the park is a priority. Number 3, by daybreak, neither one of those choppers will be able to fly, because it's going to snow like crazy according to the National Weather Service. Do you understand the situation?" "Yeah," Halloran had said softly. "I understand. Now my guess as to why I couldn't raise them on the CB is very simple. I don't know what time it is where you are, but out here it's 9:30. I think they may have turned it off and gone to bed. Now if you—" "Good luck with your climbers, man," Halloran said. "But I want you to know that they are not the only ones who are stuck up high because they didn't know what they were getting into." He had hung up the phone. At 7:20 a.m., the TWA 747 backed lumberingly out of its stall, turned, and rolled out toward the runway. Halloran let out a long, soundless exhale. "Carlton, Vecker, wherever you are, eat your heart out." Flight 196 parted company with the ground at 7:28, and at 7:31, as it gained altitude, the thought pistol went off in Dick Halloran's head again. His shoulders hunched uselessly against the smell of oranges, and then jerked spasmodically. His forehead wrinkled, his mouth drew down in a grimace of pain. "Dick, please come quick. We're in bad trouble. Dick, we need—" And that was all. It was suddenly gone. No fading out this time. The communication had been chopped off cleanly, as if with a knife. It scared him. His hands, still clutching the seat rests, had gone almost white. His mouth was dry. Something had happened to the boy. He was sure of it. If anyone had hurt that little child— "Do you always react so violently to takeoffs?" He looked around. It was the woman in the horn-rimmed glasses.
"It wasn't that," Halloran said. "I've got a steel plate in my head, from Korea. Every now and then it gives me a twinge. Vibrates, don't you know. Scrambles the signal."
"Is that so?"
"Yes, ma'am." "It is the line soldier who ultimately pays for any foreign intervention," the sharp-faced woman said grimly.
"Is that so?"
"It is. This country must swear off its dirty little wars. The CIA has been at the root of every dirty little war America has fought in this century. The CIA and dollar diplomacy." She opened her book and began to read. The no-smoking sign went off. Halloran watched the receding land and wondered if the boy was all right. He had developed an affectionate feeling for that boy, although his folks hadn't seemed all that much. He hoped to God they were watching out for Danny. 43. Drinks on the house. Jack stood in the dining room just outside the bat-wing doors leading into the Colorado lounge, his head cocked, listening. He was smiling faintly. Around him he could hear the Overlook Hotel coming to life. It was hard to say just how he knew, but he guessed it wasn't greatly different from the perceptions Danny had from time to time. Like father, like son. Wasn't that how it was popularly expressed? It wasn't a perception of sight or sound, although it was very near to those things, separated from those senses by the filmiest of perceptual curtains. It was as if another overlook now lay scant inches beyond this one, separated from the real world, if there is such a thing as a real world, Jack thought, but gradually coming into balance with it. He was reminded of the 3D movies he'd seen as a kid. If you looked at the screen without the special glasses, you saw a double image, the sort of thing he was feeling now. But when you put the glasses on, it made sense. All the hotel's eras were together now, all but this current one, the Torrance era. And this would be together with the rest very soon now. That was good. That was very good. He could almost hear the self-important ding-ding of the silver-plated bell on the registration desk, summoning bellboys to the front, as men in the fashionable flannels of the 1920s checked in, and men in fashionable 1940s double-breasted pinstripes checked out. There would be 3 nuns sitting in front of the fireplace as they waited for the checkout line to thin, and standing behind them, nattily dressed, with diamond stick pins, holding their blue and white figured ties, Charles Grondin and Vito Gianelli discussed profit and loss, life and death. There was a dozen trucks in the loading bays out back. Some laid one over the other like bad time exposures. In the East Wing ballroom, a dozen different business conventions were going on at the same time, within temporal centimeters of each other. There was a costume ball going on. There were soirees, wedding receptions, birthday and anniversary parties, men talking about Neville Chamberlain and the Archduke of Austria, music, laughter, drunkenness, hysteria. Little love, not here, but a steady undercurrent of sensuousness. And he could almost hear all of them together, drifting through the hotel and making a graceful cacophony. In the dining room where he stood, breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 70 years were all being served simultaneously just behind him. He could strike the almost. He could hear them, faintly as yet, but clearly, the way one can hear thunder miles off on a hot summer's day. He could hear all of them, the beautiful strangers. He was becoming aware of them as they must have been aware of him from the very start. All the rooms of the Overlook were occupied this morning. A full house. And beyond the bat wings, a low murmur of conversation drifted and swirled like lazy cigarette smoke. More sophisticated, more private. Low, throaty female laughter, the kind that seems to vibrate in a fairy ring around the viscera and the genitals. The sound of a cash register, its windows softly lighted in the warm half-dark, ringing up the price of a gin Ricky, a Manhattan, a Depression bomber, a slow gin fizz, a zombie. The jukebox pouring out its drinkers' melodies, each one overlapping the other in time. He pushed the bat wings open and stepped through. "Hello, boys," Jack Torrance said softly. "I've been away, but now I'm back." "Good evening, Mr. Torrance," Lloyd said, genuinely pleased. "It's good to see you." "It's good to be back, Lloyd," he said gravely.
and hooked his leg over a stool between a man in a sharp blue suit and a bleary-eyed woman in a black dress who was peering into the depths of a Singapore sling. "What will it be, Mr. Torrance?" "Martini," he said with great pleasure. He looked at the back bar with its rows of dimly gleaming bottles capped with their silver siphons. Jim Beam, Wild Turkey, Gilbey's, Sherrod's Private Label, Toro, Seagram's, and home again. "One large Martian, if you please," he said. "They've landed somewhere in the world, Lloyd." He took his wallet out and laid a 20 carefully on the bar. As Lloyd made his drink, Jack looked over his shoulder. Every booth was occupied. Some of the occupants were dressed in costumes. A woman in gauzy harem pants and a rhinestone-sparkled brassiere. A man with a fox head rising slyly out of his evening dress. A man in a silvery dog outfit who was tickling the nose of a woman in a sarong with the puff on the end of his long tail, to the general amusement of all. "No charge to you, Mr. Torrance," Lloyd said, putting the drink down on Jack's 20. "Your money is no good here. Orders from the manager." "Manager?" A faint unease came over him. Nevertheless, he picked up the martini glass and swirled it, watching the olive at the bottom bob slightly in the drink's chilly depths. "Of course, the manager." Lloyd's smile broadened, but his eyes were socketed in shadow, and his skin was horribly white, like the skin of a corpse. "Later he expects to see to your son's well-being himself. He is very interested in your son. Danny is a talented boy." The juniper fumes of the gin were pleasantly maddening, but they also seemed to be blurring his reason. Danny? What was all of this about Danny? And what was he doing in a bar with a drink in his hand? He had taken the pledge. He had gone on the wagon. He had sworn off. What could they want with his son? What could they want with Danny? Wendy and Danny weren't in it. He tried to see into Lloyd's shadowed eyes, but it was too dark, too dark. It was like trying to read emotion into the empty orbs of a skull. "It's me they must want, isn't it? I am the one. Not Danny, not Wendy. I'm the one who loves it here. They wanted to leave. I'm the one who took care of the snowmobile, went through the old records, dumped the press on the boiler, lied, practically sold my soul. What can they want with him?" "Where is the manager?" He tried to ask it casually, but his words seemed to come out between lips already numbed by the first drink, like words from a nightmare rather than those in a sweet dream. Lloyd only smiled. "What do you want with my son? Danny's not in this, is he?" He heard the naked plea in his own voice. Lloyd's face seemed to be running, changing, becoming something pestilent. The white skin becoming a hepatitic yellow, cracking. Red sores erupting on the skin, bleeding foul-smelling liquid. Droplets of blood sprang out on Lloyd's forehead like sweat, and somewhere a silver chime was striking the quarter hour. "Unmask! Unmask!" "Drink your drink, Mr. Torrance," Lloyd said softly. "It isn't a matter that concerns you. Not at this point." He picked his drink up again, raised it to his lips, and hesitated. He heard the hard, horrible snap as Danny's arm broke. He saw the bicycle flying brokenly up over the hood of Al's car, starring the windshield. He saw a single wheel lying in the road, twisted spokes pointing into the sky like jags of piano wire. He became aware that all conversation had stopped. He looked back over his shoulder. They were all looking at him expectantly, silently. The man beside the woman in the sarong had removed his fox head, and Jack saw that it was Horace Derwent, his pallid blonde hair spilling across his forehead. Everyone at the bar was watching too. The woman beside him was looking at him closely, as if trying to focus. Her dress had slipped off one shoulder, and looking down he could see a loosely puckered nipple capping one sagging breast. Looking back at her face, he began to think that this might be the woman from 217, the one who had tried to strangle Danny. On his other hand, the man in the sharp blue suit had removed a small pearl-handled .32 from his jacket pocket, and was idly spinning it on the bar like a man with Russian roulette on his mind. "I want—" He realized the words were not passing through his frozen vocal cords and tried again. "I want to see the manager. I don't think he understands. My son is not a part of this. He—" "Mr. Torrance," Lloyd said, his voice coming with hideous gentleness from inside his plague-rattled face. "You will meet the manager in due time. He has, in fact, decided to make you his agent in this matter. Now drink your drink." "Drink your drink," they all echoed. He picked it up with a badly trembling hand. It was raw gin. He looked into it, and looking was like drowning. The woman beside him began to sing in a flat, dead voice. "Roll out the barrel, and we'll have a barrel of fun." Lloyd picked it up. Then the man in the blue suit. The dog man joined in, thumping one paw against the table. "Now's the time to roll the barrel." Derwent added his voice to the rest. A cigarette was cocked in one corner of his mouth at a jaunty angle. His right arm was around the shoulders of the woman in the sarong, and his right hand was gently and absently stroking her right breast. He was looking at the dog man with amused contempt as he sang. "Because the gang's all here." Jack brought the drink to his mouth and downed it in 3 long gulps, the gin highballing down his throat like a moving van in a tunnel, exploding in his stomach, rebounding up to his brain in one leap, where it seized hold of him with a final convulsing fit of the shakes. When that passed off, he felt fine. "Do it again, please," he said, and pushed the empty glass toward Lloyd. "Yes, sir," Lloyd said, taking the glass. Lloyd looked perfectly normal again. The olive-skinned man had put his .32 away. The woman on his right was staring into her Singapore sling again. One breast was wholly exposed now, leaning on the bar's leather buffer. A vacuous crooning noise came from her slack mouth. The loom of conversation had begun again, weaving and weaving. His new drink appeared in front of him. "Muchas gracias, Lloyd," he said, picking it up. "Always a pleasure to serve you, Mr. Torrance," Lloyd smiled. "You were always the best of them, Lloyd." "Why, thank you, sir." He drank slowly this time, letting it trickle down his throat, tossing a few peanuts down the chute for good luck. The drink was gone in no time, and he ordered another. "Mr. President, I have met the Martians and am pleased to report they are friendly." While Lloyd fixed another, he began searching his pockets for a quarter to put in the jukebox. He thought of Danny again, but Danny's face was pleasantly fuzzed and nondescript now. He had hurt Danny once, but that had been before he had learned how to handle his liquor. Those days were behind him now. He would never hurt Danny again. Not for the world. 44. Conversations at the party. He was dancing with a beautiful woman. He had no idea what time it was, how long he had spent in the Colorado Lounge, or how long he had been here in the ballroom. Time had ceased to matter. He had vague memories, listening to a man who had once been a successful radio comic, and then a variety star in TV's infant days, telling a very long and very hilarious joke about incest between Siamese twins. Seeing the woman in the harem pants and the sequined bra do a slow and sinuous strip-tease to some bumping and grinding music from the jukebox. It seemed it had been David Rose's theme music from The Stripper. Crossing the lobby as one of 3, the other 2 men in evening dress that predated the 20s, all of them singing about the stiff patch on Rosie O'Grady's knickers. He seemed to remember looking out the big double doors and seeing Japanese lanterns strung in graceful curving arcs that followed the sweep of the driveway. They gleamed in soft pastel colors like dusky jewels. The big glass globe on the porch ceiling was on, and night insects bumped and flitted against it. And a part of him, perhaps the last tiny spark of sobriety, tried to tell him that it was 6 a.m. on a morning in December. But time had been cancelled. The arguments against insanity fall through with a soft shirring sound, layer on layer. Who was that? Some poet he had read as an undergraduate? Some undergraduate poet who was now selling washers in Warsaw or insurance in Indianapolis? Perhaps an original thought? Didn't matter. The night is dark, the stars are high. A disembodied custard pie is floating in the sky. He giggled helplessly. "What's funny, honey?" And here he was again in the ballroom. The chandelier was lit, and couples were circling all around them, some in costume and some not, to the smooth sounds of some post-war band. But which war? Can you be certain? No, of course not. He was certain of only one thing. He was dancing with a beautiful woman. She was tall and auburn-haired, dressed in clinging white satin, and she was dancing close to him, her breasts pressed softly and sweetly against his chest. Her white hand was entwined in his. She was wearing a small and sparkly cat's-eye mask, and her hair had been brushed over to one side in a soft and gleaming fall that seemed to pool in the valley between their touching shoulders. Her dress was full-skirted, but he could feel her thighs against his legs from time to time, and had become more and more sure that she was smooth and powdered naked under her dress. "The better to feel your erection with, my dear." And he was sporting a regular rail spike. If it offended her, she concealed it well. She snuggled even closer to him. "Nothing funny, honey," he said, and giggled again. "I like you," she whispered, and he thought that her scent was like lilies, secret and hidden in cracks furred with green moss, places where sunshine is short and shadows long. "I like you, too. We could go upstairs if you want. I'm supposed to be with Harry, but he'll never notice. He's too busy teasing poor Roger." The number ended. There was a spatter of applause, and then the band swung into Mood Indigo with scarcely a pause. Jack looked over her bare shoulder and saw Derwent standing by the refreshment table. The girl in the sarong was with him. There were bottles of champagne in ice buckets ranged along the white lawn covering the table, and Derwent held a foaming bottle in his hand. A knot of people had gathered, laughing. In front of Derwent and the girl in the sarong, Roger capered grotesquely on all fours, his tail dragging limply behind him. He was barking. "Speak, boy, speak," Harry Derwent cried. "Ralph, Ralph," Roger responded. Everyone clapped. A few of the men whistled. "Now sit up. Sit up, doggy." Roger clambered up on his haunches. The muzzle of his mask was frozen in its eternal snarl. Inside the eye-holes, Roger's eyes rolled with frantic, sweaty hilarity. He held his arms out, dangling the paws. "Ralph, Ralph!" Derwent upended the bottle of champagne, and it fell in a foamy Niagara onto the upturned mask. Roger made frantic slurping sounds, and everyone applauded again. Some of the women screamed with laughter. "Isn't Harry a card?" his partner asked him, pressing close again. "Everyone says so. He's AC/DC, you know. Poor Roger's only DC. He spent a weekend with Harry in Cuba once, months ago. Now he follows Harry everywhere, wagging his little tail behind him." She giggled. The shy scent of lilies drifted up. "But of course Harry never goes back for seconds. Not on his DC side, anyway. And Roger is just wild. Harry told him if he came to the masked ball as a doggy, a cute little doggy, he might reconsider. And Roger is such a silly that he—" The number ended. There was more applause. The band members were filing down for a break. "Excuse me, sweetness," she said. "There's someone I just must. Darla! Darla, you dear girl, where have you been?" She wove her way into the eating, drinking throng, and he gazed after her stupidly, wondering how they had happened to be dancing together in the first place. He didn't remember. Incidents seemed to have occurred with no connections. First here, then there, then everywhere. His head was spinning. He smelled lilies and juniper berries. Up by the refreshment table, Derwent was now holding a tiny triangular sandwich over Roger's head and urging him, to the general merriment of the onlookers, to do a somersault. The dog mask was turned upward. The silver sides of the dog costume bellowed in and out. Roger suddenly leaped, tucking his head under, and tried to roll in mid-air. His leap was too low and too exhausted. He landed awkwardly on his back, rapping his head smartly on the tiles. A hollow groan drifted out of the dog mask. Derwent led the applause. "Try again, doggy. Try again." The onlookers took up the chant. "Try again. Try again." And Jack staggered off the other way, feeling vaguely ill. He almost fell over the drinks cart that was being wheeled along by a low-browed man in a white mess jacket. His foot rapped the lower chromed shelf of the cart. The bottles and siphons on top chattered together musically. "Sorry," Jack said thickly. He suddenly felt closed in and claustrophobic. He wanted to get out. He wanted the Overlook back the way it had been, free of these unwanted guests. His place was not honored as the true opener of the way. He was only another of the 10,000 cheering extras, a doggy rolling over and sitting up on command. "Quite all right," the man in the white mess jacket said. The polite, clipped English coming from that thug's face was surreal. "A drink?
Martini.
From behind him, another comber of laughter broke. Roger was howling to the tune of Home on the Range. Someone was picking out accompaniment on the Steinway Baby Grand.
Here you are.
The frosty cold glass was pressed into his hand. Jack drank gratefully, feeling the gin hit and crumble away the first inroads of sobriety.
Is it all right, sir?
Fine. Thank you, sir. The cart began to roll again. Jack suddenly reached out and touched the man's shoulder. Yes, sir.
Pardon me, but what's your name?
The other showed no surprise.
Grady, sir.
Delbert Grady.
But you...
I mean that... The bartender was looking at him politely. Jack tried again, although his mouth was mushed by gin and unreality. Each word felt as large as an ice cube.
Weren't you once the caretaker here?
When... But he couldn't finish. He couldn't say it.
Why, no, sir. I don't believe so. But your wife, your daughters... My wife is helping in the kitchen, sir. The girls are asleep, of course. It's much too late for them. You were the caretaker. You...
Oh, say it! You killed them. Grady's face remained blankly polite.
I don't have any recollection of that at all, sir.
His glass was empty. Grady plucked it from Jack's unresisting fingers and set about making another drink for him. There was a small white plastic bucket on his cart that was filled with olives. For some reason they reminded Jack of tiny severed heads. Grady speared one deftly, dropped it into the glass, and handed it to him.
But you're the caretaker, sir, Grady said mildly.
You've always been the caretaker.
I should know, sir. I've always been here. The same manager hired us both at the same time. Is it all right, sir?
Jack gulped at his drink. His head was swirling.
Mr. Ullman.
I know no one by that name, sir.
But he...
The manager, Grady said.
The hotel, sir. Surely you realize who hired you, sir?
No, he said thickly.
No,
I believe you must take it up further with your son, Mr. Torrance, sir. He understands everything, although he hasn't enlightened you. Rather naughty of him, if I may be so bold, sir. In fact, he's crossed you at almost every turn, hasn't he? And him not yet 6.
Yes, Jack said. He has.
There was another wave of laughter from behind them.
He needs to be corrected, if you don't mind me saying so. He needs a good talking to and perhaps a bit more. My own girls, sir, didn't care for the Overlook at first. One of them actually stole a pack of my matches and tried to burn it down. I corrected them. I corrected them most harshly. And when my wife tried to stop me from doing my duty, I corrected her.
He offered Jack a bland, meaningless smile.
I find it a sad but true fact that women rarely understand a father's responsibility to his children. Husbands and fathers do have certain responsibilities, don't they, sir?
Yes, Jack said.
They didn't love the Overlook as I did,
Grady said, beginning to make him another drink. Silver bubbles rose in the upended gin bottle.
Just as your son and wife don't love it. Not at present, anyway. But they will come to love it. You must show them the error of their ways, Mr. Torrance. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
He did see. He had been too easy with them.
Husbands and fathers did have certain responsibilities.
Father knows best.
They did not understand. That in itself was no crime, but they were willfully not understanding. He was not ordinarily a harsh man, but he did believe in punishment. And if his son and his wife had willfully set themselves against his wishes, against the things he knew were best for them, then didn't he have a certain duty?
A thankless child is sharper than a serpent's tooth, Grady said, handing him his drink. I do believe that the manager could bring your son into line, and your wife would shortly follow. Do you agree, sir?
He was suddenly uncertain.
But if they could just leave. I mean, after all, it's me the manager wants, isn't it? It must be, because why?
He should know, but suddenly he didn't. Oh, his poor brain was swimming.
Bad dog, Derwent was saying loudly to a counterpoint of laughter. Bad dog to piddle on the floor. Of course you know, Grady said, leaning confidentially over the cart. Your son is attempting to bring an outside party into it. Your son has a very great talent, one that the manager could use to even further improve the Overlook. To further enrich it, shall we say. But your son is attempting to use that very talent against us. He is willful, Mr. Torrance, sir. Willful."
"Outside party?" Jack asked stupidly.
Grady nodded. "Who?" "A nigger," Grady said. "A nigger cook. Halloran? I believe that is his name, sir, yes." Another burst of laughter from behind them was followed by Roger saying something in a whining, protesting voice. "Yes, yes, yes," Derwent began to chant. The others around him took it up, but before Jack could hear what they wanted Roger to do now, the band began to play again. The tune was Tuxedo Junction, with a lot of mellow sax in it, but not much soul. Soul? Soul hasn't even been invented yet. Or has it? A nigger. A nigger cook. He opened his mouth to speak, not knowing what might come out. What did was, "I was told you hadn't finished high school, but you don't talk like an uneducated man." "It's true that I left organized education very early, sir. But the manager takes care of his help. He finds that it pays. Education always pays, don't you agree, sir?" "Yes," Jack said dazedly. "For instance, you show a great interest in learning more about the Overlook Hotel. Very wise of you, sir, very noble. A certain scrapbook was left in the basement for you to find. By whom?" Jack asked eagerly. "By the manager, of course. Certain other materials could be put at your disposal, if you wish them." "I do, very much." He tried to control the eagerness in his voice and failed miserably. "You're a true scholar," Grady said. "Pursue the topic to the end. Exhaust all sources." He dipped his low-browed head, pulled out the lapel of his white mess jacket, and buffed his knuckles at a spot of dirt that was invisible to Jack. "And the manager puts no strings on his largesse," Grady went on. "Not at all. Look at me, a 10th grade dropout. Think how much further you yourself could go in the Overlook's organizational structure. Perhaps, in time, to the very top." "Really?" Jack whispered. "But that's really up to your son to decide, isn't it?" Grady asked, raising his eyebrows. The delicate gesture went oddly with the brows themselves, which were bushy and somehow savage. "Up to Danny?" Jack frowned at Grady. "No, of course not. I wouldn't allow my son to make decisions concerning my career. Not at all. What do you take me for?" "A dedicated man," Grady said warmly. "Perhaps I put it badly, sir. Let us say that your future here is contingent upon how you decide to deal with your son's waywardness." "I make my own decisions," Jack whispered. "But you must deal with him." "I will. Firmly. I will." "A man who cannot control his own family holds very little interest for our manager. A man who cannot guide the courses of his own wife and son can hardly be expected to guide himself, let alone assume a position of responsibility in an operation of this magnitude. "I said I'll handle him!" Jack shouted suddenly, enraged. Tuxedo Junction had just concluded, and a new tune hadn't begun. His shout fell perfectly into the gap, and conversation suddenly ceased behind him. His skin suddenly felt hot all over. He became fixedly positive that everyone was staring at him. They had finished with Roger and would now commence with him. Roll over. Sit up. Play dead. If you play the game with us, we'll play the game with you. Position of responsibility. They wanted him to sacrifice his son. Now he follows Harry everywhere, wagging his little tail behind him. Roll over. Play dead. Chastise your son. Right this way, sir, Grady was saying. Something that might interest you. The conversation had begun again, lifting and dropping in its own rhythm, weaving in and out of the band music, now doing a swing version of Lennon and McCartney's Ticket to Ride. I've heard better over supermarket loudspeakers. He giggled foolishly. He looked down at his left hand and saw there was another drink in it, half full. He emptied it at a gulp. Now he was standing in front of the mantelpiece, the heat from the crackling fire that had been laid in the hearth warming his legs. A fire? In August? Yes. And no. All times are one. There was a clock under a glass dome, flanked by 2 carved ivory elephants. Its hand stood at a minute to midnight. He gazed at it blearily. Had this been what Grady wanted him to see? He turned around to ask, but Grady had left him.
Halfway through Ticket to Ride, the band wound up in a brassy flourish. "The hour is at hand," Horace Derwent proclaimed. "Midnight! Unmask! Unmask!" He tried to turn again to see what famous faces were hidden beneath the glitter and paint and masks, but he was frozen now, unable to look away from the clock. Its hands had come together and pointed straight up. "Unmask! Unmask!" the chant went up. The clock began to chime delicately. Along the steel runner below the clock face, from the left and right, two figures advanced. Jack watched fascinated, the unmasking forgotten. Clockwork whirred. Cogs turned and meshed, brass warmly glowing. The balance wheel rocked back and forth precisely. One of the figures was a man standing on tiptoe with what looked like a tiny club clasped in his hands. The other was a small boy wearing a dunce cap. The clockwork figures glittered, fantastically precise. Across the front of the boy's dunce cap he could read the engraved word, "Fool." The two figures slipped on to the opposing ends of a steel axis bar. Somewhere, tinkling on and on, were the strains of a Strauss waltz. An insane commercial jingle began to run through his mind to the tune, "Buy dog food, Ralph, 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 Ralph. Buy dog food." The steel mallet in the clockwork daddy's hands came down on the boy's head. The clockwork sun crumbled forward. The mallet rose and fell, rose and fell. The boy's upstretched, protesting hands began to falter. The boy sagged from his crouch to a prone position. And still the hammer rose and fell to the light tinkling air of the Strauss melody, and it seemed that he could see the man's face, working and knotting and constricting, could see the clockwork daddy's mouth opening and closing as he berated the unconscious, bludgeoned figure of the sun. A spot of red flew up against the inside of the glass dome. Another followed. Two more splattered beside it. Now the red liquid was spraying up like an obscene rain shower, striking the glass sides of the dome and running, obscuring what was going on inside. And flecked through the scarlet were tiny gray ribbons of tissue, fragments of bone and brain. And still he could see the hammer rising and falling as the clockwork continued to turn, and the cogs continued to mesh the gears and teeth of this cunningly made machine. "Unmask! Unmask!" Derwent was shrieking behind him, and somewhere a dog was howling in human tones. But clockwork can't bleed. Clockwork can't bleed. The entire dome was splashed with blood. He could see clotted bits of hair, but nothing else, thank God. He could see nothing else. And still he thought he would be sick because he could hear the hammer blows still falling, could hear them through the glass just as he could hear the phrases of the Blue Danube. But the sounds were no longer the mechanical tink-tink-tink noises of a mechanical hammer striking a mechanical head, but the soft and squashy thudding sounds of a real hammer, slicing down and whacking into a spongy, muddy ruin, a ruin that once had been, "Unmask!" The Red Death held sway over all. With a miserable rising scream, he turned away from the clock, his hands outstretched, his feet stumbling against one another like wooden blocks as he begged them to stop, to take him, Danny, Wendy, to take the whole world if they wanted it, but only to stop and leave him a little sanity, a little light. The ballroom was empty. The chairs with their spindly legs were upended on tables covered with plastic dust drops. The red rug with its golden tracings was back on the dance floor, protecting the polished hardwood surface. The bandstand was deserted except for a disassembled microphone stand and a dusty guitar leaning stringless against the wall. Cold morning light, winter light, fell languidly through the high windows. His head was still reeling. He still felt drunk. But when he turned back to the mantelpiece, his drink was gone. There were only the ivory elephants and the clock. He stumbled back across the cold, shadowy lobby and through the dining room. His foot hooked around a table leg, and he fell full length, upsetting the table with a clatter. He struck his nose hard on the floor, and it began to bleed. He got up, snuffling back blood and wiping his nose with the back of his hand. He crossed to the Colorado lounge and shoved through the batwing doors, making them fly back and bang into the walls. The place was empty, but the bar was fully stocked. God be praised! Glass and the silver edging on labels glowed warmly in the dark. Once, he remembered, a very long time ago, he had been angry that there was no back bar mirror. Now he was glad. Looking into it, he would have seen just another drunk fresh off the wagon. Bloody nose, untucked shirt, hair rumpled, cheeks stubbly.
This is what it's like to stick your whole hand into the nest. Loneliness surged over him suddenly and completely. He cried out with sudden wretchedness and honestly wished he were dead. His wife and son were upstairs with the door locked against him. The others had all left. The party was over. He lurched forward again, reaching the bar. "Lloyd, where the fuck are you?" he screamed. There was no answer. In this well-padded room, his words did not even echo back to give the illusion of company. "Grady!" No answer. Only the bottle standing stiffly at attention. Roll over, play dead, fetch, play dead, sit up, play dead. Never mind, I'll do it myself, goddammit. Halfway over the bar, he lost his balance and pitched forward, hitting his head a muffled blow on the floor. He got up on his hands and knees, his eyeballs moving disjointed from side to side, fuzzy muttering sounds coming from his mouth. Then he collapsed, his face turned to one side, breathing in harsh snores. Outside, the wind whooped louder, driving the thickening snow before it. It was 8:30 a.m. 45. Stapleton Airport, Denver. At 8:31 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, a woman on TWA's Flight 196 burst into tears and began to bugle her own opinion, which was perhaps not unshared among some of the other passengers, or even the crew for that matter, that the plane was going to crash. The sharp-faced woman next to Halloran looked up from her book and offered a brief character analysis. "Ninny," and went back to her book. She had downed 2 screwdrivers during the flight, but they seemed not to have thawed her at all. "It's going to crash!" the woman was crying out shrilly. "Oh, I just know it is!" A stewardess hurried to her seat and squatted beside her. Halloran thought to himself that only stewardesses and very young housewives seemed able to squat with any degree of grace. It was a rare and wonderful talent. He thought about this while the stewardess talked softly and soothingly to the woman, quieting her bit by bit. Halloran didn't know about anyone else on 196, but he personally was almost scared enough to shit peach pits. Outside the window there was nothing to be seen but a buffeting curtain of white. The plane rocked sickeningly from side to side, with gusts that seemed to come from everywhere. The engines were cranked up to provide partial compensation, and as a result the floor was vibrating under their feet. There were several people moaning in tourist behind them. One stew had gone back with a handful of fresh air-sick bags, and a man 3 rows in front of Halloran had whoopsed into his National Observer and had grinned apologetically at the stewardess who came to help him clean up. "That's all right," she comforted him. "That's how I feel about the Reader's Digest." Halloran had flown enough to be able to surmise what had happened. They had been flying against bad headwinds most of the way. The weather over Denver had worsened suddenly and unexpectedly, and now it was just a little late to divert for some place where the weather was better. Feets don't fail me now. Buddy boy, this is some fucked-up cavalry charge. The stewardess seemed to have succeeded in curbing the worst of the woman's hysterics. She was snuffling and honking into a lace handkerchief, but had ceased broadcasting her opinions about the flight's possible conclusion to the cabin at large. The stew gave her a final pat on the shoulder and stood up just as the 747 gave its worst lurch yet. The stewardess stumbled backward and landed in the lap of the man who had whoopsed into his paper, exposing a lovely length of nyloned thigh. The man blinked and then patted her kindly on the shoulder. She smiled back, but Halloran thought the strain was showing. It had been one hell of a hard flight this morning. There was a little ping as the no-smoking light reappeared. "This is the captain speaking," a soft, slightly southern voice informed them. "We're ready to begin our descent to Stapleton International Airport. It's been a rough flight, for which I apologize. The landing may be a bit rough also, but we anticipate no real difficulty. Please observe the fastened seat belts and no smoking signs, and we hope you enjoy your stay in the Denver metro area. And we also hope—" Another hard bump rocked the plane and then dropped her with a sickening elevator plunge. Halloran's stomach did a queasy hornpipe. Several people, not all women by any means, screamed. "That we'll see you again on another TWA flight real soon." "Not bloody likely," someone behind Halloran said. "So silly," the sharp-faced woman next to Halloran remarked.
putting a matchbook cover into her book and shutting it as the plane began to descend.
When one has seen the horrors of a dirty little war, as you have, or sensed the degrading immorality of CIA dollar diplomacy intervention, as I have, a rough landing pales into insignificance. Am I right, Mr. Halloran?
As rain, ma'am, he said, and looked bleakly out into the wildly blowing snow.
How is your steel plate reacting to all of this, if I might inquire?
Oh, my head's fine, Halloran said. It's just my stomach that's a mite queasy.
A shame.
She reopened her book. As they descended through the impenetrable clouds of snow, Halloran thought of a crash that had occurred at Boston's Logan Airport a few years ago. The conditions had been similar, only fog instead of snow had reduced visibility to zero. The plane had caught its undercarriage on a retaining wall near the end of the landing strip. What had been left of the 89 people aboard hadn't looked much different from a hamburger helper casserole. He wouldn't mind so much if it was just himself. He was pretty much alone in the world now, and attendance at his funeral would be mostly held down to the people he had worked with and that old renegade Masterton, who would at least drink to him. But the boy was depending on him. He was maybe all the help that child could expect, and he didn't like the way the boy's last call had been snapped off. He kept thinking of the way those hedge animals had seemed to move. A thin white hand appeared over his. The woman with the sharp face had taken off her glasses. Without them her features seemed much softer.
"It will be all right," she said.
Halloran made a smile and nodded. As advertised, the plane came down hard, reuniting with the earth forcefully enough to knock most of the magazines out of the rack at the front, and to send plastic trays cascading out of the galley like oversized playing cards. No one screamed, but Halloran heard several sets of teeth clicking violently together like gypsy castanets. Then the turbine engines rose to a howl, braking the plane, and as they dropped in volume, the pilot's soft southern voice, perhaps not completely steady, came over the intercom system. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have landed at Stapleton Airport. Please remain in your seats until the plane has come to a complete stop at the terminal. Thank you." The woman beside Halloran closed her book and uttered a long sigh.
"We live to fight another day, Mr. Halloran."
"Ma'am, we aren't done with this one yet."
"True. Very true. Would you care to have a drink in the lounge with me?"
"I would, but I have an appointment to keep."
"Pressing?"
"Very pressing," Halloran said gravely.
"Something that will improve the general situation in some small way, I hope."
"I hope so, too," Halloran said and smiled. She smiled back at him, 10 years dropping silently from her face as she did so. Because he had only the flight bag he'd carried for luggage, Halloran beat the crowd to the Hertz desk on the lower level. Outside the smoked glass windows, he could see the snow still falling steadily. The gusting wind drove white clouds of it back and forth, and the people walking across to the parking area were struggling against it. One man lost his hat, and Halloran could commiserate with him as it whirled high, wide, and handsome. The man stared after it, and Halloran thought, "Oh, just forget it, man. That Homburg ain't coming down until it gets to Arizona." On the heels of that thought, "If it's this bad in Denver, what's it going to be like west of Boulder?" Best not to think about that, maybe.
"Can I help you, sir?"
a girl in Hertz yellow asked him. "If you got a car, you can help me," he said with a big grin. For a heavier-than-average charge, he was able to get a heavier-than-average car, a silver and black Buick Electra. He was thinking of the winding mountain roads rather than style. He would still have to stop somewhere along the way and get chains put on. He wouldn't get far without them. "How bad is it?" he asked as she handed him the rental agreement to sign.
"They say it's the worst storm since 1969, she answered brightly. "Do you have far to drive, sir?"
"Farther than I'd like."
"If you'd like, sir, I can phone ahead to the Texaco station at the Route 270 junction. They'll put chains on for you."
"That would be a great blessing, dear." She picked up the phone and made the call.
"They'll be expecting you."
"Thank you much." Leaving the desk, he saw the sharp-faced woman standing on one of the queues that had formed in front of the luggage carousel. She was still reading her book. Halloran winked at her as he went by. She looked up, smiled at him, and gave him a peace sign. Shine. He turned up his overcoat collar, smiling, and shifted his flight bag to the other hand. Only a little one, but it made him feel better. He was sorry he'd told her that fish story about having a steel plate in his head. He mentally wished her well, and as he went out into the howling wind and snow, he thought she wished him the same in return. The charge for putting on the chains at the service station was a modest one, but Halloran slipped the man at work in the garage bay an extra 10 to get moved up a little way on the waiting list. It was still 10:15 before he was actually on the road, the windshield wipers clicking and the chains clinking with tuneless monotony on the Buick's big wheels. The turnpike was a mess. Even with the chains, he could go no faster than 30. Cars had gone off the road at crazy angles, and on several of the grades, traffic was barely struggling along, summer tires spinning helplessly in the drifting powder. It was the first big storm of the winter down here in the lowlands, if you could call a mile above sea level low, and it was a mother. Many of them were unprepared, common enough, but Halloran still found himself cursing them as he inched around them, peering into his snow-clogged outside mirror to be sure nothing was dashing through the snow, coming up in the left-hand lane to cream his black ass. There was more bad luck waiting for him at the Route 36 entrance ramp. Route 36, the Denver-Boulder Turnpike, also goes west to Estes Park, where it connects with Route 7. That road, also known as the Upland Highway, goes through Sidewinder, passes the Overlook Hotel, and finally winds down the western slope and into Utah. The entrance ramp had been blocked by an overturned semi. Bright-burning flares had been scattered around it like birthday candles on some idiot child's cake. He came to a stop and rolled his window down. A cop with a fur Cossack hat jammed down over his ears gestured with one gloved hand toward the flow of traffic, moving north on I-25. "You can't get up here," he bawled to Halloran over the wind. "Go down 2 exits, get on 91, and connect with 36 at Broomfield." "I think I could get around him on the left," Halloran shouted back. "That's 20 miles out of my way what you're rapping." "I'll rap your friggin' head," the cop shouted back. "This ramp's closed." Halloran backed up, waited for a break in traffic, and continued on his way up Route 25. The signs informed him it was only 100 miles to Cheyenne, Wyoming. If he didn't look out for his ramp, he'd wind up there. He inched his speed up to 35, but dared no more. Already snow was threatening to clog his wiper blades, and the traffic patterns were decidedly crazy. 20-mile detour. He cursed, and the feeling that time was growing shorter for the boy welled up in him again, nearly suffocating with its urgency. And at the same time he felt a fatalistic certainty that he would not be coming back from this trip. He turned on the radio, dialed past Christmas ads, and found a weather forecast. 6 inches already, and another foot is expected in the Denver metro area by nightfall. Local and state police urge you not to take your car out of the garage unless it's absolutely necessary, and warn that most mountain passes have already been closed. So stay home and wax up your boards and keep tuned to—" "Thanks, Mother," Halloran said, and turned the radio off savagely. 46. Wendy. Around noon, after Danny had gone into the bathroom to use the toilet, Wendy took the towel-wrapped knife from under her pillow, put it in the pocket of her bathrobe, and went over to the bathroom door.
"Danny? What?" "I'm going down to make us some lunch, okay?" "Okay. Do you want me to come down?" "No, I'll bring it up. How about a cheese omelet and some soup?" "Sure."
She hesitated outside the closed door a moment longer.
"Danny, are you sure it's okay?"
"Yeah," he said.
"Just be careful. Where's your father? Do you know?"
His voice came back curiously flat.
"No, but it's okay."
She stifled an urge to keep asking, to keep picking around the edges of the thing. The thing was there. They knew what it was. Picking at it was only going to frighten Danny more. And herself. Jack had lost his mind. They had sat together on Danny's cot as the storm began to pick up clout and meanness around 8 o'clock this morning, and had listened to him downstairs, bellowing and stumbling from one place to another. Most of it had seemed to come from the ballroom. Jack singing tuneless bits of song. Jack holding up one side of an argument. Jack screaming loudly at one point, freezing both of their faces as they stared into one another's eyes. Finally, they had heard him stumbling back across the lobby, and Wendy thought she had heard a loud banging noise, as if he had fallen down or pushed a door violently open. Since 8:30 or so, 3.5 hours now, there had been only silence. She went down the short hall, turned into the main first-floor corridor, and went to the stairs. She stood on the first-floor landing, looking down into the lobby. It appeared deserted, but the gray and snowy day had left much of the long room in shadow. Danny could be wrong. Jack could be behind a chair or couch, maybe behind the registration desk, waiting for her to come down. She wet her lips. "Jack?" No answer. Her hand found the handle of the knife, and she began to go down. She had seen the end of her marriage many times, in divorce, in Jack's death at the scene of a drunken car accident, a regular vision in the dark 2 o'clock of Stovington mornings, and occasionally in daydreams of being discovered by another man, a soap opera Galahad who would sweep Danny and her onto the saddle of his snow-white charger and take them away. But she had never envisioned herself prowling halls and staircases like a nervous felon, with a knife clasped in one hand to use against Jack. A wave of despair struck through her at the thought, and she had to stop halfway down the stairs and holding the railing, afraid her knees would buckle. "Admit it. It isn't just Jack. He's just the one solid thing in all of this you can hang the other things on. The things you can't believe and yet are being forced to believe. That thing about the hedges, the party favor in the elevator, the mask." She tried to stop the thought, but it was too late. And the voices. Because from time to time it had not seemed that there was a solitary crazy man below them, shouting at and holding conversations with the phantoms in his own crumbling mind. From time to time, like a radio signal fading in and out, she had heard, or thought she had, other voices and music and laughter. At one moment she would hear Jack holding a conversation with someone named Grady. The name was vaguely familiar to her, but she made no actual connection, making statements and asking questions into silence, yet speaking loudly, as if to make himself heard over a steady background racket. And then eerily other sounds would be there, seeming to slip into place. A dance band, people clapping, a man with an amused yet authoritative voice, who seemed to be trying to persuade somebody to make a speech. For a period of 30 seconds to a minute she would hear this, long enough to grow faint with terror, and then it would be gone again and she would only hear Jack, talking in that commanding yet slightly slurred way she remembered as his drunk-speak voice. But there was nothing in the hotel to drink except cooking sherry. Wasn't that right? Yes. But if she could imagine that the hotel was full of voices and music, couldn't Jack imagine that he was drunk? She didn't like that thought. Not at all. Wendy reached the lobby and looked around. The velvet rope that had cordoned off the ballroom had been taken down. The steel post it had been clipped to had been knocked over, as if someone had carelessly bumped it going by. Mellow white light fell through the open door onto the lobby rug from the ballroom's high, narrow windows. Heart-thumping, she went to the open ballroom doors and looked in. It was empty and silent, the only sound that curious sub-aural echo that seems to linger in all large rooms, from the largest cathedral to the smallest hometown bingo parlor. She went back to the registration desk and stood undecided for a moment, listening to the wind howl outside. It was the worst storm so far, and it was still building up force. Somewhere on the west side, a shutter latch had broken, and the shutter banged back and forth with a steady flat cracking sound, like a shooting gallery with only one customer. "Jack, you really should take care of that, before something gets in." What would she do if he came at her right now, she wondered. If he should pop up from behind the dark, varnished registration desk, with its pile of triplicate forms and its little silver-plated bell, like some murderous jack-in-the-box, pun intended, a grinning jack-in-the-box with a cleaver in one hand and no sense at all left behind his eyes. Would she stand frozen with terror, or was there enough of the primal mother in her to fight him for her son until one of them was dead? She didn't know. The very thought made her sick, made her feel that her whole life had been a long and easy dream to lull her helplessly into this waking nightmare. She was soft. When trouble came, she slept. Her past was unremarkable. She had never been tried in fire. Now the trial was upon her, not fire, but ice, and she would not be allowed to sleep through this. Her son was waiting for her upstairs. Clutching the haft of the knife tighter, she peered over the desk. Nothing there. Her relieved breath escaped her in a long, hitching sigh. She put the gate up and went through, pausing to glance into the inner office before going in herself. She fumbled through the next door for the bank of kitchen light switches, coldly expecting a hand to close over hers at any second. Then the fluorescents were coming on with minuscule ticking and humming sounds, and she could see Mr. Halloran's kitchen. Her kitchen now, for better or worse. Pale green tiles, gleaming formica, spotless porcelain, glowing chrome edgings. She had promised him she would keep his kitchen clean, and she had. She felt as if it was one of Danny's safe places. Dick Halloran's presence seemed to enfold and comfort her. Danny had called for Mr. Halloran, and, upstairs, sitting next to Danny in fear as her husband ranted and raved below, that had seemed like the faintest of all hopes. But standing here in Mr. Halloran's place, it seemed almost possible. Perhaps he was on his way now, intent on getting to them regardless of the storm. Perhaps it was so. She went across to the pantry, shot the bolt back, and stepped inside. She got a can of tomato soup and closed the pantry door again and bolted it. The door was tight against the floor. If you kept it bolted, you didn't have to worry about rat or mouse droppings in the rice or flour or sugar. She opened the can and dropped the slightly jellied contents into a saucepan. Plop. She went to the refrigerator and got milk and eggs for the omelet. Then to the walk-in freezer for cheese. All of these actions, so common and so much a part of her life before the Overlook had been a part of her life, helped to calm her. She melted butter in the frying pan, diluted the soup with milk, and then poured the beaten eggs into the pan. A sudden feeling that someone was standing behind her, reaching for her throat. She wheeled around, clutching the knife. No one there. Get a hold of yourself, girl. She grated a bowl of cheese from the block, added it to the omelet, flipped it, and turned the gas ring down to a bare blue flame. The soup was hot. She put the pot on a large tray with silverware, 2 bowls, 2 plates, the salt and pepper shakers. When the omelet had puffed slightly, Wendy slid it off onto one of the plates and covered it. Now back the way you came. Turn off the kitchen lights. Go through the inner office, through the desk gate, collect $200. She stopped on the lobby side of the registration desk and set the tray down beside the silver bell. Unreality would stretch only so far. This was like some surreal game of hide-and-seek. She stood in the shadowy lobby, frowning in thought. Don't push the facts away this time, girl. There are certain realities, as lunatic as this situation may seem. One of them is that you may be the only responsible person left in this grotesque pile. You have a 5-going-on-6 son to look out for. And your husband, whatever has happened to him, and no matter how dangerous he may be, maybe he's part of your responsibility too. And even if he isn't, consider this. Today is December 2nd. You could be stuck up here another 4 months if a ranger doesn't happen by. Even if they do start to wonder why they haven't heard from us on the CB, no one is going to come today or tomorrow, maybe not for weeks. Are you going to spend a month sneaking down to get meals with a knife in your pocket and jumping at every shadow? Do you really think you can avoid Jack for a month? Do you think you can keep Jack out of the upstairs quarters if he wants to get in? He has the passkey, and one hard kick would snap the bolt. Leaving the tray on the desk, she walked slowly down to the dining room and looked in. It was deserted. There was one table with the chair set up around it. The table they had tried eating at until the dining room's emptiness began to freak them out. "Jack?" she called hesitantly. At that moment the wind rose in a gust, driving snow against the shutters, but it seemed to her that there had been something. A muffled sort of groan. "Jack?" No returning sound this time, but her eyes fell on something beneath the bat-wing doors of the Colorado Lounge, something that gleamed faintly in the subdued light. Jack's cigarette lighter. Plucking up her courage, she crossed to the bat-wings and pushed them open. The smell of gin was so strong that her breath snagged in her throat. It wasn't even right to call it a smell. It was a positive reek. But the shelves were empty. Where in God's name had he found it? A bottle hidden at the back of one of the cupboards? Where? There was another groan, low and fuzzy, but perfectly audible this time. Wendy walked slowly to the bar.
"Jack?"
No answer. She looked over the bar, and there he was, sprawled out on the floor in a stupor. Drunk as a lord by the smell. He must have tried to go right over the top and lost his balance. A wonder he hadn't broken his neck. An old proverb recurred to her. God looks after drunks and little children. Amen. Yet she was not angry with him. Looking down at him, she thought he looked like a horribly overtired little boy who had tried to do too much and had fallen asleep in the middle of the living-room floor. He had stopped drinking, and it was not Jack who had made the decision to start again. There had been no liquor for him to start with. So where had it come from? Resting at every 5 or 6 feet along the horseshoe-shaped bar, there were wine bottles wrapped in straw, their mouths plugged with candles. Supposed to look bohemian, she supposed. She picked one up and shook it, half expecting to hear the slosh of gin inside it. New wine in old bottles. But there was nothing. She set it back down. Jack was stirring. She went around the bar, found the gate, and walked back on the inside to where Jack lay, pausing only to look at the gleaming chromium taps. They were dry, but when she passed close to them, she could smell beer, wet and new like a fine mist. As she reached Jack, he rolled over, opened his eyes, and looked up at her. For a moment his gaze was utterly blank, and then it cleared. "Wendy?" he asked. "That you?"
"Yes," she said. "Do you think you can make it upstairs? If you put your arms around me? Jack, where did you—"
His hand closed brutally around her ankle.
"Jack, what are you—"
"Gotcha," he said, and began to grin. There was a stale odor of gin and olives about him that seemed to set off an old terror in her. A worse terror than any hotel could provide by itself. A distant part of her thought that the worst thing was that it had all come back to this, she and her drunken husband.
"Jack, I want to help."
"Oh, yeah. You and Danny only want to help." The grip on her ankle was crushing now. Still holding on to her, Jack was getting shakily to his knees. "You wanted to help us all right out of here. But now, I gotcha."
"Jack, you're hurting my ankle."
"I'll hurt more than your ankle, you bitch." The words stunned her so completely that she made no effort to move when he let go of her ankle and stumbled from his knees to his feet, where he stood swaying in front of her. "You never loved me," he said. "You want us to leave because you know that'll be the end of me. Did you ever think about my responsibilities? No, I guess to fuck you didn't. All you ever think about is ways to drag me down. You're just like my mother, you milksop bitch."
"Stop it,"
she said, crying.
"You don't know what you're saying. You're drunk. I don't know how, but you're drunk."
"Oh, I know. I know now. You and him. That little pup upstairs. The two of you planning together. Isn't that right?"
"No, no. We never planned anything. What are you—"
"You liar!" he screamed. "Oh, I know how you do it. I guess I know that. When I say, 'We're going to stay here and I'm going to do my job,' you say, 'Yes, dear.' And he says, 'Yes, Daddy.' And then you lay your plans. You planned to use the snowmobile. You planned that. But I knew. I figured it out. Did you think I wouldn't figure it out? Did you think I was stupid?" She stared at him, unable to speak now. He was going to kill her, and then he was going to kill Danny. Then maybe the hotel would be satisfied and allow him to kill himself. Just like that other caretaker. Just like Grady. With almost swooning horror, she realized at last who it was that Jack had been conversing with in the ballroom. "You turned my son against me. That was the worst." His face sagged into lines of self-pity. "My little boy. Now he hates me too. You saw to that. That was your plan all along, wasn't it? You've always been jealous, haven't you? Just like your mother. You couldn't be satisfied unless you had all the cake, could you? Could you?" She couldn't talk. "Well, I'll fix you," he said, and tried to put his hands around her throat. She took a step backward, then another, and he stumbled against her. She remembered the knife in the pocket of her robe and groped for it. But now his left arm had swept around her, pinning her arm against her side. She could smell sharp gin and the sour odor of his sweat. "Have to be punished," he was grunting. Chastised. Chastised harshly. His right hand found her throat. As her breath stopped, pure panic took over. His left hand joined his right now, and the knife was free to her own hand, but she forgot about it. Both of her hands came up and began to yank helplessly at his larger, stronger ones. "Mommy!" Danny shrieked from somewhere. "Daddy, stop! You're hurting Mommy!" He screamed piercingly, a high and crystal sound that she heard from far off. Red flashes of light leaped in front of her eyes like ballet dancers. The room grew darker. She saw her son clamber up on the bar and throw himself at Jack's shoulders. Suddenly, one of the hands that had been crushing her throat was gone as Jack cuffed Danny away with a snarl. The boy fell back against the empty shelves and dropped to the floor, dazed. The hand was on her throat again. The red flashes began to turn black. Danny was crying weakly. Her chest was burning. Jack was shouting into her face, "I'll fix you! God damn you! I'll show you who is boss around here! I'll show you!" But all sounds were fading down a long, dark corridor. Her struggles began to weaken. One of her hands fell away from his and dropped slowly until the arm was stretched out at right angles to her body, the hand dangling limply from the wrist like the hand of a drowning woman. It touched a bottle, one of the straw-wrapped wine bottles that served as decorative candle holders. Sightlessly, with the last of her strength, she groped for the bottle's neck and found it, feeling the greasy beads of wax against her hand. And oh God, if it slips! She brought it up and then down, praying for aim, knowing that if it only struck his shoulder or upper arm, she was dead. But the bottle came down squarely on Jack Torrance's head, the glass shattering violently inside the straw. The base of it was thick and heavy, and it made a sound against his skull like a medicine ball dropped on a hardwood floor. He rocked back on his heels, his eyes rolling up in their sockets. The pressure on her throat loosened, then gave way entirely. He put his hands out as if to steady himself, and then crashed over on his back. Wendy drew a long, sobbing breath. She almost fell herself, clutched the edge of the bar, and managed to hold herself up. Consciousness wavered in and out. She could hear Danny crying, but she had no idea where he was. It sounded like crying in an echo chamber. Dimly she saw dime-sized drops of blood falling to the dark surface of the bar. From her nose, she thought. She cleared her throat and spat on the floor. It sent a wave of agony up the column of her throat, but the agony subsided to a steady, dull press of pain. Just bearable. Little by little she managed to get control of herself. She let go of the bar, turned around, and saw Jack lying full length, the shattered bottle beside him. He looked like a felled giant. Danny was crouched below the lounge's cash register, both hands in his mouth, staring at his unconscious father. Wendy went to him unsteadily and touched his shoulder. Danny cringed away from her.
"Danny, listen to me."
"No, no," he muttered in a husky old man's voice.
"Daddy hurt you. You hurt Daddy. Daddy hurt you. I want to go to sleep. Danny wants to go to sleep. Danny, sleep, sleep. Nighty-night." "No!"
Pain ripping up her throat again. She winced against it. But he opened his eyes. They looked at her warily from bluish, shadowed sockets. She made herself speak calmly, her eyes never leaving his. Her voice was low and husky, almost a whisper. It hurt to talk.
"Listen to me, Danny. It wasn't your daddy trying to hurt me, and I didn't want to hurt him. The hotel has gotten into him, Danny. The Overlook has gotten into your daddy. Do you understand me?"
Some kind of knowledge came slowly back into Danny's eyes.
"The bad stuff," he whispered. "There was none of it here before, was there? No. The hotel put it here.
She broke off in a fit of coughing and spat out more blood. Her throat already felt puffed to twice its size.
"The hotel made him drink it. Did you hear those people he was talking to this morning?" "Yes, the hotel people. I heard them too. And that means the hotel is getting stronger. It wants to hurt all of us. But I hope, that it can only do that through your daddy. He was the only one it could catch. Are you understanding me, Danny? It's desperately important that you understand. The hotel caught Daddy."
He looked at Jack and groaned helplessly.
"I know you love your daddy. I do too. We have to remember that the hotel is trying to hurt him as much as it is us.
and she was convinced that was true. More, she thought that Danny might be the one the hotel really wanted, the reason it was going so far. Maybe the reason it was able to go so far. It might even be that in some unknown fashion it was Danny's shine that was powering it, the way a battery powers the electrical equipment in a car, the way a battery gets a car to start. If they got out of here, the Overlook might subside to its old semi-sentient state, able to do no more than present penny-dreadful horror slides to the more psychically aware guests who entered it. Without Danny, it was not much more than an amusement park haunted house, where a guest or two might hear rappings or the phantom sounds of a masquerade party, or see an occasional disturbing thing. But if it absorbed Danny's shine or life force or spirit, whatever you wanted to call it, into itself, what would it be then? The thought made her cold all over.
"I wish Daddy was all better,"
Danny said, and the tears began to flow again.
"Me too,"
she said, and hugged Danny tightly.
"And, honey, that's why you've got to help me put your daddy somewhere. Somewhere that the hotel can't make him hurt us, and where he can't hurt himself. Then, if your friend Dick comes, or a park ranger, we can take him away. And I think he might be all right again. All of us might be all right. I think there's still a chance for that, if we're strong and brave, like you were when you jumped on his back. Do you understand?"
She looked at him pleadingly and thought how strange it was. She had never seen him when he looked so much like Jack.
"Yes," he said, and nodded. "I think, if we can get away from here, everything will be like it was. Where could we put him?" "The pantry. There's food in there and a good strong bolt on the outside. It's warm. And we can eat up the things from the refrigerator and the freezer. There will be plenty for all three of us until help comes. Do we do it now?" "Yes, right now, before he wakes up."
Danny put the bar gate up while she folded Jack's hands on his chest and listened to his breathing for a moment. It was slow but regular. From the smell of him, she thought he must have drunk a great deal, and he was out of the habit. She thought it might be liquor as much as the crack on the head with the bottle that had put him out. She picked up his legs and began to drag him along the floor. She had been married to him for nearly 7 years. He had lain on top of her countless times, in the thousands. But she had never realized how heavy he was. Her breath whistled painfully in and out of her hurt throat. Nevertheless, she felt better than she had in days. She was alive. Having just brushed so close to death, that was precious. And Jack was alive, too. By blind luck rather than plan, they had perhaps found the only way that would bring them all safely out. Panting harshly, she paused a moment, holding Jack's feet against her hips. The surroundings reminded her of the old seafaring captain's cry in Treasure Island, after old blind Pew had passed him the black spot. "We'll do 'em yet." And then she remembered uncomfortably that the old sea dog had dropped dead mere seconds later.
"Are you all right, Mommy? Is he too heavy? I'll manage."
She began to drag him again. Danny was beside Jack. One of his hands had fallen off his chest, and Danny replaced it gently with love.
"Are you sure, Mommy?" "Yes, it's the best thing, Danny. It's like putting him in jail. Only for a while. Okay, then. Are you sure you can do it?" "Yes."
But it was a near thing at that. Danny had been cradling his father's head when they went over the door-sills, but his hand slipped in Jack's greasy hair as they went into the kitchen. The back of his head struck the tiles, and Jack began to moan and stir. "You got to use smoke," Jack muttered quickly. "Now run and get me that gas can." Wendy and Danny exchanged tight, fearful glances.
"Help me,"
she said in a low voice. For a moment, Danny stood as if paralyzed by his father's face, and then he moved jerkily to her side and helped her hold the left leg. They dragged him across the kitchen floor in a nightmare kind of slow motion. The only sounds, the faint insectal buzz of the fluorescent lights and their own labored breathing. When they reached the pantry, Wendy put Jack's feet down and turned to fumble with the bolt. Danny looked down at Jack, who was lying limp and relaxed again. The shirt-tail had pulled out of the back of his pants as they dragged him, and Danny wondered if Daddy was too drunk to be cold. It seemed wrong to lock him in the pantry like a wild animal, but he had seen what he tried to do to Mommy. Even upstairs, he had known Daddy was going to do that. He had heard them arguing in his head.
If only we could all be out of here. Or if it was a dream I was having back in Stovington. If only.
The bolt was stuck. Wendy pulled at it as hard as she could, but it wouldn't move. She couldn't retract the goddamn bolt. It was stupid and unfair. She had opened it with no trouble at all when she had gone in to get the can of soup. Now it wouldn't move, and what was she going to do? They couldn't put him in the walk-in refrigerator. He would freeze or smother to death. But if they left him out and he woke up... Jack stirred again on the floor.
"I'll take care of it," he muttered. "I understand."
"He's waking up, Mommy," Danny warned. Sobbing now, she yanked at the bolt with both hands.
"Danny?"
There was something softly menacing, if still blurry, in Jack's voice.
"That you, old Doc?"
"Just go to sleep, Daddy," Danny said nervously. "It's bedtime, you know." He looked up at his mother, still struggling with the bolt, and saw what was wrong immediately. She had forgotten to rotate the bolt before trying to withdraw it. The little catch was stuck in its notch.
"Here,"
he said low, and brushed her trembling hands aside. His own were shaking almost as badly. He knocked the catch loose with the heel of his hand, and the bolt drew back easily.
"Quick,"
he said. He looked down. Jack's eyes had fluttered open again, and this time Daddy was looking directly at him, his gaze strangely flat and speculative.
"You copied it," Daddy told him. "I know you did. But it's here somewhere. And I'll find it. That I promise you. I'll find it."
His words slurred off again. Wendy pushed the pantry door open with her knee, hardly noticing the pungent odor of dried fruit that wafted out. She picked up Jack's feet again and dragged him in. She was gasping harshly now, at the limit of her strength. As she yanked the chain pull that turned on the light, Jack's eyes fluttered open again.
"What are you doing, Wendy? What are you doing?"
She stepped over him. He was quick, amazingly quick. One hand lashed out, and she had to sidestep and nearly fall out the door to avoid his grasp. Still, he had caught a handful of her bathrobe, and there was a heavy purring noise as it ripped. He was up on his hands and knees now, his hair hanging in his eyes, like some heavy animal, a large dog or a lion.
"Damn you both. I know what you want, but you're not going to get it. This hotel, it's mine. It's me they want. Me! Me!
The door, Danny!" she screamed. "Shut the door!" He pushed the heavy wooden door shut with a slam, just as Jack leaped. The door latched, and Jack thudded uselessly against it. Danny's small hands groped at the bolt. Wendy was too far away to help. The issue of whether he would be locked in or free was going to be decided in 2 seconds. Danny missed his grip, found it again, and shot the bolt across just as the latch began to jiggle madly up and down below it. Then it stayed up, and there was a series of thuds as Jack slammed his shoulder against the door. The bolt, a 1/4 inch of steel in diameter, showed no signs of loosening. Wendy let her breath out slowly.
"Let me out of here!" Jack raged. "Let me out! Danny, doggone it, this is your father, and I want to get out. Now do what I tell you!"
Danny's hand moved automatically toward the bolt. Wendy caught it and pressed it between her breasts.
"You mind your daddy, Danny. You do what I say. You do it, or I'll give you a hiding you'll never forget. Open this door, or I'll bash your fucking brains in!"
Danny looked at her, pale as window glass. They could hear his breath tearing in and out behind the 1/2 inch of solid oak.
"Wendy, you let me out! Let me out right now! You cheap nickel-plated cold cunt bitch! You let me out! I mean it! Let me out of here and I'll let it go. If you don't, I'll mess you up. I mean it! I'll mess you up so bad your own mother would pass you on the street. Now open this door!"
Danny moaned. Wendy looked at him and saw he was going to faint in a moment.
"Come on, Doc," she said, surprised at the calmness of her own voice. "It's not your daddy talking, remember. It's the hotel."
"Come back here and let me out right now!"
Jack screamed. There was a scraping, breaking sound as he attacked the inside of the door with his fingernails.
"It's the hotel," Danny said. "It's the hotel. I remember."
But he looked back over his shoulder, and his face was crumpled and terrified. 47. Danny. It was 3 in the afternoon of a long, long day. They were sitting on the big bed in their quarters. Danny was turning the purple VW model with the monster sticking out of the sunroof over and over in his hands compulsively. They had heard Daddy's batterings at the door all the way across the lobby, the batterings and his voice hoarse and petulantly angry in a weak king sort of way, vomiting promises of punishment, vomiting profanity, promising both of them that they would live to regret betraying him after he had slaved his guts out for them over the years. Danny thought they would no longer be able to hear it upstairs, but the sound of his rage carried perfectly up the dumbwaiter shaft. Mommy's face was pale, and there were horrible brownish bruises on her neck where Daddy had tried to— He turned the model over and over in his hands, Daddy's prize for having learned his reading lessons,
where Daddy had tried to hug her too tight. Mommy put some of her music on the little record player, scratchy and full of horns and flutes. She smiled at him tiredly. He tried to smile back and failed. Even with the volume turned up loud, he thought he could still hear Daddy screaming at them and battering the pantry door like an animal in a zoo cage. What if Daddy had to go to the bathroom? What would he do then? Danny began to cry. Wendy turned the volume down on the record player at once, held him, rocked him on her lap. "Danny, love, it will be all right. It will. If Mr. Halloran didn't get your message, someone else will. As soon as the storm is over. No one could get up here until then anyway. Mr. Halloran or anyone else. But when the storm is over, everything will be fine again. We'll leave here. And do you know what we'll do next spring, the three of us?" Danny shook his head against her breasts. He didn't know. It seemed there could never be spring again. "We'll go fishing. We'll rent a boat and go fishing, just like we did last year on Chatterton Lake. You and me and your daddy. And maybe you'll catch a bass for our supper. And maybe we won't catch anything, but we're sure to have a good time. I love you, Mommy," he said and hugged her. "Oh, Danny, I love you too." Outside, the wind whooped and screamed. Around 4:30, just as the daylight began to fail, the screams ceased. They had both been dozing uneasily, Wendy still holding Danny in her arms, and she didn't wake. But Danny did. Somehow the silence was worse, more ominous than the screams and the blows against the strong pantry door. Was Daddy asleep again? Or dead? Or what? Did he get out? 15 minutes later, the silence was broken by a hard, grating metallic rattle. There was a heavy grinding, then a mechanical humming. Wendy came awake with a cry. The elevator was running again. They listened to it wide-eyed, hugging each other. It went from floor to floor, the grate rattling back, the brass door slamming open. There was laughter, drunken shouts, occasional screams, and the sounds of breakage. The Overlook was coming to life around them. 48. Jack. He sat on the floor of the pantry with his legs out in front of him, a box of Triscuit crackers between them, looking at the door. He was eating the crackers one by one, not tasting them, only eating them because he had to eat something. When he got out of here, he was going to need his strength. All of it. At this precise instant, he thought he had never felt quite so miserable in his entire life. His mind and body together made up a large, writ scripture of pain. His head ached terribly, the sick throb of a hangover. The attendant symptoms were there, too. His mouth tasted like a manure rake had taken a swing through it. His ears rang, his heart had an extra heavy thudding beat, like a tom-tom. In addition, both shoulders ached fiercely from throwing himself against the door, and his throat felt raw and peeled from useless shouting. He had cut his right hand on the door latch. And when he got out of here, he was going to kick some ass. He munched the Triscuits one by one, refusing to give in to his wretched stomach, which wanted to vomit up everything. He thought of the Excedrins in his pocket and decided to wait until his stomach had quieted a bit. No sense swallowing a painkiller if you were going to throw it right back up. Have to use your brain. The celebrated Jack Torrance brain. Aren't you the fellow who once was going to live by his wits? Jack Torrance, best-selling author. Jack Torrance, acclaimed playwright and winner of the New York Critics Circle Award. John Torrance, man of letters, esteemed thinker, winner of the Pulitzer Prize at 70 for his trenchant book of memoirs, My Life in the 20th Century. All any of that shit boiled down to was living by your wits. Living by your wits is always knowing where the wasps are.
He put another Triscuit into his mouth and crunched it up. What it really came down to, he supposed, was their lack of trust in him. Their failure to believe that he knew what was best for them and how to get it. His wife had tried to usurp him, first by fair, sort of, means, then by foul. When her little hints and whining objections had been overturned by his own well-reasoned arguments, she had turned his boy against him, tried to kill him with a bottle, and then had locked him of all places in the goddamned fucking pantry. Still a small interior voice nagged him. Yes, but where did the liquor come from? Isn't that really the central point? You know what happens when you drink. You know it from bitter experience. When you drink, you lose your wits. He hurled the box of Triscuits across the small room. They struck a shelf of canned goods and fell to the floor. He looked at the box, wiped his lips with his hand, and then looked at his watch. It was almost 6:30. He had been in here for hours. His wife had locked him in here, and he'd been here for fucking hours. He could begin to sympathize with his father. The thing he'd never asked himself, Jack realized now, was exactly what had driven his daddy to drink in the first place. And really, when you came right down to what his old students had been pleased to call the nitty-gritty, hadn't it been the woman he was married to? A milksop sponge of a woman, always dragging silently around the house with an expression of doomed martyrdom on her face. A ball and chain around Daddy's ankle? No, not ball and chain. She had never actively tried to make Daddy a prisoner, the way Wendy had done to him. For Jack's father, it must have been more like the fate of McTeague, the dentist, at the end of Frank Norris's great novel, handcuffed to a dead man in the wasteland. Yes, that was better. Mentally and spiritually dead, his mother had been handcuffed to his father by matrimony. Still, Daddy had tried to do right as he dragged her rotting corpse through life. He had tried to bring the 4 children up to know right from wrong, to understand discipline, and above all to respect their father. Well, they had been ingrates, all of them, himself included. And now he was paying the price. His own son had turned out to be an ingrate too. But there was hope. He would get out of here somehow. He would chastise them both, and harshly. He would set Danny an example, so that the day might come when Danny was grown, a day when Danny would know what to do better than he himself had known. He remembered the Sunday dinner when his father had caned his mother at the table. How horrified he and the others had been. Now he could see how necessary that had been, how his father had only been feigning drunkenness, how his wits had been sharp and alive underneath all along, watching for the slightest sign of disrespect. Jack crawled after the Triscuits and began to eat them again, sitting by the door she had so treacherously bolted. He wondered exactly what his father had seen, and how he had caught her out by his play-acting. Had she been sneering at him behind her hand, sticking her tongue out, making obscene finger gestures, or only looking at him insolently and arrogantly, convinced that he was too stupidly drunk to see? Whatever it had been, he had caught her at it, and he had chastised her sharply. And now, 20 years later, he could finally appreciate Daddy's wisdom. Of course you could say Daddy had been foolish to marry such a woman, to have handcuffed himself to that corpse in the first place, and a disrespectful corpse at that. But when the young marry in haste, they must repent in leisure, and perhaps Daddy's daddy had married the same type of woman, so that unconsciously Jack's daddy had also married one, as Jack himself had. Except that his wife, instead of being satisfied with the passive role of having wrecked one career and crippled another, had opted for the poisonously active task of trying to destroy his last and best chance, to become a member of the Overlook's staff, and possibly to rise, all the way to the position of manager in time. She was trying to deny him Danny, and Danny was his ticket of admission. That was foolish, of course. Why would they want the son when they could have the father? But employers often had foolish ideas, and that was the condition that had been made. He wasn't going to be able to reason with her, he could see that now. He had tried to reason with her in the Colorado Lounge, and she had refused to listen, had hit him over the head with a bottle for his pains. But there would be another time, and soon. He would get out of here. He suddenly held his breath and cocked his head. Somewhere a piano was playing boogie-woogie, and people were laughing and clapping along. The sound was muffled through the heavy wooden door, but audible. The song was, "There'll be a hot time in the old town tonight." His hands curled helplessly into fists. He had to restrain himself from battering at the door with them. The party had begun again. The liquor would be flowing freely. Somewhere, dancing with someone else, would be the girl who had felt so maddeningly nude under her white silk gown.
"You'll pay for this," he howled. "God damn you two, you'll pay. You'll take your goddamn medicine for this, I promise you. You—"
"Here, here, now," a mild voice said just outside the door. "No need to shout, old fellow. I can hear you perfectly well." Jack lurched to his feet.
"Grady? Is that you?"
"Yes, sir. Indeed it is. You appear to have been locked in."
"Let me out, Grady. Quickly."
"I see you can hardly have taken care of the business we discussed, sir. The correction of your wife and son."
"They're the ones who locked me in. Pull the bolt, for God's sake."
"You let them lock you in?" Grady's voice registered well-bred surprise. "Oh, dear. A woman half your size and a little boy. Hardly sets you off as being of top managerial timber, does it?" A pulse began to beat in the clock spring of veins at Jack's right temple.
"Let me out, Grady. I'll take care of them."
"Will you indeed, sir? I wonder." Well-bred surprise was replaced by well-bred regret. "I'm pained to say that I doubt it. I, and others, have really come to believe that your heart is not in this, sir. That you haven't the belly for it."
"I do!" Jack shouted. "I do, I swear it."
"You would bring us your son?"
"Yes, yes."
"Your wife would object to that very strongly, Mr. Torrance, and she appears to be somewhat stronger than we had imagined, somewhat more resourceful. She certainly seems to have gotten the better of you." Grady tittered. "Perhaps, Mr. Torrance, we should have been dealing with her all along."
"I'll bring him, I swear it," Jack said.
His face was against the door now. He was sweating.
"She won't object. I swear she won't. She won't be able to."
"You would have to kill her, I fear," Grady said coldly.
"I'll do what I have to do. Just let me out."
"You'll give your word on it, sir," Grady persisted.
"My word, my promise, my sacred vow, whatever in hell you want. If you—"
There was a flat snap as the bolt was drawn back. The door shivered open a quarter of an inch. Jack's words and breath halted. For a moment he felt that death itself was outside that door. The feeling passed. He whispered,
"Thank you, Grady. I swear you won't regret it. I swear you won't."
There was no answer. He became aware that all sounds had stopped except for the cold swooping of the wind outside. He pushed the pantry door open. The hinges squealed faintly. The kitchen was empty. Grady was gone. Everything was still and frozen beneath the cold white glare of the fluorescent bars. His eyes caught on the large chopping block where the three of them had eaten their meals. Standing on top of it was a martini glass, a fifth of gin, and a plastic dish filled with olives. Leaning against it was one of the rope mallets from the equipment shed. He looked at it for a long time. Then a voice, much deeper and much more powerful than Grady's, spoke from somewhere, everywhere, from inside him. "Keep your promise, Mr. Torrance." "I will," he said. He heard the fawning servility in his own voice, but was unable to control it. "I will." He walked to the chopping block and put his hand on the handle of the mallet. He hefted it, swung it. It hissed viciously through the air. Jack Torrance began to smile. 49. Halloran going up the country. It was 1:45 in the afternoon, and according to the snow-clotted signs and the Hertz Buick's odometer, he was less than 3 miles from Estes Park when he finally went off the road. In the hills, the snow was falling faster and more furiously than Halloran had ever seen, which was perhaps not to say a great deal, since Halloran had seen as little snow as he could manage in his lifetime. And the wind was blowing a capricious gale, now from the west, now backing around to the north, sending clouds of powdery snow across his field of vision, making him coldly aware again and again that if he missed a turn, he might well plunge 200 feet off the road, the Electra cartwheeling ass over teapot as it went down. Making it worse was his own amateur status as a winter driver. It scared him to have the yellow center line buried under swirling, drifting snow. And it scared him when the heavy gusts of wind came unimpeded through the notches in the hills, and actually made the heavy Buick slew around. It scared him that the road information signs were mostly masked with snow. And you could flip a coin as to whether the road was going to break right or left up ahead in the white drive-in movie screen he seemed to be driving through. He was scared, all right. He had driven in a cold sweat since climbing into the hills west of Boulder and Lyons, handling the accelerator and brake as if they were Ming vases. Between rock and roll tunes on the radio, the disc jockey constantly adjured motorists to stay off the main highways and under no conditions to go into the mountains, because many roads were impassable and all of them were dangerous. Scores of minor accidents had been reported, and 2 serious ones. A party of skiers in a VW microbus and a family that had been bound for Albuquerque through the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. The combined score on both was 4 dead and 5 wounded. So stay off those roads and get into the good music here at KTLK, the jock concluded cheerily, and then compounded Halloran's misery by playing Seasons in the Sun. We had joy, we had fun, we had... Terry Jacks gibbered happily, and Halloran snapped the radio off viciously, knowing he would have it back on in 5 minutes. No matter how bad it was better than riding alone through this white madness. Admit it, this here black boy has got at least one long stripe of yaller, and it runs right up his ever-loving back. It wasn't even funny. He would have backed off before he even cleared Boulder if it hadn't been for his compulsion that the boy was in terrible trouble. Even now, a small voice in the back of his skull, more the voice of reason than of cowardice, he thought, was telling him to hole up in an Estes Park motel for the night and wait for the plows to at least expose the center stripe again. That voice kept reminding him of the jet's shaky landing at Stapleton, of that sinking feeling that it was going to come in nose first, delivering its passengers to the gates of hell rather than at Gate 39, Concourse B. But reason would not stand against the compulsion. It had to be today. The snowstorm was his own bad luck. He would have to cope with it. He was afraid that if he didn't, he might have something much worse to cope with in his dreams. The wind gusted again, this time from the northeast, a little English on the ball, if you please, and he was again cut off from the vague shapes of the hills and even from the embankments on either side of the road. He was driving through white null. And then the high-sodium lights of the snowplow loomed out of the soup, bearing down, and to his horror he saw that instead of being to one side, the Buick's nose was pointed directly between those headlamps. The plow was being none too choosy about keeping its own side of the road, and Halloran had allowed the Buick to drift. The grinding roar of the plow's diesel engine intruded over the bellow of the wind, and then the sound of its air horn, hard, long, almost deafening. Halloran's testicles turned into 2 small wrinkled sacks filled with shaved ice. His guts seemed to have been transformed into a large mass of silly putty. Color was materializing out of the white now, snow-clotted orange. He could see the high cab, even the gesticulating figure of the driver, behind the single long wiper blade. He could see the V-shape of the plow's wing blades spewing more snow up onto the road's left-hand embankment like pallid, smoking exhaust. Wah! The air horn bellowed indignantly. He squeezed the accelerator like the breast of a much-loved woman, and the Buick scooted forward and toward the right. There was no embankment over here. The plows headed up instead of down had only to push the snow directly over the drop. The drop, ah yes, the drop. The wing blades on Halloran's left, fully 4 feet higher than the Electra's roof, flirted by with no more than an inch or 2 to spare. Until the plow had actually cleared him, Halloran had thought a crash inevitable. A prayer which was half an inarticulate apology to the boy flitted through his mind like a torn rag. Then the plow was past, its revolving blue lights glinting and flashing in Halloran's rearview mirror. He jockeyed the Buick's steering wheel back to the left, but nothing doing. The scoot had turned into a skid, and the Buick was floating dreamily toward the lip of the drop, spewing snow from under its mudguards. He flicked the wheel back the other way, in the skid's direction, and the car's front and rear began to swap places. Panicked now, he pumped the brake hard, and then felt a hard bump. In front of him the road was gone. He was looking into a bottomless chasm of swirling snow and vague greenish-gray pines, far away and far below. "I'm going, Holy Mother of Jesus, I'm going off!" And that was where the car stopped, canting forward at a 30-degree angle, The left fender jammed against a guardrail, the rear wheels nearly off the ground. When Halloran tried reverse, the wheels only spun helplessly. His heart was doing a Gene Krupa drum roll. He got out, very carefully he got out, and went around to the Buick's back deck. He was standing there looking at the back wheels helplessly when a cheerful voice behind him said, "Hello there, fella. You must be shit right out of your mind." He turned around and saw the plow 40 yards further down the road, obscured in the blowing snow except for the raftered, dark brown streak of its exhaust, and the revolving blue lights on top. The driver was standing just behind him, dressed in a long sheepskin coat and a slicker over it. A blue and white pin-striped engineer's cap was perched on his head, and Halloran could hardly believe it was staying on in the teeth of the wind. Glue. It sure God must be glue. "Hi," he said. "Can you pull me back onto the road?" "Oh, I guess I could," the plow driver said. "What the hell you doing way up here, mister? Good way to kill your ass." "Urgent business." "Nothing is that urgent," the plow driver said slowly and kindly, as if speaking to a mental defective. "If you'd 'a' hit that post a leetle mite harder, nobody would 'a' got you out till All Fool's Day. Don't come from these parts, do you?" "No, and I wouldn't be here unless my business was as urgent as I say." "That's so." The driver shifted his stance companionably as if they were having a desultory chat on the back steps, instead of standing in a blizzard halfway between hoot and holler, with Halloran's car balanced 300 feet above the tops of the trees below. "Where you headed, Estes?" "No, a place called the Overlook Hotel," Halloran said. "It's a little way above Sidewinder." But the driver was shaking his head dolefully. "I guess I know well enough where that is," he said. "Mister, you'll never get up to the old Overlook. Roads between Estes Park and Sidewinder is bloody damn hell. It's drifting in right behind us, no matter how hard we push. I come through drifts a few miles back that was damn near 6 feet through the middle. And even if you could make Sidewinder, why, the road's closed from there all the way across to Buckland, Utah. Nope." He shook his head. "Never make it, mister. Never make it at all." "I have to try," Halloran said, calling on his last reserves of patience to keep his voice normal. "There's a boy up there." "Boy? No. The Overlook closes down at the last end of September. No percentage keeping it open longer. Too many shitstorms like this. He's the son of the caretaker. He's in trouble." "How would you know that?" His patience snapped. "For Christ's sake, are you going to stand there and flap your jaw at me the rest of the day? I know. Now are you going to pull me back on the road or not?" "Kind of testy, aren't you?" the driver observed, not particularly perturbed. "Sure, get back in there. I got a chain behind the seat." Halloran got back behind the wheel, beginning to shake with delayed reaction now. His hands were numbed almost clear through. He had forgotten to bring gloves. The plow backed up to the rear of the Buick, and he saw the driver get out with a long coil of chain. Halloran opened the door and shouted, "What can I do to help?" "Stay out of the way is all," the driver shouted back. "This ain't going to take a blink." Which was true. A shudder ran through the Buick's frame as the chain pulled tight, and a second later it was back on the road, pointed more or less toward Estes Park. The plow driver walked up beside the window and knocked on the safety glass. Halloran rolled down the window. "Thanks," he said. "I'm sorry I shouted at you." "I've been shouted at before," the driver said with a grin. "I guess you're sort of strung up. You take these." A pair of bulky blue mittens dropped into Halloran's lap. "You'll need 'em when you go off the road again, I guess. Cold out. You wear 'em unless you want to spend the rest of your life picking your nose with a crocheting hook. And you send 'em back. My wife knitted 'em, and I'm partial to 'em. Name and address is sewed right into the lining. I'm Howard Cottrell, by the way. You just send 'em back when you don't need 'em anymore. And I don't want to have to go paying no postage due, mind." "All right," Halloran said. "Thanks. One hell of a lot. You be careful. I'd take you myself, but I'm busy as a cat in a mess of guitar strings." "That's okay. Thanks again." He started to roll up the window, but Cottrell stopped him. "When you get to Sidewinder, if you get to Sidewinder, you go to Durkin's Conoco. It's right next to the library. Can't miss it. You ask for Larry Durkin. Tell him Howie Cottrell sent you and you want to rent one of his snowmobiles. You mention my name and show those mittens, you'll get the cut rate.
Thanks again,
Halloran said. Cottrell nodded. It's funny. Ain't no way you could know someone's in trouble up there at the Overlook. The phone's out sure as hell. But I believe you. Sometimes I get feelings. Halloran nodded. Sometimes I do, too. Yeah, I know you do. But you take care.
I will.
Cottrell disappeared into the blowing dimness with a final wave, his engineer cap still mounted perkily on his head. Halloran got going again, the chains flailing at the snow cover on the road, finally digging in enough to start the Buick moving. Behind him, Howard Cottrell gave a final good-luck blast on his plow's air horn, although it was really unnecessary. Halloran could feel him wishing him good luck. That's 2 shines in one day, he thought, and that ought to be some kind of good omen. But he distrusted omens, good or bad. And meeting 2 people with the shine in one day, when he usually didn't run across more than 4 or 5 in the course of a year, might not mean anything. That feeling of finality, a feeling like things are all wrapped up, he could not completely define, was still very much with him. It was... The Buick wanted to skid sideways around a tight curve, and Halloran jockeyed it carefully, hardly daring to breathe. He turned on the radio again, and it was Aretha, and Aretha was just fine. He'd share his Hertz Buick with her any day. Another gust of wind struck the car, making it rock and slip around. Halloran cursed it and hunched more closely over the wheel. Aretha finished her song, and then the jock was on again, telling him that driving today was a good way to get killed. Halloran snapped the radio off. He did make it to Sidewinder, although he was 4.5 hours on the road between Estes Park and there. By the time he got to the upland highway, it was full dark, but the snowstorm showed no sign of abating. Twice he'd had to stop in front of drifts that were as high as his car's hood and wait for the plows to come along and knock holes in them. At one of the drifts, the plow had come up on his side of the road, and there had been another close call. The driver had merely swung around his car, not getting out to chew the fat, but he did deliver one of the 2 finger gestures that all Americans above the age of 10 recognize, and it was not the peace sign. It seemed that as he drew closer to the Overlook, his need to hurry became more and more compulsive. He found himself glancing at his wristwatch almost constantly. The hands seemed to be flying along. 10 minutes after he had turned onto the upland, he passed 2 signs. The whooping wind had cleared both of their snowpacks, so he was able to read them. Sidewinder 10, the first said. The second, road closed 12 miles ahead during winter months.
Larry Durkin,
Halloran muttered to himself. His dark face was strained and tense in the muted green glow of the dashboard instruments. It was 10 after 6.
The Conoco by the library. Larry...
And that was when it struck him full force, the smell of oranges and the thought force. Heavy and hateful, murderous.
Get out of here, you dirty nigger. This is none of your business, you nigger. Turn around, or we'll kill you. Hang you up from a tree limb, you fucking jungle bunny coon. And then burn the body. That's what we do with niggers, so turn around right now.
Halloran screamed in the close confines of the car. The message did not come to him in words, but in a series of rebus-like images that were slammed into his head with terrific force. He took his hands from the steering wheel to blot the pictures out. Then the car smashed broadside into one of the embankments, rebounded, slewed halfway around, and came to a stop. The rear wheel spun uselessly. Halloran snapped the gear shift into park, and then covered his face with his hands. He did not precisely cry. What escaped him was an uneven ha-ha-ha sound. His chest heaved. He knew that if that blast had taken him on a stretch of road with a drop-off on one side or the other, he might well be dead now. Maybe that had been the idea. And it might hit him again at any time. He would have to protect against it. He was surrounded by a red force of immense power that might have been memory. He was drowning in instinct. He took his hands away from his face and opened his eyes cautiously. Nothing. If there was something trying to scare him again, it wasn't getting through. He was closed off. Had that happened to the boy? Dear God, had that happened to the little boy? And of all the images, the one that bothered him the most was that dull whacking sound like a hammer splatting into thick cheese. What did that mean? Jesus, not that little boy. Jesus, please. He dropped the gear shift lever into low range and fed the engine gas a little at a time. The wheel spun, and caught again. The Buick began to move, its headlights cutting weakly through the swirling snow. He looked at his watch. Almost 6:30 now, and he was beginning to feel that was very late indeed. 50. Red Rum. Wendy Torrance stood indecisive in the middle of the bedroom, looking at her son, who had fallen fast asleep. Half an hour ago the sounds had ceased, all of them, all at once. The elevator, the party, the sound of room doors opening and closing. Instead of easing her mind, it made the tension that had been building in her even worse. It was like a malefic hush before the storm's final brutal push. But Danny had dozed off almost at once, first into a light, twitching doze, and in the last 10 minutes or so a heavier sleep. Even looking directly at him, she could barely see the slow rise and fall of his narrow chest. She wondered when he had last gotten a full night's sleep, one without tormenting dreams or long periods of dark wakefulness, listening to revels that had only become audible and visible to her in the last couple of days, as the Overlook's grip on the three of them tightened. Real psychic phenomena or group hypnosis? She didn't know, and didn't think it mattered. What had been happening was just as deadly either way. She looked at Danny and thought, God grant he lie still, that if he was undisturbed, he might sleep the rest of the night through. Whatever talent he had, he was still a small boy, and he needed his rest. It was Jack she had begun to worry about. She grimaced with sudden pain, took her hand away from her mouth, and saw she had torn off one of her fingernails. And her nails were one thing she'd always tried to keep nice. They weren't long enough to be called hooks, but still nicely shaped, and what are you worrying about your fingernails for? She laughed a little, but it was a shaky sound without amusement. First Jack had stopped howling and battering at the door. Then the party had begun again. Or did it ever stop? Did it sometimes just drift into a slightly different angle of time where they weren't meant to hear it? Counterpointed by the crashing, banging elevator. Then that had stopped. In that new silence, as Danny had been falling asleep, she had fancied she heard low, conspiratorial voices coming from the kitchen, almost directly below them. At first she had dismissed it as the wind, which could mimic many different human vocal ranges, from a papery deathbed whisper around the doors and window frames to a full-out scream around the eaves. The sound of a woman fleeing a murderer in a cheap melodrama. Yet sitting stiffly beside Danny, the idea that it was indeed voices became more and more convincing. Jack and someone else, discussing his escape from the pantry, discussing the murder of his wife and son. It would be nothing new inside these walls. Murder had been done here before. She had gone to the heating vent and had placed her ear against it, but at that exact moment the furnace had come on, and any sound was lost in the rush of warm air coming up from the basement. When the furnace had kicked off again 5 minutes ago, the place was completely silent except for the wind, the gritty spatter of snow against the building, and the occasional groan of a board. She looked down at her ripped fingernail. Small beads of blood were oozing up from beneath it. Jack's gotten out. Don't talk nonsense. Yes, he's out. He's gotten a knife from the kitchen, or maybe the meat cleaver. He's on his way up here right now, walking along the sides of the risers so the stairs won't creak. You're insane! Her lips were trembling, and for a moment it seemed that she must have cried the words out loud. But the silence held. She felt watched. She whirled around and stared at the night-blackened window, and a hideous white face with circles of darkness for eyes was gibbering in at her, the face of a monstrous lunatic that had been hiding in these groaning walls all along. It was only a pattern of frost on the outside of the glass. She let her breath out in a long, susurrating whisper of fear, and it seemed to her that she heard, quite clearly this time, amused titters from somewhere. You're jumping at shadows. It's bad enough without that. By tomorrow morning you'll be ready for the rubber room. There was only one way to allay those fears, and she knew what it was. She would have to go down and make sure Jack was still in the pantry. Very simple. Go downstairs, have a peek, come back up. Oh, by the way, stop and grab the tray on the registration counter. The omelet would be a washout, but the soup could be reheated on the hot plate by Jack's typewriter. Oh, yes, and don't get killed if he's down there with a knife. She walked to the dresser, trying to shake off the mantle of fear that lay on her. Scattered across the dresser's top was a pile of change, a stack of gasoline chits for the hotel truck, the 2 pipes Jack brought with him everywhere but rarely smoked, and his key ring. She picked it up, held it in her hand for a moment, and then put it back down. The idea of locking the bedroom door behind her had occurred, but it just didn't appeal. Danny was asleep. Vague thoughts of fire passed through her mind, and something else nibbled more strongly, but she let it go. Wendy crossed the room, stood indecisively by the door for a moment, then took the knife from the pocket of her robe and curled her right hand around the wooden haft. She pulled the door open. The short corridor leading to their quarters was bare. The electric wall flambeaux all shone brightly at their regular intervals, showing off the rug's blue background and sinuous weaving pattern.
See? No boogies here. No, of course not. They want you out. They want you to do something silly and womanish, and that is exactly what you are doing.
She hesitated again, miserably caught, not wanting to leave Danny and the safety of the apartment, and at the same time needing badly to reassure herself that Jack was still safely packed away.
Of course he is. But the voices... There were no voices. It was your imagination. It was the wind. It wasn't the wind.
The sound of her own voice made her jump, but the deadly certainty in it made her go forward. The knife swung by her side, catching angles of light and throwing them on the silk wallpaper. Her slippers whispered against the carpet snap. Her nerves were singing like wires. She reached the corner of the main corridor and peered around, her mind stiffened for whatever she might see there. There was nothing to see. After a moment's hesitation, she rounded the corner and began down the main corridor. Each step toward the shadowy stairwell increased her dread, and made her aware that she was leaving her sleeping son behind, alone and unprotected. The sound of her slippers against the carpet seemed louder and louder in her ears. Twice, she looked back over her shoulder to convince herself that someone wasn't creeping up behind her. She reached the stairwell and put her hand on the cold newel post at the top of the railing. There were 19 wide steps down to the lobby. She had counted them enough times to know. 19 carpeted stair risers, and nary a Jack crouching on any one of them. Of course not. Jack was locked in the pantry behind a hefty steel bolt and a thick wooden door. But the lobby was dark and oh so full of shadows. Her pulse thudded steadily and deeply in her throat. Ahead and slightly to the left, the brass yaw of the elevator stood mockingly open, inviting her to step in and take the ride of her life.
No, thank you.
The inside of the car had been draped with pink and white crepe streamers. Confetti had burst from 2 tubular party favors. Lying in the rear left corner was an empty bottle of champagne. She sensed movement above her, and wheeled to look up the 19 steps leading to the dark second-floor landing, and saw nothing. Yet there was a disturbing corner-of-the-eye sensation that things had leaped back into the deeper darkness of the hallway up there just before her eyes could register them. She looked down the stairs again. Her right hand was sweating against the wooden handle of the knife. She switched it to her left, wiped her right palm against the pink terry cloth of her robe, and switched the knife back. Almost unaware that her mind had given her body the command to go forward, she began down the stairs, left foot, then right, left foot, then right, her free hand trailing lightly on the banister.
Where's the party? Don't let me scare you away, you bunch of moldy sheets. Not one scared woman with a knife. Let's have a little music around here. Let's have a little life.
10 steps down, a dozen, a baker's dozen. The light from the first-floor hall filtered a dull yellow down here, and she remembered that she would have to turn on the lobby lights either beside the entrance to the dining room or inside the manager's office. Yet there was light coming from somewhere else, white and muted. The fluorescents, of course, in the kitchen. She paused on the 13th step, trying to remember if she had turned them off or left them on when she and Danny left. She simply couldn't remember. Below her in the lobby, high-backed chairs hulked in pools of shadow. The glass in the lobby doors was pressed white with a uniform blanket of drifted snow. Brass studs in the sofa cushions gleamed faintly like cat's eyes. There were 100 places to hide. Her legs stilted with fear, she continued down. Now 17, now 18, now 19. Lobby level, madam. Step out carefully. The ballroom doors were thrown wide, only blackness spilling out. From within came a steady ticking like a bomb. She stiffened, then remembered the clock on the mantel, the clock under glass. Jack or Danny must have wound it. Or maybe it had wound itself up, like everything else in the Overlook. She turned toward the reception desk, meaning to go through the gate and the manager's office and into the kitchen. Gleaming dull silver, she could see the intended lunch tray. Then the clock began to strike little tinkling notes. Wendy stiffened, her tongue rising to the roof of her mouth. Then she relaxed. It was striking 8, that was all. 8 o'clock. 5, 6, 7. She counted the strokes. It suddenly seemed wrong to move again until the clock had stilled. 8, 9, 9, 10, 11. Suddenly, belatedly, it came to her. She turned back clumsily for the stairs, knowing already she was too late. But how could she have known? 12. All the lights in the ballroom went on. There was a huge shrieking flourish of brass. Wendy screamed aloud, the sound of her cry insignificant against the blare issuing from those brazen lungs. "Unmask!" the cry echoed. "Unmask! Unmask!" Then they faded, as if down a long corridor of time, leaving her alone again. No, not alone. She turned, and he was coming for her. It was Jack, and yet not Jack. His eyes were lit with a vacant, murderous glow. His familiar mouth now wore a quivering, joyless grin. He had the roque mallet in one hand. "Thought you'd lock me in? Is that what you thought you'd do?" The mallet whistled through the air. She stepped backward, tripped over a hassock, fell to the lobby rug. "Jack!" "You bitch," he whispered. "I know what you are." The mallet came down again with whistling, deadly velocity and buried itself in her soft stomach. She screamed, suddenly submerged in an ocean of pain. Dimly she saw the mallet rebound. It came to her with sudden numbing reality that he meant to beat her to death with the mallet he held in his hands. She tried to cry out to him again, to beg him to stop for Danny's sake, but her breath had been knocked loose. She could only force out a weak whimper, hardly a sound at all. Now, by Christ," he said, grinning. He kicked the hassock out of his way. "I guess you'll take your medicine now." The mallet whickered down. Wendy rolled to her left, her robe tangling above her knees. Jack's hold on the mallet was jarred loose when it hit the floor. He had to stoop and pick it up, and while he did, she ran for the stairs, the breath at last sobbing back into her. Her stomach was a bruise of throbbing pain. "Bitch," he said through his grin, and began to come after her. "You stinking bitch. I guess you'll get what's coming to you. I guess you will." She heard the mallet whistle through the air, and then agony exploded on her right side, as the mallet head took her just below the line of her breasts, breaking 2 ribs. She fell forward on the steps, and new agony ripped her as she struck on the wounded side. Yet instinct made her roll over, roll away, and the mallet whizzed past the side of her face, missing by a naked inch. It struck the deep pile of the stair carpeting with a muffled thud. That was when she saw the knife, which had been jarred out of her hand by her fall. It lay glittering on the 4th stair riser. "Bitch," he repeated. The mallet came down. She shoved herself upward, and it landed just below her kneecap. Her lower leg was suddenly on fire. Blood began to trickle down her calf. And then the mallet was coming down again. She jerked her head away from it, and it smashed into the stair riser in the hollow between her neck and shoulder, scraping away the flesh from her ear. He brought the mallet down again, and this time she rolled toward him down the stairs, inside the arc of his swing. A shriek escaped her as her broken ribs thumped and grated. She struck his shins with her body while he was off balance, and he fell backward with a yell of anger and surprise, his feet jigging to keep their purchase on the stair riser. Then he thumped to the floor, the mallet flying from his hand. He sat up, staring at her for a moment with shocked eyes. "I'll kill you for that," he said. He rolled over and stretched out for the handle of the mallet. Wendy forced herself to her feet. Her left leg sent bolt after bolt of pain all the way up to her hip. Her face was ashy pale but set. She leaped onto his back as his hand closed over the shaft of the roque mallet. "Oh, dear God!" she screamed to the Overlook's shadowy lobby, and buried the kitchen knife in his lower back up to the handle. He stiffened beneath her and then shrieked. She thought she had never heard such an awful sound in her whole life. It was as if the very boards and windows and doors of the hotel had screamed. It seemed to go on and on while he remained bored stiff beneath her weight. They were like a parlor charade of horse and rider. except that the back of his red and black checked flannel shirt was growing darker, sodden with spreading blood. Then he collapsed forward on his face, bucking her off on her hurt side, making her groan. She lay breathing harshly for a time, unable to move. She was an excruciating throb of pain from one end to the other. Every time she inhaled, something stabbed viciously at her, and her neck was wet with blood from her grazed ear. There was only the sound of her struggle to breathe, the wind, and the ticking clock in the ballroom. At last she forced herself to her feet and hobbled across to the stairway. When she got there, she clung to the newel post, head down, waves of faintness washing over her. When it had passed a little, she began to climb, using her unhurt leg and pulling with her arms on the banister. Once she looked up, expecting to see Danny there, but the stairway was empty. Thank God he slept through it. Thank God, thank God. 6 steps up she had to rest, her head down, her blonde hair coiled on and over the banister. Air whistled painfully through her throat as if it had grown barbs. Her right side was a swollen hot mass. Come on, Wendy, come on, old girl. Get a locked door behind you, and then look at the damage. 13 more to go, not so bad. And when you get to the upstairs corridor, you can crawl. I give my permission. She drew in as much breath as her broken ribs would allow, and half pulled, half fell up another riser. And another. She was on the 9th, almost halfway up, when Jack's voice came from behind her and below her. He said thickly, "You bitch, you killed me." Terror as black as midnight swept through her. She looked over her shoulder and saw Jack getting slowly to his feet. His back was bowed over, and she could see the handle of the kitchen knife sticking out of it. His eyes seemed to have contracted, almost to have lost themselves in the pale sagging folds of the skin around them. He was grasping the roque mallet loosely in his left hand. The end of it was bloody. A scrap of her pink terry-cloth robe stuck almost in the center. "I'll give you your medicine," he whispered, and began to stagger toward the stairs. Whimpering with fear, she began to pull herself upward again. 10 steps, a dozen, a baker's dozen. But still the first-floor hallway looked as far above her as an unattainable mountain peak. She was panting now, her side shrieking in protest. Her hair swung wildly back and forth in front of her face. Sweat stung her eyes. The ticking of the domed clock in the ballroom seemed to fill her ears, and counterpointing it, Jack's panting, agonized gasps, as he began to mount the stairs. 51. Halloran arrives. Larry Durkin was a tall and skinny man with a morose face overtopped with a luxuriant mane of red hair. Halloran had caught him just as he was leaving the Conoco station, the morose face buried deeply inside an Army-issue parka. He was reluctant to do any more business that stormy day, no matter how far Halloran had come, and even more reluctant to rent one of his 2 snowmobiles out to this wild-eyed black man who insisted on going up to the old Overlook. Among people who had spent most of their lives in the little town of Sidewinder, the hotel had a smelly reputation. Murder had been done up there. A bunch of hoods had run the place for a while, and cutthroat businessmen had run it for a while too. And things had been done up at the old Overlook that never made the papers, because money has a way of talking. But the people in Sidewinder had a pretty good idea. Most of the hotel's chambermaids came from here, and chambermaids see a lot. But when Halloran mentioned Howard Cottrell's name and showed Durkin the tag inside one of the blue mittens, the gas station owner thawed. "Sent you here, did he?" Durkin asked, unlocking one of the garage bays and leading Halloran inside. "Good to know the old rip's got some sense left. I thought he was plumb out of it." He flicked a switch, and a bank of very old and very dirty fluorescents buzzed wearily into life. "Now what in the tarnal creation would you want up at that place, fella?" Halloran's nerve had begun to crack. The last few miles into Sidewinder had been very bad. Once, a gust of wind that must have been tooling along at better than 60 miles an hour had floated the Buick all the way around in a 360-degree turn. And there were still miles to travel, with God alone knew what at the other end of them. He was terrified for the boy. Now it was almost 10 minutes to 7, and he had this whole song and dance to go through again. "Somebody is in trouble up there," he said very carefully. "The son of the caretaker." "Who, Torrance's boy? Now what kind of trouble could he be in?" "I don't know," Halloran muttered. He felt sick with the time this was taking. He was speaking with a countryman, and he knew that all countrymen feel a similar need to approach their business obliquely, to smell around its corners and sides before plunging into the middle of dealing. But there was no time, because now he was one scared nigger, and if this went on much longer, he just might decide to cut and run.
"Look," he said, "please, I need to go up there, and I have to have a snowmobile to get there. I'll pay your price, but for God's sake, let me get on with my business."
"All right," Durkin said, unperturbed. "If Howard sent you, that's good enough. You take this Arctic Cat. I'll put 5 gallons of gas in the can. Tank's full. She'll get you up and back down, I guess."
"Thank you,"
Halloran said, not quite steadily. "I'll take $20. That includes the Ethel." Halloran fumbled a 20 out of his wallet and handed it over. Durkin tucked it into one of his shirt pockets with hardly a look. "Guess maybe we better trade jackets, too," Durkin said, pulling off his parka. "That overcoat of yours ain't going to be worth nothing tonight. You trade me back when you return the snow sled."
"Oh, hey, I couldn't—"
"Don't fuss with me," Durkin interrupted, still mildly. "I ain't sending you out to freeze. I only got to walk down 2 blocks, and I'm at my own supper table. Give it over." Slightly dazed, Halloran traded his overcoat for Durkin's fur-lined parka. Overhead, the fluorescents buzzed faintly, reminding him of the lights in the Overlook's kitchen. "Torrance's boy," Durkin said, and shook his head. "Good-looking little tyke, ain't he? He and his dad was in here a lot before the snow really flew. Driving the hotel truck, mostly. Looked to me like the two of 'em was just about as tight as they could get. That's one little boy that loves his daddy. Hope he's all right."
"So do I."
Halloran zipped the parka and tied the hood. "Let me help you push that out," Durkin said. They rolled the snowmobile across the oil-stained concrete and toward the garage bay. "You ever drove one of these before?"
"No."
"Well, there's nothing to it. The instructions are pasted there on the dashboard, but all there really is stop and go. Your throttle's here, just like a motorcycle throttle. Brake on the other side. Lean with it on the turns. This baby will do 70 on hardpack, but on this powder you'll get no more than 50, and that's pushing it." Now they were in the service station, snow-filled front lot, and Durkin had raised his voice to make himself heard over the battering of the wind. "Stay on the road," he shouted at Halloran's ear. "Keep your eye on the guardrail posts and the signs, and you'll be all right, I guess. If you get off the road, you're going to be dead. Understand?" Halloran nodded. "Wait a minute," Durkin told him, and ran back into the garage bay. While he was gone, Halloran turned the key in the ignition and pumped the throttle a little. The snowmobile coughed into brash, choppy life. Durkin came back with a red and black ski mask. "Put this on under your hood," he shouted. Halloran dragged it on. It was a tight fit, but it cut the last of the numbing wind off from his cheeks and forehead and chin. Durkin leaned close to make himself heard. "I guess you must know about things the same way Howie does sometimes," he said. "It don't matter except that place has got a bad reputation around here. I'll give you a rifle if you want it." "I don't think it would do any good," Halloran shouted back. "You're the boss, but if you get that boy, you bring him to 16 Peach Lane. The wife will have some soup on." "Okay, thanks for everything." "You watch out," Durkin yelled. "Stay on the road." Halloran nodded and twisted the throttle slowly. The snowmobile purred forward, the headlamp cutting a clean cone of light through the thickly falling snow. He saw Durkin's upraised hand in the rearview mirror and raised his own in return. Then he nudged the handlebars to the left and was traveling up Main Street, the snowmobile coursing smoothly through the white light thrown by the street lamps. The speedometer stood at 30 miles an hour. It was 7:10. At the Overlook, Wendy and Danny were sleeping, and Jack Torrance was discussing matters of life and death with the previous caretaker. 5 blocks up Main, the street lamps ended. For half a mile there were small houses, all buttoned tightly up against the storm, and then only wind-howling darkness. In the black again, with no light but the thin spear of the snowmobile's headlamp, terror closed in on him again, a childlike fear, dismal and disheartening. He had never felt so alone. For several minutes, as the few lights of Sidewinder dwindled away and disappeared in the rear view, the urge to turn around and go back was almost insurmountable. He reflected that for all of Durkin's concern for Jack Torrance's boy, he had not offered to take the other snowmobile and come with him. That place has got a bad reputation around here. Clenching his teeth, He turned the throttle higher and watched the needle on the speedometer climb past 40 and settle at 45. He seemed to be going horribly fast, and yet he was afraid it wasn't fast enough. At this speed, it would take him almost an hour to get to the Overlook. But at a higher speed, he might not get there at all. He kept his eyes glued to the passing guardrails and the dime-sized reflectors mounted on top of each one. Many of them were buried under drifts. Twice he saw curve signs dangerously laid and felt the snowmobile riding up the drifts that masked the drop-off before turning back onto where the road was in the summertime. The odometer counted off the miles at a maddeningly slow clip. 5, 10, finally 15. Even behind the knitted ski mask, his face was beginning to stiffen up and his legs were growing numb. Guess I'd give $100 for a pair of ski pants. As each mile turned over, his terror grew, as if the place had a poison atmosphere that thickened as you neared it. Had it ever been like this before? He had never really liked the Overlook, and there had been others who shared his feeling, but it had never been like this. He could feel the voice that had almost wrecked him outside of Sidewinder still trying to get in, to get past his defenses to the soft meat inside. If it had been strong 25 miles back, how much stronger would it be now? He couldn't keep it out entirely. Some of it was slipping through, flooding his brain with sinister subliminal images. More and more he got the image of a badly hurt woman in a bathroom, holding her hands up uselessly to ward off a blow. And he felt more and more that the woman must be... Jesus, watch out! The embankment was looming up ahead of him like a freight train. Wool gathering, he had missed a turn sign. He jerked the snowmobile's steering gear hard right, and it swung around, tilting as it did so. From underneath came the harsh grating sound of the snow tread on rock. He thought the snowmobile was going to dump him, and it did totter on the knife edge of balance before, half driving, half skidding back down to the more or less level surface of the snow-buried road. Then the drop-off was ahead of him, the headlamp showing him an abrupt end to the snow cover and darkness beyond that. He turned the snowmobile the other way, a pulse beating sickly in his throat. Keep it on the road, Dickie, old chum. He forced himself to turn the throttle up another notch. Now the speedometer needle was pegged just below 50. The wind howled and roared. The headlamp probed the dark. An unknown length of time later, he came around a drift-banked curve and saw a glimmering flash of light ahead. Just a glimpse, and then it was blotted out by a rising fold of land. The glimpse was so brief he was persuading himself it had been wishful thinking, when another turn brought it in view again, slightly closer for another few seconds. There was no question of its reality this time. He had seen it from just this angle too many times before. It was the Overlook. There were lights on the first floor and lobby levels, it looked like. Some of his terror, the part that had to do with driving off the road or wrecking the snowmobile on an unseen curve, melted entirely away. The snowmobile swept surely into the first half of an S-curve that he now remembered confidently foot for foot, and that was when the headlamp picked out the... Oh, dear Jesus, God, what is it? In the road ahead of him. Limbed in stark blacks and whites, Halloran first thought it was some hideously huge timber wolf that had been driven down from the high country by the storm. Then, as he closed on it, he recognized it, and horror closed his throat. Not a wolf, but a lion. A hedge lion. Its features were a mask of black shadow and powdered snow, its haunches wound tight to spring. And it did spring, snow billowing around its pistoning rear legs in a silent burst of crystal glitter. Halloran screamed and twisted the handlebars hard right, ducking low at the same time. Scratching, ripping pain scrawled itself across his face, his neck, his shoulders. The ski mask was torn open down the back. He was hurled from the snowmobile. He hit the snow, plowed through it, rolled over. He could feel it coming for him. In his nostrils there was a bitter smell of green leaves and holly. A huge hedge paw battered him in the small of the back, and he flew 10 feet through the air, splayed out like a rag doll. He saw the snowmobile, riderless, strike the embankment and rear up, its headlamp searching the sky. It fell over with a thump and stalled. Then the hedge lion was on him. There was a crackling, rustling sound. Something raked across the front of the parka, shredding it. It might have been stiff twigs, but Halloran knew it was claws. "You're not there!" Halloran screamed at the circling, snarling hedge lion. "You're not there at all!" He struggled to his feet and made it halfway to the snowmobile before the lion lunged, batting him across the head with a needle-tipped paw. Halloran saw silent, exploding lights.
"Not there,"
he said again, but it was a fading mutter. His knees unhinged and dropped him into the snow. He crawled for the snowmobile, the right side of his face a scarf of blood. The lion struck him again, rolling him onto his back like a turtle. It roared playfully. Halloran struggled to reach the snowmobile. What he needed was there. And then the lion was on him again, ripping and clawing. 52. Wendy and Jack. Wendy risked another glance over her shoulder. Jack was on the 6th riser, clinging to the banister much as she was doing herself. He was still grinning, and dark blood oozed slowly through the grin and slipped down the line of his jaw. He bared his teeth at her.
"I'm going to bash your brains in. Bash them right to fuck in."
He struggled up another riser. Panic spurred her, and the ache in her side diminished a little. She pulled herself up as fast as she could, regardless of the pain, yanking convulsively at the banister. She reached the top and threw a glance behind her. He seemed to be gaining strength rather than losing it. He was only 4 risers from the top, measuring the distance with the roque mallet in his left hand as he pulled himself up with his right.
"Right behind you,"
he panted through his bloody grin as if reading her mind.
"Right behind you now, bitch, with your medicine."
She fled stumblingly down the main corridor, hands pressed to her side. The door to one of the rooms jerked open, and a man with a green ghoul mask on popped out. "Great party, isn't it?" he screamed into her face, and pulled the waxed string of a party favor. There was an echoing bang, and suddenly crepe streamers were drifting all around her. The man in the ghoul mask cackled and slammed back into his room. She fell forward onto the carpet, full length. Her right side seemed to explode with pain, and she fought off the blackness of unconsciousness desperately. Dimly she could hear the elevator running again, and beneath her splayed fingers she could see that the carpet pattern appeared to move, swaying and twining sinuously. The mallet slammed down behind her, and she threw herself forward, sobbing. Over her shoulder she saw Jack stumble forward, overbalance, and bring the mallet down just before he crashed to the carpet, expelling a bright splash of blood onto the nap. The mallet head struck her squarely between the shoulder blades, and for a moment the agony was so great that she could only writhe, hands opening and clenching. Something inside her had snapped. She had heard it clearly, and for a few moments she was aware only in a muted, muffled way, as if she were merely observing these things through a cloudy wrapping of gauze. Then full consciousness came back, terror and pain with it. Jack was trying to get up so he could finish the job. Wendy tried to stand and found it was impossible. Electric bolts seemed to course up and down her back at the effort. She began to crawl along in a side-stroke motion. Jack was crawling after her, using the roque mallet as a crutch or a cane. She reached the corner and pulled herself around it, using her hands to yank at the angle of the wall. Her terror deepened. She would not have believed that possible, but it was. It was 100 times worse not to be able to see him or know how close he was getting. She tore out fistfuls of the carpet, napping, pulling herself along, and she was halfway down this short hall before she noticed the bedroom door was standing wide open.
"Danny! Oh, Jesus!"
She forced herself to her knees and then clawed her way to her feet, fingers slipping over the silk wallpaper. Her nails pulled little strips of it loose. She ignored the pain and half-walked, half-shambled through the doorway as Jack came around the far corner and began to lunge his way down toward the open door, leaning on the roque mallet. She caught the edge of the dresser, held herself up against it, and grabbed the doorframe. Jack shouted at her, "Don't you shut that door! God damn you, don't you dare shut it!" She slammed it closed and shot the bolt. Her left hand pawed wildly at the junk on the dresser, knocking loose coins onto the floor where they rolled in every direction. Her hand seized the key ring just as the mallet whistled down against the door, making it tremble in its frame. She got the key into the lock on the second stab and twisted it to the right. At the sound of the tumblers falling, Jack screamed. The mallet came down against the door in a volley of booming blows that made her flinch and step back. How could he be doing that with a knife in his back? Where was he finding the strength? She wanted to shriek, "Why aren't you dead?" at the locked door. Instead, she turned around. She and Danny would have to go into the attached bathroom and lock that door too, in case Jack actually could break through the bedroom door. The thought of escaping down the dumbwaiter shaft crossed her mind in a wild burst, and then she rejected it. Danny was small enough to fit into it, but she would be unable to control the rope pull. He might go crashing all the way to the bottom. The bathroom it would have to be. And if Jack broke through into there... But she wouldn't allow herself to think of it.
"Danny, honey, you'll have to wake up now."
But the bed was empty. When he had begun to sleep more soundly, she had thrown the blankets and one of the quilts over him. Now they were thrown back.
"I'll get you!" Jack howled. "I'll get both of you!"
Every other word was punctuated with a blow from the roque hammer, yet Wendy ignored both. All of her attention was focused on that empty bed.
"Come out here! Unlock this goddamn door!"
"Danny?"
she whispered. Of course. When Jack had attacked her, it had come through to him as violent emotions always seem to. Perhaps he'd even seen the whole thing in a nightmare. He was hiding. She fell clumsily to her knees, enduring another bolt of pain from her swollen and bleeding leg, and looked under the bed. Nothing there but dust balls and Jack's bedroom slippers. Jack screamed her name, and this time, when he swung the mallet, a long splinter of wood jumped from the door and clattered off the hardwood planking. The next blow brought a sickening, splintering crack, the sound of dry kindling under a hatchet. The bloody mallet head, now splintered and gouged in its own right, bashed through the new hole in the door, was withdrawn, and came down again, sending wooden shrapnel flying across the room. Wendy pulled herself to her feet again, using the foot of the bed, and hobbled across the room to the closet. Her broken ribs stabbed at her, making her groan.
"Danny?"
She brushed the hung garments aside frantically. Some of them slipped their hangers and ballooned gracelessly to the floor. He was not in the closet. She hobbled toward the bathroom, and as she reached the door, she glanced back over her shoulder. The mallet crashed through again, widening the hole, and then a hand appeared, groping for the bolt. She saw with horror that she had left Jack's key ring dangling from the lock. The hand yanked the bolt back, and as it did so, it struck the bunched keys. They jingled merrily. The hand clutched them victoriously. With a sob, she pushed her way into the bathroom and slammed the door just as the bedroom door burst open, and Jack charged through, bellowing. Wendy ran the bolt and twisted the spring lock, looking around desperately. The bathroom was empty. Danny wasn't here, either. And as she caught sight of her own blood-smeared, horrified face in the medicine cabinet mirror, she was glad. She had never believed that children should be witness to the little quarrels of their parents. And perhaps the thing that was now raving through the bedroom, overturning things and smashing them, would finally collapse before it could go after her son. Perhaps, she thought, it might be possible for her to inflict even more damage on it. Kill it, perhaps. Her eyes skated quickly over the bathroom's machine-produced porcelain surfaces, looking for anything that might serve as a weapon. There was a bar of soap, but even wrapped in a towel, she didn't think it would be lethal enough. Everything else was bolted down. God, was there nothing she could do? Beyond the door, the animal sounds of destruction went on, accompanied by thick shouts that they would take their medicine and pay for what they'd done to him. He would show them who's boss. They were worthless puppies, the both of them. There was a thump as her record player was overturned, a hollow crash as the second-hand TV's picture tube was smashed. The tinkle of window glass followed by a cold draft under the bathroom door. A dull thud as the mattresses were ripped from the twin beds where they had slept together, hip to hip. Booming as Jack struck the walls indiscriminately with the mallet. There was nothing of the real Jack in that howling, maundering, petulant voice, though. It alternately whined in tones of self-pity and rose in lurid screams. It reminded her chillingly of the screams that sometimes rose in the geriatrics ward of the hospital where she had worked summers as a high school kid. Senile dementia. Jack wasn't out there anymore. She was hearing the lunatic, raving voice of the Overlook itself. The mallet smashed into the bathroom door, knocking out a huge chunk of the thin paneling. Half of a crazed and working face stared in at her. The mouth and cheeks and throat were lathered in blood. The single eye she could see was tiny and piggish and glittering.
"Nowhere left to run, you cunt,"
it panted at her through its grin. The mallet descended again, knocking wood splinters into the tub and against the reflecting surface of the medicine cabinet. The medicine cabinet! A desperate whining noise began to escape her as she whirled, pain temporarily forgotten, and through the mirror door of the cabinet back. She began to paw through its contents. Behind her that hoarse voice bellowed, "Here I come now! Here I come now, you pig!" It was demolishing the door in a machine-like frenzy. Bottles and jars fell before her madly searching fingers. Cough syrup, Vaseline, Clairol herbal essence shampoo, hydrogen peroxide, benzocaine. They fell into the sink and shattered. Her hand closed over the dispenser of double-edged razor blades just as she heard the hand again, fumbling for the bolt and the spring lock. She slipped one of the razor blades out, fumbling at it, her breath coming in harsh little gasps. She had cut the ball of her thumb. She whirled around and slashed at the hand, which had turned the lock and was now fumbling for the bolt. Jack screamed. The hand was jerked back. Panting, holding the razor blade between her thumb and index finger, she waited for him to try again. He did, and she slashed. He screamed again, trying to grab her hand, and she slashed at him again. The razor blade turned in her hand, cutting her again, and dropped to the floor by the toilet. Wendy slipped another blade out of the dispenser and waited. Movement in the other room. Going away? And a sound coming through the bedroom window. A motor. A high insectal buzzing sound. A roar of anger from Jack, and then— Yes, she was sure of it. He was leaving the caretaker's apartment, plowing through the wreckage and out into the hall. Someone coming? A ranger? Dick Halloran? Oh, God, she muttered brokenly through a mouth that seemed filled with broken sticks and old sawdust. Oh, God, oh, please. She had to leave now, had to go find her son so they could face the rest of this nightmare side by side. She reached out and fumbled at the bolt. Her arm seemed to stretch for miles. At last she got it to come free. She pushed the door open, staggered out, and was suddenly overcome by the horrible certainty that Jack had only pretended to leave, that he was lying in wait for her. Wendy looked around. The room was empty, the living room too. Jumbled, broken stuff everywhere. The closet? Empty. Then the soft shades of gray began to wash over her, and she fell down on the mattress Jack had ripped from the bed, semi-conscious. 53. Halloran laid low. Halloran reached the overturned snowmobile just as, a mile and a half away, Wendy was pulling herself around the corner and into the short hallway leading to the caretaker's apartment. It wasn't the snowmobile he wanted, but the gas can held onto the back by a pair of elastic straps. His hands, still clad in Howard Cottrell's blue mittens, seized the top strap and pulled it free as the hedge lion roared behind him, a sound that seemed to be more in his head than outside of it. A hard brambly slap to his left leg, making the knee sing with pain as it was driven in a way the joint had never been expected to bend. A groan escaped Halloran's clenched teeth. It would come for the kill any time now, tired of playing with him. He fumbled for the second strap. Sticky blood ran in his eyes. Roar! Slap! That one raked across his buttocks, almost tumbling him over and away from the snowmobile again. He held on, no exaggeration, for dear life. Then he had freed the second strap. He clutched the gas can to him as the lion struck again, rolling him over on his back. He saw it again, only a shadow in the darkness and falling snow, as nightmarish as a moving gargoyle. Halloran twisted at the can's cap as the moving shadow stalked him, kicking up snow puffs. As it moved in again, the cap spun free, releasing the pungent smell of gasoline. Halloran gained his knees, and as it came at him, low-slung and incredibly quick, he splashed it with the gas. There was a hissing, spitting sound, and it drew back. "Gas!" Halloran cried, his voice shrill and breaking. "Gonna burn you, baby! Dig on it a while." The lion came at him again, still spitting angrily. Halloran splashed it again, but this time the lion didn't give. It charged ahead. Halloran sensed rather than saw its head angling at his face, and he threw himself backward, partially avoiding it. Yet the lion still hit his upper rib cage a glancing blow, and a flare of pain struck there. Gas gurgled out of the can, which he still held, and doused his right hand and arm cold as death. Now he lay on his back in a snow angel, to the right of the snowmobile by about 10 paces. The hissing lion was a bulking presence to his left, closing in again. Halloran thought he could see its tail twitching. He yanked Cottrell's mitten off his right hand, tasting sodden wool and gasoline. He ripped up the hem of the parka and jammed his hand into his pants pocket. Down in there, along with his keys and his change, was a very battered old Zippo lighter. He had bought it in Germany in 1954. Once the hinge had broken, and he had returned it to the Zippo factory, and they had repaired it without charge, just as advertised. a nightmare flood of thoughts flooding through his mind in a split second.
Dear Zippo, my lighter was swallowed by a crocodile, dropped from an airplane, lost in the Pacific Trench, saved me from a Kraut bullet in the Battle of the Bulge. Dear Zippo, if this fucker doesn't go, that lion is going to rip my head off.
The lighter was out. He clicked the hood back. The lion rushing at him, a growl like ripping cloth, his finger flicking the striker wheel. Spark, flame, my hand. His gasoline-soaked hand suddenly ablaze, the flames running up the sleeve of the parka. No pain yet. The lion, shying from the torch, suddenly blazing in front of it. A hideous flickering hedge sculpture with eyes and a mouth, shying away, too late. Wincing at the pain, Halloran drove his blazing arm into its stiff and scratchy side. In an instant, the whole creature was in flames, a prancing, writhing pyre on the snow. It bellowed in rage and pain, seeming to chase its flaming tail as it zigzagged away from Halloran. He thrust his own arm deep into the snow, killing the flames, unable to take his eyes from the hedge lion's death agonies for a moment. Then, gasping, he got to his feet. The arm of Durkin's parka was sooty but unburned, and that also described his hand. 30 yards downhill from where he stood, the hedge lion had turned into a fireball. Sparks flew at the sky and were viciously snatched away by the wind. For a moment its ribs and skull were etched in orange flame, and then it seemed to collapse, disintegrate, and fall into separate burning piles.
Never mind it. Get moving.
He picked up the gas can and struggled over to the snowmobile. His consciousness seemed to be flickering in and out, offering him cuttings and snippets of home movies, but never the whole picture. In one of these he was aware of yanking the snowmobile back onto its tread and then sitting on it, out of breath and incapable of moving for a few moments. In another he was reattaching the gas can, which was still half full. His head was thumping horribly from the gas fumes, and in reaction to his battle with the hedge lion, he supposed. And he saw by the steaming hole in the snow beside him that he had vomited, but he was unable to remember when. The snowmobile, the engine still warm, fired immediately. He twisted the throttle unevenly and started forward with a series of neck-snapping jerks that made his head ache even more fiercely. At first, the snowmobile wove drunkenly from side to side, but by half-standing to get his face above the windscreen and into the sharp, needling blast of the wind, he drove some of the stupor out of himself. He opened the throttle wider.
Where are the rest of the hedge animals?
He didn't know, but at least he wouldn't be caught unaware again. The Overlook loomed in front of him, the lighted first-floor windows throwing long yellow rectangles onto the snow. The gate at the foot of the drive was locked, and he dismounted after a wary look around, praying he hadn't lost his keys when he pulled his lighter out of his pocket. No, they were there. He picked through them in the bright light thrown by the snowmobile headlamp. He found the right one and unsnapped the padlock, letting it drop into the snow. At first he didn't think he was going to be able to move the gate anyway. He pawed frantically at the snow surrounding it, disregarding the throbbing agony in his head, and the fear that one of the other lions might be creeping up behind him. He managed to pull it 1.5 feet away from the gate post, squeezed into the gap, and pushed. He got it to move another 2 feet, enough room for the snowmobile, and threaded it through. He became aware of movement ahead of him in the dark. The hedge animals, all of them, were clustered at the base of the Overlook's steps, guarding the way in, the way out. The lions prowled. The dog stood with its front paws on the first step. Halloran opened the throttle wide, and the snowmobile leaped forward, puffing snow up behind it. In the caretaker's apartment, Jack Torrance's head jerked around at the high wasp-like buzz of the approaching engine, and suddenly began to move laboriously toward the hallway again. The bitch wasn't important now. The bitch could wait. Now it was this dirty nigger's turn. This dirty, interfering nigger with his nose in where it didn't belong. First him and then his son. He would show them. He would show them that he was of managerial timber. Outside, the snowmobile rocketed along faster and faster. The hotel seemed to surge toward it. Snow flew in Halloran's face. The headlamp's oncoming glare spotlighted the head shepherd's face, its blank and socketless eyes. Then it shrank away, leaving an opening. Halloran yanked at the snowmobile's steering gear with all his remaining strength, and it kicked around in a sharp semicircle, throwing up clouds of snow threatening to tip over. The rear end struck the foot of the porch steps and rebounded. Halloran was off in a flash and running up the steps. He stumbled, fell, picked himself up. The dog was growling, again in his head, close behind him. Something ripped at the shoulder of the parka, and then he was on the porch, standing in the narrow corridor Jack had shoveled through the snow, and safe. They were too big to fit in here. He reached the big double doors, which gave on the lobby, and dug for his keys again. While he was getting them, he tried the knob, and it turned freely. He pushed his way in.
"Danny!"
he cried hoarsely.
"Danny, where are you?"
Silence came back. His eyes traveled across the lobby to the foot of the wide stairs, and a harsh gasp escaped him. The rug was splashed and matted with blood. There was a scrap of pink terry-cloth robe. The trail of blood led up the stairs. The banister was also splashed with it.
"Oh, Jesus,"
he muttered, and raised his voice again.
"Danny! Danny!"
The hotel silence seemed to mock him with echoes which were almost there, sly and oblique.
"Danny? Who's Danny? Anybody here know a Danny? Danny, Danny, who's got the Danny? Anybody for a game of spin the Danny? Pin the tail on the Danny?
Get out of here, black boy. No one here knows Danny from Adam."
Jesus, had he come through everything just to be too late? Had it been done? He ran up the stairs 2 at a time and stood at the top of the first floor. The blood led down toward the caretaker's apartment. Horror crept softly into his veins and into his brain as he began to walk toward the short hall. The hedge animals had been bad, but this was worse. In his heart he was already sure of what he was going to find when he got down there. He was in no hurry to see it. Jack had been hiding in the elevator when Halloran came up the stairs. Now he crept up behind the figure in the snow-coated parka, a blood and gore-streaked phantom with a smile upon its face. The roque mallet was lifted as high as the ugly, ripping pain in his back.
"Did the bitch stick me? Can't remember,"
would allow.
"Black boy," he whispered. "I'll teach you to go sticking your nose in other people's business."
Halloran heard the whisper and began to turn, to duck, and the roque mallet whistled down. The hood of the parka matted the blow, but not enough. A rocket exploded in his head, leaving a contrail of stars. And then nothing. He staggered against the silk wallpaper, and Jack hit him again, the roque mallet slicing sideways this time, shattering Halloran's cheekbone and most of the teeth on the left side of his jaw. He went down limply.
"Now,"
Jack whispered.
"Now, by Christ."
Where was Danny? He had business with his trespassing son. 3 minutes later, the elevator door banged open on the shadowed 3rd floor. Jack Torrance was in it alone. The car had stopped only halfway into the doorway, and he had to boost himself up onto the hall floor, wriggling painfully like a crippled thing. He dragged the splintered roque mallet after him. Outside the eaves, the wind howled and roared. Jack's eyes rolled wildly in their sockets. There was blood and confetti in his hair. His son was up here somewhere. He could feel it. Left to his own devices, he might do anything. Scribble on the expensive silk wallpaper with his crayons, deface the furnishings, break the windows. He was a liar and a cheat, and he would have to be chastised, harshly. Jack Torrance struggled to his feet.
"Danny," he called. "Danny, come here a minute, will you? You've done something wrong, and I want you to come and take your medicine like a man. Danny? Danny!"
54. Tony.
"Danny, Danny."
Darkness and hallways. He was wandering through darkness and hallways that were like those which lay within the body of the hotel, but were somehow different. The silk-papered wall stretched up, and even when he craned his neck, Danny could not see the ceiling. It was lost in dimness. All the doors were locked, and they also rose up to dimness. Below the peepholes, in these giant doors, they were the size of gun sights. Tiny skulls and crossbones had been bolted to each door instead of room numbers. And somewhere, Tony was calling him.
"Danny."
There was a pounding noise, one he knew well, and hoarse shouts, faint with distance. He could not make out word for word, but he knew the text well enough by now. He had heard it before, in dreams and awake. He paused, a little boy not yet 3 years out of diapers, and tried to decide where he was, where he might be. There was fear, but it was a fear he could live with. He had been afraid every day for 2 months now, to a degree that ranged from dull disquiet to outright mind-bending terror. This he could live with. But he wanted to know why Tony had come. Why he was making the sound of his name in this hall was neither a part of real things nor of the dreamland where Tony sometimes showed him things. Why, where... Danny? Far down the giant hallway, almost as tiny as Danny himself, was a dark figure. Tony. "Where am I?" he called softly to Tony. "Sleeping," Tony said. "Sleeping in your mommy and daddy's bedroom." There was sadness in Tony's voice. "Danny," Tony said, "your mother is going to be badly hurt. Perhaps killed. Mr. Halloran, too." "No!" He cried it out in a distant grief, a terror that seemed damped by these dreamy, dreary surroundings. Nonetheless, death images came to him. Dead frog plastered to the turnpike like a grisly stamp. Daddy's broken watch lying on top of a box of junk to be thrown out. Gravestones with a dead person under every one. Dead Jay by the telephone pole. The cold junk Mommy scraped off the plates and down the dark maw of the garbage disposal. Yet he could not equate these simple symbols with the shifting, complex reality of his mother. She satisfied his childish definition of eternity. She had been when he was not. She would continue to be when he was not again. He could accept the possibility of his own death. He had dealt with that since the encounter in room 217. But not hers. Not Daddy's. Not ever. He began to struggle, and the darkness and the hallway began to waver. Tony's form became chimerical, indistinct. "Don't," Tony called. "Don't, Danny, don't do that." "She's not going to be dead. She's not!" "Then you have to help her. Danny, you're in a place deep down in your own mind. The place where I am. I'm a part of you, Danny." "You're Tony. You're not me. I want my mommy. I want my mommy." "I didn't bring you here, Danny. You brought yourself. Because you knew." "No!" "You've always known," Tony continued, and he began to walk closer. For the first time, Tony began to walk closer. "You're deep down in yourself, in a place where nothing comes through. We're alone here for a little while, Danny. This is an overlook where no one can ever come. No clocks work here. None of the keys fit them, and they can never be wound up. The doors have never been opened, and no one has ever stayed in the rooms. But you can't stay long. Because it's coming." "It—" Danny whispered fearfully. And as he did so, the irregular pounding noise seemed to grow closer, louder. His terror, cool and distant a moment ago, became a more immediate thing. Now the words could be made out. Hoarse, huckstering. They were uttered in a coarse imitation of his father's voice, but it wasn't Daddy. He knew that now. He knew you brought yourself because you knew. "Oh, Tony, is it my daddy?" Danny screamed. "Is it my daddy that's coming to get me?" Tony didn't answer. But Danny didn't need an answer. He knew. A long and nightmarish masquerade party went on here, and had gone on for years. Little by little a force had accrued, as secret and silent as interest in a bank account. Force, presence, shape. They were all only words, and none of them mattered. It wore many masks, but it was all one. Now, somewhere, it was coming for him. It was hiding behind Daddy's face. It was imitating Daddy's voice. It was wearing Daddy's clothes. But it was not his Daddy. It was not his Daddy. "I've got to help them," he cried. And now Tony stood directly in front of him, and looking at Tony was like looking into a magic mirror and seeing himself in 10 years, the eyes widely spaced and very dark, the chin firm, the mouth handsomely molded. The hair was light blonde like his mother's, and yet the stamp on his features was that of his father, as if Tony, as if the Daniel Anthony Torrance that would someday be, was a halfling caught between father and son, a ghost of both, a fusion. "You have to try to help," Tony said. "But your father, he's with the hotel now, Danny. It's where he wants to be. It wants you too, because it's very greedy." Tony walked past him into the shadows. "Wait!" Danny cried. "What can I—" "He's close now," Tony said, still walking away. "You'll have to run. Hide. Keep away from him. Keep away."
"Tony, I can't."
"But you've already started," Tony said. "You will remember what your father forgot." He was gone. And from somewhere near his father's voice came, coldly wheedling. "Danny, you can come out, Doc. Just a little spanking, that's all. Take it like a man and it will be all over. We don't need her, Doc. Just you and me, right? When we get this little spanking behind us, it will be just you and me." Danny ran. Behind him, the thing's temper broke through the shambling charade of normality. "Come here, you little shit! Right now!" Down a long hall, panting and gasping. Around a corner. Up a flight of stairs. And as he went, the walls that had been so high and remote began to come down. The rug, which had only been a blur beneath his feet, took on the familiar black and blue pattern, sinuously woven together. The doors became numbered again, and behind them the parties that were all one went on and on, populated by generations of guests. The air seemed to be shimmering around him, the blows of the mallet against the walls echoing and re-echoing. He seemed to be bursting through some thin placental womb from sleep to the rug outside the presidential suite on the 3rd floor. Lying near him in a bloody heap were the bodies of 2 men dressed in suits and narrow ties. They had been taken out by shotgun blasts, and now they began to stir in front of him and get up. He drew in breath to scream, but didn't. "False faces! Not real!" They faded before his gaze like old photographs and were gone. But below him the faint sound of the mallet against the walls went on and on, drifting up through the elevator shaft and the stairwell. The controlling force of the Overlook in the shape of his father blundering around on the 1st floor. A door opened with a thin, screeing sound behind him. A decayed woman in a rotten silk gown pranced out, her yellowed and splitting fingers dressed with verdigris-caked rings. Heavy-bodied wasps crawled sluggishly over her face. "Come in," she whispered to him, grinning with black lips. "Come in and we will dance the tango." "False face!" he hissed. "Not real!" She drew back from him in alarm, and in the act of drawing back she faded and was gone. "Where are you?" It screamed, but the voice was still only in his head. He could still hear the thing that was wearing Jack's face down on the 1st floor. And something else. The high, whining sound of an approaching motor. Danny's breath stopped in his throat with a little gasp. Was it just another face of the hotel, another illusion? Or was it Dick? He wanted desperately to believe it was Dick, but he didn't dare take the chance. He retreated down the main corridor and then took one of the offshoots, his feet whispering on the nap of the carpet. Locked doors frowned down at him as they had done in the dreams, the visions. Only now he was in the world of real things, where the game was played for keeps. He turned to the right and came to a halt, his heart thudding heavily in his chest. Heat was blowing around his ankles. From the registers, of course. This must have been Daddy's day to heat the West Wing, and you will remember what your father forgot. What was it? He almost knew. Something that might save him and Mommy? But Tony had said he would have to do it himself. What was it? He sank down against the wall, trying desperately to think. It was so hard. The hotel kept trying to get into his head. The image of that dark and slumped form swinging the mallet from side to side, gouging the wallpaper, sending out puffs of plaster dust. "Help me," he muttered. "Tony, help me." And suddenly he became aware that the hotel had grown deathly silent. The whining sound of the motor had stopped. Must not have been real. And the sounds of the party had stopped, and there was only the wind howling and whooping endlessly. The elevator whirred into sudden life. It was coming up, and Danny knew what was in it. He bolted to his feet, eyes staring wildly. Panic clutched around his heart. Why had Tony sent him to the 3rd floor? He was trapped up here. All the doors were locked. The attic. There was an attic, he knew. He had come up here with Daddy the day he had salted the rat traps around up there. He hadn't allowed Danny to come up with him because of the rats. He was afraid Danny might be bitten. But the trapdoor which led to the attic was set into the ceiling of the last short corridor in this wing. There was a pole leaning against the wall. Daddy had pushed the trapdoor open with the pole. There had been a ratcheting whir of counterweights as the door went up and a ladder had swung down. If he could get up there and pull the ladder after him. Somewhere in the maze of corridors behind him, the elevator came to a stop. There was a metallic, rattling crash as the gate was thrown back. And then a voice, not in his head now, but terribly real, called out, "Danny? Danny, come here a minute, will you? You've done something wrong, and I want you to come and take your medicine like a man. Danny? Danny!" Obedience was so strongly ingrained in him that he actually took 2 automatic steps toward the sound of that voice before stopping. His hands curled into fists at his sides. "Not real. False face. I know what you are. Take off your mask." "Danny!" it roared. "Come here, you pup! Come here and take it like a man!" A loud, hollow boom as the mallet struck the wall. When the voice roared out his name again, it had changed location. It had come closer. In the world of real things, the hunt was beginning. Danny ran. Feet silent on the heavy carpet, he ran past the closed doors, past the silk-figured wallpaper, past the fire extinguisher bolted to the corner of the wall. He hesitated and then plunged down the final corridor. Nothing at the end but a bolted door and nowhere left to run. But the pole was still there, still leaning against the wall where Daddy had left it. Danny snatched it up. He craned his neck to stare up at the trapdoor. There was a hook on the end of the pole, and you had to catch it on a ring set into the trapdoor. You had to... There was a brand-new Yale padlock dangling from the trapdoor. The lock Jack Torrance had clipped around the hasp after laying his traps, just in case his son should take the notion into his head to go exploring up there someday. Locked. Terror swept him. Behind him it was coming, blundering and staggering past the presidential suite, the mallet whistling viciously through the air. Danny backed up against the last closed door and waited for it. 55. That which was forgotten. Wendy came to a little at a time, the grayness draining away, pain replacing it. Her back, her leg, her side. She didn't think she would be able to move. Even her fingers hurt, and at first she didn't know why. The razor blade, that's why. Her blonde hair, now dank and matted, hung in her eyes. She brushed it away, and her ribs stabbed inside, making her groan. Now she saw a field of blue and white mattress, spotted with blood. Her blood, or maybe Jack's. Either way, it was still fresh. She hadn't been out long. And that was important because... Why? Because... It was the insectal, buzzing sound of the motor that she remembered first. For a moment she fixed stupidly on the memory, and then, in a single vertiginous and nauseating swoop, her mind seemed to pan back, showing her everything at once. Halloran. It must have been Halloran. Why else would Jack have left so suddenly, without finishing it? Without finishing her? Because he was no longer at leisure. He had to find Danny quickly and do it before Halloran could put a stop to it. Or had it happened already? She could hear the whine of the elevator rising up the shaft. No, God, please, no, the blood's still fresh. Don't let it have happened already. Somehow she was able to find her feet and stagger through the bedroom and across the ruins of the living room to the shattered front door. She pushed it open and made it out into the hall. "Danny!" she cried, wincing at the pain in her chest. "Mr. Halloran! Is anybody there? Anybody?" The elevator had been running again, and now it came to a stop. She heard the metallic crash of the gate being thrown back, and then thought she heard a speaking voice. It might have been her imagination. The wind was too loud to really be able to tell. Leaning against the wall, she made her way up to the corner of the short hallway. She was about to turn the corner when the scream froze her, floating down the stairwell and the elevator shaft. "Danny, come here, you pup! Come here and take it like a man!" Jack. On the second or third floor, looking for Danny. She got around the corner, stumbled, almost fell. Her breath caught in her throat. Someone, huddled against the wall about a quarter of the way down from the stairwell. She began to hurry faster, wincing every time her weight came down on her hurt leg. It was a man she saw, and as she drew closer, she understood the meaning of that buzzing motor. It was Mr. Halloran. He had come after all. She eased to her knees beside him, offering up an incoherent prayer that he was not dead. His nose was bleeding, and a terrible gout of blood had spilled out of his mouth. The side of his face was a puffed purple bruise, but he was breathing, thank God for that. It was coming in long, harsh draws that shook his whole frame. Looking at him more closely, Wendy's eyes widened. One arm of the parka he was wearing was blackened and singed. One side of it had been ripped open. There was blood in his hair and a shallow but ugly scratch down the back of his neck.
My God, what's happened to him?
"Danny!"
The hoarse, petulant voice roared from above them.
"Get out here, goddammit!"
There was no time to wonder about it now. She began to shake him, her face twisting at the flare of agony in her ribs. Her side felt hot and massive and swollen.
What if they're poking my lung whenever I move?
There was no help for that either. If Jack found Danny, he would kill him, beat him to death with that mallet as he had tried to do to her. So she shook Halloran and then began to slap the unbruised side of his face lightly.
"Wake up,"
she said.
"Mr. Halloran, you've got to wake up. Please, please."
From overhead, the restless, booming sounds of the mallet as Jack Torrance looked for his son. Danny stood with his back against the door, looking at the right angle where the hallways joined. The steady, irregular, booming sound of the mallet against the walls grew louder. The thing that was after him screamed and howled and cursed. Dream and reality had joined together without a seam. It came around the corner. In a way, what Danny felt was relief. It was not his father. The mask of face and body had been ripped and shredded and made into a bad joke. It was not his daddy, not this Saturday night shock show horror, with its rolling eyes and hunched and hulking shoulders and blood-drenched shirt. It was not his daddy.
"Now, by God,"
it breathed. It wiped its lips with a shaking hand.
"Now you'll find out who is the boss around here. You'll see. It's not you they want. It's me. Me! Me!"
It slashed out with the scarred hammer, its double head now shapeless and splintered with countless impacts. It struck the wall, cutting a circle in the silk paper. Plaster dust puffed out. It began to grin.
"Let's see you pull any of your fancy tricks now,"
it muttered.
"I wasn't born yesterday, you know. Didn't just fall off the hay truck, by God. I'm going to do my fatherly duty by you, boy."
Danny said,
"You're not my daddy."
It stopped. For a moment it actually looked uncertain, as if not sure who or what it was. Then it began to walk again. The hammer whistled out, struck a door panel, and made it boom hollowly.
"You're a liar," it said. "Who else would I be? I have the 2 birthmarks, I have the cupped navel, even the pecker, my boy. Ask your mother."
"You're a mask," Danny said. "Just a false face. The only reason the hotel needs to use you is that you aren't as dead as the others. But when it's done with you, you won't be anything at all. You don't scare me."
"I'll scare you," it howled.
The mallet whistled fiercely down, smashing into the rug between Danny's feet. Danny didn't flinch.
"You lied about me. You connived with her. You plotted against me. And you cheated. You copied that final exam."
The eyes glared out at him from beneath the furred brows. There was an expression of lunatic cunning in them.
"I'll find it, too. It's down in the basement somewhere. I'll find it. They promised me I could look all I want."
It raised the mallet again.
"Yes, they promise," Danny said. "But they lie."
The mallet hesitated at the top of its swing. Halloran had begun to come around, but Wendy had stopped patting his cheeks. A moment ago the words,
"You cheated. You copied that final exam,"
had floated down through the elevator shaft, dim, barely audible over the wind. From somewhere deep in the west wing. She was nearly convinced they were on the 3rd floor and that Jack, whatever had taken possession of Jack, had found Danny. There was nothing she or Halloran could do now.
"Oh, Doc,"
she murmured. Tears blurred her eyes.
"Son of a bitch broke my jaw,"
Halloran muttered thickly.
"And my head."
He worked to sit up. His right eye was purpling rapidly and swelling shut. Still he saw Wendy.
"Mrs. Torrance."
"Shh," she said.
"Where is the boy, Mrs. Torrance?" "On the 3rd floor," she said. "With his father."
"They lie," Danny said again. Something had gone through his mind, flashing like a meteor, too quick, too bright to catch and hold. Only the tail of the thought remained. It's down in the basement somewhere. You will remember what your father forgot. You shouldn't speak that way to your father, it said hoarsely. The mallet trembled, came down. You'll only make things worse for yourself. Your punishment, worse. It staggered drunkenly and stared at him with maudlin self-pity that began to turn to hate. The mallet began to rise again. You're not my daddy, Danny told it again. And if there's a little bit of my daddy left inside you, he knows they lie here. Everything is a lie and a cheat, like the loaded dice my daddy got for my Christmas stocking last Christmas, like the presents they put in the store windows, and my daddy says there's nothing in them, no presents. They're just empty boxes. Just for show, my daddy says. You're it, not my daddy. You're the hotel. And when you get what you want, you won't give my daddy anything because you're selfish. And my daddy knows that. You had to make him drink the bad stuff. That's the only way you could get him, you lying false face. Liar! Liar! The words came in a thin shriek. The mallet wavered wildly in the air. Go on and hit me, but you'll never get what you want from me. The face in front of him changed. It was hard to say how. There was no melting or merging of the features. The body trembled slightly, and then the bloody hands opened like broken claws. The mallet fell from them and thumped to the rug. That was all. But suddenly his daddy was there, looking at him in mortal agony and a sorrow so great that Danny's heart flamed within his chest. The mouth drew down in a quivering bow. Doc, Jack Torrance said, run away, quick, and remember how much I love you. No, Danny said. Oh, Danny, for God's sake! No, Danny said. He took one of his father's bloody hands and kissed it. It's almost over. Halloran got to his feet by propping his back against the wall and pushing himself up. He and Wendy stared at each other like nightmare survivors from a bombed hospital. We got to get up there, he said. We have to help him. Her haunted eyes stared into his from her chalk-pale face. It's too late, Wendy said. Now he can only help himself. A minute passed, then 2, 3. And they heard it above them, screaming, not in anger or triumph now, but in mortal terror. Dear God, Halloran whispered. What's happening? I don't know, she said. Has it killed him? I don't know. The elevator clashed into life and began to descend with the screaming, raving thing penned up inside. Danny stood without moving. There was no place he could run where the Overlook was not. He recognized it suddenly, fully, painlessly. For the first time in his life he had an adult thought, an adult feeling, the essence of his experience in this bad place, a sorrowful distillation. Mommy and Daddy can't help me, and I'm alone. Go away, he said to the bloody stranger in front of him. Go on. Get out of here. It bent over, exposing the knife handle in its back. Its hands closed around the mallet again. But instead of aiming at Danny, it reversed the handle, aiming the hard side of the roque mallet at its own face. Understanding rushed through Danny. Then the mallet began to rise and descend, destroying the last of Jack Torrance's image. The thing in the hall danced an eerie, shuffling polka, the beat counterpointed by the hideous sound of the mallet head, striking again and again. Blood splattered across the wallpaper. Shards of bone leaped into the air like broken piano keys. It was impossible to say just how long it went on. But when it turned its attention back to Danny, his father was gone forever. What remained of the face became a strange, shifting composite. Many faces mixed imperfectly into one. Danny saw the woman in 217, the dog man, the hungry boy thing that had been in the concrete ring. Masks off, then, it whispered. No more interruptions. The mallet rose for the final time. A ticking sound filled Danny's ears. Anything else to say? It inquired. Are you sure you wouldn't like to run? A game of tag, perhaps. All we have is time, you know. An eternity of time. Or shall we end it? Might as well. After all, we're missing the party. It grinned with broken-toothed greed. And it came to him. What his father had forgotten. Sudden triumph filled his face. The thing saw it and hesitated, puzzled. "The boiler!" Danny screamed. "It hasn't been dumped since this morning. It's going up. It's going to explode." An expression of grotesque terror and dawning realization swept across the broken features of the thing in front of him. The mallet dropped from its fisted hands and bounced harmlessly on the black and blue rug. "The boiler!" it cried. "Oh, no! That can't be allowed. Certainly not. No! You goddamned little pup! Certainly not! Oh, oh, oh!" "It is!" Danny cried back at it fiercely. He began to shuffle and shake his fists at the ruined thing before him. "Any minute now. I know it. The boiler. Daddy forgot the boiler. And you forgot it too. No, oh no, it mustn't. It can't, you dirty little boy. I'll make you take your medicine. I'll make you take every drop. Oh no, oh no!" It suddenly turned tail and began to shamble away. For a moment its shadow bobbed on the wall, waxing and waning. It trailed cries behind itself, like worn-out party streamers. Moments later, the elevator crashed into life. Suddenly, the shining was on him. "Mommy, Mr. Halloran, Dick, to my friends. Together, alive. They're alive. Got to get out. It's going to blow. Going to blow sky high." Like a fierce and glaring sunrise, and he ran. One foot kicked the bloody, misshapen roque mallet aside. He didn't notice. Crying, he ran for the stairs. They had to get out. 56. The Explosion. Halloran could never be sure of the progression of things after that. He remembered that the elevator had gone down and passed them without stopping, and something had been inside. But he made no attempt to try to see in through the small diamond-shaped window, because what was in there did not sound human. A moment later there were running footsteps on the stairs. Wendy Torrance at first shrank back against him and then began to stumble down the main corridor to the stairs as fast as she could. "Danny! Danny! Oh, thank God! Thank God!" She swept him into a hug, groaning with joy as well as her pain. "Danny!" Danny looked at him from his mother's arms, and Halloran saw how the boy had changed. His face was pale and pinched, his eyes dark and fathomless. He looked as if he had lost weight. Looking at the two of them together, Halloran thought it was the mother who looked younger, in spite of the terrible beating she had taken. "Dick, we have to go. Run. The place, it's going to—" Picture of the Overlook, flames leaping out of its roof, bricks raining down on the snow, clang of fire bells. Not that any fire truck would be able to get up here much before the end of March. Most of all, what came through in Danny's thought was a sense of urgent immediacy, a feeling that it was going to happen at any time. "All right," Halloran said. He began to move toward the two of them, and at first it was like swimming through deep water. His sense of balance was screwed, and the eye on the right side of his face didn't want to focus. His jaw was sending giant throbbing bursts of pain up to his temple and down his neck, and his cheek felt as large as a cabbage. But the boy's urgency had gotten him going, and it got a little easier. "All right?" Wendy asked. She looked from Halloran to her son and back to Halloran. "What do you mean, all right?" "We have to go," Halloran said. "I'm not dressed. My clothes—" Danny darted out of her arms then and raced down the corridor. She looked after him, and as he vanished around the corner, back at Halloran. "What if he comes back? Your husband?" "He's not, Jack," she muttered. "Jack's dead. This place killed him. This damned place." She struck at the wall with her fist and cried out at the pain in her cut fingers. "It's the boiler, isn't it?" "Yes, ma'am. Danny says it's going to explode." "Good." The word was uttered with dead finality. "I don't know if I can get down those stairs again. My ribs. He broke my ribs. And something in my back. It hurts." "You'll make it," Halloran said. "We'll all make it." But suddenly he remembered the hedge animals and wondered what they would do if they were guarding the way out. Then Danny was coming back. He had Wendy's boots and coat and gloves, also his own coat and gloves. "Danny," she said, "your boots." "It's too late," he said. His eyes stared at them with a desperate kind of madness. He looked at Dick, and suddenly Halloran's mind was fixed with an image of a clock under a glass dome. The clock in the ballroom that had been donated by a Swiss diplomat in 1949. The hands of the clock were standing at a minute to midnight.
"Oh, my God," Halloran said. "Oh, my dear God."
He clapped an arm around Wendy and picked her up. He clapped his other arm around Danny. He ran for the stairs. Wendy shrieked in pain as he squeezed the bad ribs, as something in her back ground together. But Halloran did not slow. He plunged down the stairs with them in his arms. One eye wide and desperate, the other puffed shut to a slit. He looked like a one-eyed pirate abducting hostages to be ransomed later. Suddenly the shine was on him, and he understood what Danny had meant when he said it was too late. He could feel the explosion getting ready to rumble up from the basement and tear the guts out of this horrid place. He ran faster, bolting headlong across the lobby toward the double doors. It hurried across the basement and into the feeble yellow glow of the furnace room's only light. It was slobbering with fear. It had been so close to having the boy and the boy's remarkable power. It could not lose now. It must not happen. It would dump the boiler and then chastise the boy harshly. "Mustn't happen!" it cried. "Oh, no, mustn't happen!" It stumbled across the floor to the boiler, which glowed a dull red halfway up its long tubular body. It was huffing and rattling and hissing off plumes of steam in 100 directions like a monster calliope. The pressure needle stood at the far end of the dial. "No, it won't be allowed!" the caretaker cried. It laid its Jack Torrance hands on the valve, unmindful of the burning smell which arose or the searing of the flesh, as the red-hot wheel sank in as if into a mud rut. The wheel gave, and with a triumphant scream, the thing spun it wide open. A giant roar of escaping steam bellowed out of the boiler, a dozen dragons hissing in concert. But before the steam obscured the pressure needle entirely, the needle had visibly begun to swing back. "I win!" it cried. It capered obscenely in the hot, rising mist, waving its flaming hands over its head. "Not too late! I win! Not too late! Not too late! Not—" Words turned into a shriek of triumph, and the shriek was swallowed in a shattering roar as the Overlook spoiler exploded. Halloran burst out through the double doors and carried the two of them through the trench in the big snowdrift on the porch. He saw the hedge animals clearly, more clearly than before, and even as he realized his worst fears were true, that they were between the porch and the snowmobile, the hotel exploded. It seemed to him that it happened all at once, although later he knew that couldn't have been the way it happened. There was a flat explosion, a sound that seemed to exist on one low, all-pervasive note. Whum! And then there was a blast of warm air at their backs that seemed to push gently at them. They were thrown from the porch on its breath, the three of them, and a confused thought, "This is what Superman must feel like," slipped through Halloran's mind as they flew through the air. He lost his hold on them, and then he struck the snow in a soft billow. It was down his shirt and up his nose, and he was dimly aware that it felt good on his hurt cheek. Then he struggled to the top of it, for that moment not thinking about the hedge animals or Wendy Torrance, or even the boy. He rolled over on his back so he could watch it die. The Overlook's windows shattered. In the ballroom, the dome over the mantelpiece clock cracked, split in two pieces, and fell to the floor. The clock stopped ticking. Cogs and gears and balance wheel all became motionless. There was a whispered sighing noise and a great billow of dust. In 2:17, the bathtub suddenly split in two, letting out a small flood of greenish, noxious-smelling water. In the presidential suite, the wallpaper suddenly burst into flames. The bat-wing doors of the Colorado Lounge suddenly snapped their hinges and fell to the dining-room floor. Beyond the basement arch, the great piles and stacks of old papers caught fire and went up with a blowtorch hiss. Boiling water rolled over the flames but did not quench them. Like burning autumn leaves below a wasp's nest, they whirled and blackened. The furnace exploded, shattering the basement's roof beams, sending them crashing down like the bones of a dinosaur. The gas jet which had fed the furnace, unstoppered now, rose up in a bellowing pylon of flame through the riven floor of the lobby. The carpeting on the stair risers caught, racing up to the first-floor level as if to tell dreadful good news. A fusillade of explosions ripped the place. The chandelier in the dining room, a 200-pound crystal bomb, fell with a splintering crash, knocking tables every which way. Flame belched out of the Overlook's 5 chimneys at the breaking clouds. "No, mustn't! Mustn't! Mustn't!" It shrieked. It shrieked, but now it was voiceless, and it was only screaming panic and doom and damnation in its own ear, dissolving, losing thought and will, the webbing falling apart, searching, not finding, going out to, fleeing, going out to emptiness, notness, crumbling. The party was over. 57. Exit. The roar shook the whole facade of the hotel. Glass belched out onto the snow and twinkled there like jagged diamonds. The hedge dog, which had been approaching Danny and his mother, recoiled away from it, its green and shadow-marbled ears flattening, its tail coming down between its legs as its haunches flattened abjectly. In his head, Halloran heard it whine fearfully, and mixed with that sound was the fearful, confused yowling of the big cats. He struggled to his feet to go to the other two and help them, and as he did so he saw something more nightmarish than all the rest. The hedge rabbit, still coated with snow, was battering itself crazily at the chain-link fence at the far end of the playground, and the steel mesh was jingling with a kind of nightmare music, like a spectral zither. Even from here he could hear the sounds of the close-set twigs and branches which made up its body, cracking and crunching like breaking bones. "Dick! Dick!" Danny cried out. He was trying to support his mother, help her over to the snowmobile. The clothes he had carried out for the two of them were scattered between where they had fallen and where they now stood. Halloran was suddenly aware that the woman was in her nightclothes, Danny jacketless, and it was no more than 10 above 0. My God, she's in her bare feet. He struggled back through the snow, picking up her coat, her boots, Danny's coat, odd gloves. Then he ran back to them, plunging hip-deep in the snow from time to time, having to flounder his way out. Wendy was horribly pale, the side of her neck coated with blood that was now freezing. "I can't," she muttered. She was no more than semi-conscious. "No, I can't. Sorry." Danny looked up at Halloran pleadingly. "Gonna be okay," Halloran said, and gripped her again. "Come on." The three of them made it to where the snowmobile had slewed around and stalled out. Halloran sat the woman down on the passenger seat and put her coat on. He lifted her feet up, they were very cold but not frozen yet, and rubbed them briskly with Danny's jacket before putting on her boots. Wendy's face was alabaster pale, her eyes half-lidded and dazed, but she had begun to shiver. Halloran thought that was a good sign. Behind them, a series of 3 explosions rocked the hotel. Orange flashes lit the snow. Danny put his mouth close to Halloran's ear and screamed something. "What?" "I said, do you need that?" The boy was pointing at the red gas can that leaned at an angle in the snow. "I guess we do." He picked it up and sloshed it. Still gas in there, he couldn't tell how much. He attached the can to the back of the snowmobile, fumbling the job several times before getting it right, because his fingers were going numb. For the first time he became aware that he'd lost Howard Cottrell's mittens. "I get out of this, I'm going to have my sister knit you a dozen pair, Howie." "Get on!" Halloran shouted at the boy. Danny shrank back. "We'll freeze. We have to go around to the equipment shed. There's stuff in there, blankets, stuff like that. Get on behind your mother." Danny got on, and Halloran twisted his head so he could shout into Wendy's face. "Mrs. Torrance, hold on to me. You understand? Hold on." She put her arms around him and rested her cheek against his back. Halloran started the snowmobile and turned the throttle delicately so they would start up without a jerk. The woman had the weakest sort of grip on him, and if she shifted backward her weight would tumble both her and the boy off. They began to move. He brought the snowmobile around in a circle, and then they were traveling west parallel to the hotel. Halloran cut in more to circle around behind it to the equipment shed. They had a momentarily clear view into the Overlook's lobby. The gas flame coming up through the shattered floor was like a giant birthday candle, fierce yellow at its heart and blue around its flickering edges. In that moment it seemed only to be lighting, not destroying. They could see the registration desk with its silver bell, the credit card decals, the old-fashioned scrolled cash register, the small-figured throw rugs, the high-backed chairs, horsehair hassocks. Danny could see the small sofa by the fireplace where the 3 nuns had sat on the day they had come up. Closing day. But this was the real closing day. Then the drift on the porch blotted the view out. A moment later they were skirting the west side of the hotel. It was still light enough to see without the snowmobile's headlight. Both upper stories were flaming now, and pennants of flame shot out the windows. The gleaming white paint had begun to blacken and peel. The shutters, which had covered the presidential suite's picture window, shutters Jack had carefully fastened as per instructions in mid-October, now hung in flaming brands, exposing the wide and shattered darkness behind them, like a toothless mouth yawing in a final silent death rattle. Wendy had pressed her face against Halloran's back to cut out the wind, and Danny had likewise pressed his face against his mother's back. And so it was only Halloran who saw the final thing, and he never spoke of it. From the window of the presidential suite, he thought he saw a huge dark shape issue, blotting out the snowfield behind it. For a moment it assumed the shape of a huge, obscene manta, and then the wind seemed to catch it, to tear it and shred it like old dark paper. It fragmented, was caught in a whirling eddy of smoke, and a moment later it was gone as if it had never been. But in those few seconds, as it whirled blackly, dancing like negative motes of light, he remembered something from his childhood, 50 years ago or more. He and his brother had come upon a huge nest of ground wasps just north of their farm. It had been tucked into a hollow between the earth and an old lightning-blasted tree. His brother had had a big old nigger chaser in the band of his hat, saved all the way from the 4th of July. He had lighted it and tossed it at the nest. It had exploded with a loud bang, and an angry, rising hum, almost a low shriek, had risen from the blasted nest. They had run away as if demons had been at their heels. In a way, Halloran supposed that demons had been. And looking back over his shoulder as he was now, he had on that day seen a large, dark cloud of hornets rising in the hot air, swirling together, breaking apart, looking for whatever enemy had done this to their home, so that they, the single-group intelligence, could sting it to death. Then the thing in the sky was gone, and it might only have been smoke or a great flapping swatch of wallpaper after all. And there was only the Overlook, a flaming pyre in the roaring throat of the night. There was a key to the equipment shed's padlock on his key ring, but Halloran saw there would be no need to use it. The door was ajar, the padlock hanging open on its hasp.
"I can't go in there,"
Danny whispered.
"That's okay. You stay with your mom. There used to be a pile of old horse blankets. Probably all moth-eaten by now, but better than freezing to death. Mrs. Torrance, you still with us?"
"I don't know,"
the wan voice answered.
"I think so."
"Good. I'll be just a second."
"Come back as quick as you can,"
Danny whispered.
"Please."
Halloran nodded. He had trained the headlamp on the door, and now he floundered through the snow, casting a long shadow in front of himself. He pushed the equipment shed door open and stepped in. The horse blankets were still in the corner by the roque set. He picked up 4 of them. They smelled musty and old, and the moths certainly had been having a free lunch. And then he paused. One of the roque mallets was gone.
Was that what he hit me with?
Well, it didn't matter what he'd been hit with, did it? Still his fingers went to the side of his face and began to explore the huge lump there. $600 worth of dental work undone at a single blow. And after all, maybe he didn't hit me with one of those. Maybe one got lost, or stolen, or took for a souvenir. After all, it didn't really matter. No one was going to be playing roque here next summer, or any summer in the foreseeable future. No, it didn't really matter, except that looking at the racked mallets with the single missing member had a kind of fascination. He found himself thinking of the hard wooden whack of the mallet head striking the round wooden ball. A nice, summery sound. Watching it skitter across the bone, blood, gravel. It conjured up images of bone, blood, iced tea, porch swings, ladies in white straw hats, the hum of mosquitoes, and bad little boys who don't play by the rules. All that stuff. Sure, nice game. Out of style now, but nice.
"Dick?"
The voice was thin, frantic, and he thought rather unpleasant.
"Are you all right, Dick? Come out now, please."
"Come on out now, nigger. The massa calling you all."
His hand closed tightly around one of the mallet handles, liking its feel.
"Spare the rod, spoil the child."
His eyes went blank in the flickering fire-shot darkness. Really, it would be doing them both a favor. She was messed up, in pain, and most of it, all of it, was that damn boy's fault. Sure. He had left his own daddy in there to burn. When you thought of it, it was damn close to murder. Patricide was what they called it. Pretty goddamn low.
Mr. Halloran?
Her voice was low, weak, querulous. He didn't much like the sound of it.
Dick!
The boy was sobbing now, in terror. Halloran drew the mallet from the rack and turned toward the flood of white light from the snowmobile headlamp. His feet scratched unevenly over the boards of the equipment shed, like the feet of a clockwork toy that has been wound up and set in motion. Suddenly he stopped, looked wonderingly at the mallet in his hands, and asked himself with rising horror what it was he had been thinking of doing. Murder? Had he been thinking of murder? For a moment his entire mind seemed filled with an angry, weakly hectoring voice.
Do it! Do it, you weak-kneed no-balls nigger! Kill them! Kill them both!
Then he flung the mallet behind him with a whispered, terrified cry. It clattered into the corner where the horse blankets had been. One of the two heads pointed toward him in an unspeakable invitation. He fled. Danny was sitting on the snowmobile seat, and Wendy was holding him weakly. His face was shiny with tears, and he was shaking as if with ague. Between his clicking teeth, he said,
"Where were you? We were scared."
"It's a good place to be scared of,"
Halloran said slowly.
"Even if that place burns flat to the foundation, you'll never get me within 100 miles of here again. Here, Mrs. Torrance, wrap these around you. I'll help. You too, Danny. Get yourself looking like an Arab."
He swirled 2 of the blankets around Wendy, fashioning one of them into a hood to cover her head, and helped Danny tie his so they wouldn't fall off.
"Now hold on for dear life," he said. "We got a long way to go, but the worst is behind us now."
He circled the equipment shed and then pointed the snowmobile back along their trail. The Overlook was a torch now, flaming at the sky. Great holes had been eaten into its sides, and there was a red hell inside, waxing and waning. Snowmelt ran down the charred gutters in steaming waterfalls. They purred down the front lawn, their way well lit. The snow dunes glowed scarlet.
"Look!"
Danny shouted as Halloran slowed for the front gate. He was pointing toward the playground. The hedge creatures were all in their original positions, but they were denuded, blackened, seared. Their dead branches were a stark, interlacing network in the fire glow, their small leaves scattered around their feet like fallen petals.
"They're dead!"
Danny screamed in hysterical triumph.
"Dead! They're dead!"
"Shh," Wendy said.
"All right, honey. It's all right."
"Hey, Doc," Halloran said. "Let's get to someplace warm. You ready?"
"Yes,"
Danny whispered.
"I've been ready for so long."
Halloran edged through the gap between gate and post. A moment later they were on the road, pointed back toward Sidewinder. The sound of the snowmobile's engine dwindled until it was lost in the ceaseless roar of the wind. It rattled through the denuded branches of the hedge animals with a low, beating, desolate sound. The fire waxed and waned. Sometime after the sound of the snowmobile's engine had disappeared, the Overlook's roof caved in. First the west wing, then the east, and seconds later the central roof. A huge, spiraling gout of sparks and flaming debris rushed up into the howling winter night. A bundle of flaming shingles and a wad of hot flashing were wafted in through the open equipment shed door by the wind. After a while the shed began to burn too. They were still 20 miles from Sidewinder when Halloran stopped to pour the rest of the gas into the snowmobile's tank. He was getting very worried about Wendy Torrance, who seemed to be drifting away from them. It was still so far to go.
"Dick!"
Danny cried. He was standing up on the seat, pointing.
"Dick, look! Look there!"
The snow had stopped, and a silver-dollar moon had peeked out through the raftering clouds. Far down the road, but coming toward them, coming upward through a series of S-shaped switchbacks, was a pearly chain of lights. The wind dropped for a moment, and Halloran heard the faraway buzzing snarl of snowmobile engines. Halloran and Danny and Wendy reached them 15 minutes later. They had brought extra clothes and brandy and Dr. Edmonds. And the long darkness was over. 58. Epilogue. Summer. After he had finished checking over the salads his understudy had made and peeked in on the home-baked beans they were using as appetizers this week, Halloran untied his apron, hung it on a hook, and slipped out the back door. He had maybe 45 minutes before he had to crank up for dinner in earnest. The name of this place was the Red Arrow Lodge, and it was buried in the western Maine mountains, 30 miles from the town of Rangeley. It was a good gig, Halloran thought. The trade wasn't too heavy, it tipped well, and so far there hadn't been a single meal sent back. Not bad at all, considering the season was nearly half over. He threaded his way between the outdoor bar and the swimming pool, although why anyone would want to use the pool with the lake so handy he would never know. Crossed a greensward where a party of 4 was playing croquet and laughing, and crested a mild ridge. Pines took over here, and the wind soughed pleasantly in them, carrying the aroma of fir and sweet resin. On the other side, a number of cabins with views of the lake were placed discreetly among the trees. The last one was the nicest, and Halloran had reserved it for a party of 2 back in April when he had gotten this gig. The woman was sitting on the porch in a rocking chair, a book in her hands. Halloran was struck again by the change in her. Part of it was the stiff, almost formal way she sat, in spite of her informal surroundings. That was the back brace, of course. She'd had a shattered vertebra, as well as 3 broken ribs and some internal injuries. The back was the slowest healing, and she was still in the brace, hence the formal posture. But the change was more than that. She looked older, and some of the laughter had gone out of her face. Now, as she sat reading her book, Halloran saw a grave sort of beauty there that had been missing on the day he had first met her, some 9 months ago. Then she had still been mostly girl. Now she was a woman, a human being who had been dragged around to the dark side of the moon, and had come back, able to put the pieces back together. But those pieces, Halloran thought, they never fit just the same way again. Never in this world. She heard his step and looked up, closing her book. "Dick, hi!" She started to rise, and a little grimace of pain crossed her face. "Nope, don't get up," he said. "I don't stand on no ceremony unless it's white tie and tails." She smiled as he came up the steps and sat down next to her on the porch. "How is it going?" "Pretty fair," he admitted. "You tried the shrimp Creole tonight. You're going to like it." "That's a deal." "Where's Danny?" "Right down there." She pointed, and Halloran saw a small figure sitting at the end of the dock. He was wearing jeans rolled up to the knee and a red-striped shirt. Further out on the calm water, a bobber floated. Every now and then, Danny would reel it in, examine the sinker and hook below it, and then toss it out again. "He's getting brown," Halloran said. "Yes, very brown." She looked at him fondly. He took out a cigarette, tamped it, lit it. The smoke raftered away lazily in the sunny afternoon. "What about those dreams he's been having?" "Better," Wendy said. "Only one this week. It used to be every night, sometimes 2 and 3 times. The explosions, the hedges, and most of all, you know." "Yeah, he's going to be okay, Wendy." She looked at him. "Will he? I wonder." Halloran nodded. "You and him, you're coming back. Different, maybe, but okay. You ain't what you were, you two, but that isn't necessarily bad." They were silent for a while, Wendy moving the rocking chair back and forth a little, Halloran with his feet up on the porch rail, smoking. A little breeze came up, pushing its secret way through the pines, but barely ruffling Wendy's hair. She had cut it short. "I've decided to take Mr. Shockley, up on his offer," she said. Halloran nodded. "It sounds like a good job. Something you could get interested in. When do you start?" "Right after Labor Day. When Danny and I leave here, we'll be going right on to Maryland to look for a place. It was really the Chamber of Commerce brochure that convinced me, you know. It looks like a nice town to raise a kid in. And I'd like to be working again before we dig too deeply into the insurance money Jack left. There's still over $40,000. Enough to send Danny to college with enough left over to get him a start if it's invested right." Halloran nodded. "Your mom?" She looked at him and smiled wanly. "I think Maryland is far enough." "You won't forget old friends, will you?" "Danny wouldn't let me. Go on down and see him. He's been waiting all day." "Well, so have I." He stood up and hitched his cook's whites at the hips. "The 2 of you are going to be okay," he repeated. "Can't you feel it?" She looked up at him, and this time her smile was warmer. "Yes," she said. She took his hand and kissed it. "Sometimes I think I can." "The shrimp Creole," he said, moving to the steps. "Don't forget." "I won't." He walked down the sloping graveled path that led to the dock, and then out along the weather-beaten boards to the end, where Danny sat with his feet in the clear water. Beyond, the lake widened out, mirroring the pines along its verge. The terrain was mountainous around here, but the mountains were old, rounded, and humbled by time. Halloran liked them just fine. "Catching much?" Halloran said, sitting down next to him. He took off one shoe, then the other. With a sigh, he let his hot feet down into the cool water.
"No, but I had a nibble a little while ago."
"We'll take a boat out tomorrow morning. Got to get out in the middle if you want to catch an eating fish, my boy. Out yonder is where the big ones lay."
"How big?"
Halloran shrugged. "Oh, sharks, marlin, whales, that sort of thing."
"There aren't any whales. No blue whales, no, of course not. These ones here run to no more than 80 feet. Pink whales. How could they get here from the ocean?"
Halloran put a hand on the boy's reddish-gold hair and rumpled it.
"They swim upstream, my boy, that's how."
"Really?"
"Really."
They were silent for a time, looking out over the stillness of the lake, Halloran just thinking. When he looked back at Danny, he saw that his eyes had filled with tears. Putting an arm around him, he said,
"What's this?"
"Nothing,"
Danny whispered.
"You're missing your dad, aren't you?"
Danny nodded.
"You always know."
One of the tears spilled from the corner of his right eye and trickled slowly down his cheek.
"We can't have any secrets," Halloran agreed. "That's just how it is."
Looking at his pole, Danny said,
"Sometimes I wish it had been me. It was my fault. All my fault."
Halloran said,
"You don't like to talk about it around your mom, do you?"
"No. She wants to forget it ever happened. So do I, but
you can't."
no."
"Do you need to cry?"
The boy tried to answer, but the words were swallowed in a sob. He leaned his head against Halloran's shoulder and wept, the tears now flooding down his face. Halloran held him and said nothing. The boy would have to shed his tears again and again, he knew, and it was Danny's luck that he was still young enough to be able to do that. The tears that heal are also the tears that scald and scourge. When he had quieted a little, Halloran said,
"You're going to get over this. You don't think you are right now, but you will. You got the shine—"
"I wish I didn't,"
Danny choked, his voice still thick with tears.
"I wish I didn't have it."
"But you do," Halloran said quietly, "for better or worse. You didn't get no say, little boy, but the worst is over. You can use it to talk to me when things get rough. And if they get too rough, you just call me and I'll come."
"Even if I'm down in Maryland?"
"Even there."
They were quiet, watching Danny's bobber drift around 30 feet out from the end of the dock. Then Danny said, almost too low to be heard,
"You'll be my friend?"
"As long as you want me."
The boy held him tight, and Halloran hugged him.
"Danny, you listen to me. I'm going to talk to you about it this once and never again this same way. There's some things no 6-year-old boy in the world should have to be told. But the way things should be and the way things are hardly ever get together. The world's a hard place, Danny. It don't care. It don't hate you and me, but it don't love us either. Terrible things happen in the world, and they're things no one can explain. Good people die in bad, painful ways and leave the folks that love them all alone. Sometimes it seems like it's only the bad people who stay healthy and prosper. The world don't love you, but your mama does, and so do I. You're a good boy. You grieve for your daddy, and when you feel you have to cry over what happened to him, you go into a closet or under your covers and cry until it's all out of you again. That's what a good son has to do. But see that you get on. That's your job in this hard world, to keep your love alive and see that you get on, no matter what. Pull your act together and just go on."
"All right,"
Danny whispered.
"I'll come see you again next summer if you want, if you don't mind. Next summer I'm going to be 7.
"And I'll be 62, and I'm going to hug your brains out your ears. But let's finish one summer before we get on to the next."
"Okay."
He looked at Halloran.
"Dick? You won't die for a long time, will you?"
"I'm sure not studying on it. Are you?"
"No, sir.
You got a bite, sonny." He pointed.
The red and white bobber had ducked under. It came up again, glistening, and then went under again.
"Hey!"
Danny gulped. Wendy had come down and now joined them, standing in back of Danny.
"What is it?"
she asked.
"Pickerel?"
"No, ma'am," Halloran said. "I believe that's a pink whale.
The tip of the fishing rod bent. Danny pulled it back, and a long fish, rainbow-colored, flashed up in a sunny, winking parabola and disappeared again. Danny reeled frantically, gulping.
"Help me, Dick! I got him! I got him! Help me!"
Halloran laughed.
"You're doing fine all by yourself, little man. I don't know if it's a pink whale or a trout, but it'll do. It'll do just fine."
He put an arm around Danny's shoulders, and the boy reeled the fish in little by little. Wendy sat down on Danny's other side, and the three of them sat on the end of the dock in the afternoon sun.